Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 451 Unexpected Person 1. Chapter 451 Unexpected Person 1. After visiting the sea giant race, Jiang Li sat on Rayquaza's head and slowly flew back to the branch of the Great Mountain Alliance in Phoenix Sun City. Although his foundation was solid, he still needed to spend some time consolidating it after breaking through to the nascent Soul Realm. However, when he flew back to the sky above the branch, he could not help but look at the map twice to confirm that he had not gone to the wrong place. Not long after, as the Alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, he actually could not recognize his own territory. The Great Mountain Alliance branch that was originally modified from the secret base of the 100 Tempering Mountain had expanded to more than 10 times its original size. Towering chimneys rose from the ground, emitting a large amount of black smoke. It looked like an unscrupulous factory in his previous life. The new area was mostly a huge boiler building that was constantly burning the furnace flames. Jiang Li only sniffed the air and knew what they were doing. The purpose of extracting the power of chaos was to extract the power of chaos in the environment of the Rock Mountain Range. Previously, the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces had been too ruthless and directly scraped away the bulk of the resources of the other world in the Rock Mountain Range. Apart from buying the remaining 30% of the materials, the remaining forces could only pick up some scraps that others did not fancy and purify them. These polluted soil and rocks were not enough to mess up the armored trolls. The power of chaos inside would react to spiritual chi, so it could not be purified using the conventional methods of the cultivation world. After studying some of the Azure world knowledge provided by Jiang Li, the group of masters in the Divine Judgment Hall barely designed this kind of distillation technique that was similar to industrial brews. The efficiency was low, and the pollution was high. The power of chaos that was purified was also relatively limited. The quality-price ratio was actually quite ordinary. However, it was said that the Divine Judgment Hall was plotting an unprecedented counterattack, which was why all sides were so active. As a faction with the name of the Rock Mountain Range, the Great Mountain Alliance naturally had to respond to the call and establish the framework of this military factory in a short period of time. Moreover, under the lead of the Divine Judgment Hall, the use of the power of chaos and the blood of madness was also played out even more. They stuffed the blood of madness into the arrowheads, condensed it into flying needles, and fused the power of chaos into the fog to ignite flames. He had invented many methods that were more practical and efficient than talisman lightning. They were more powerful and useful in battlefield combat. After these equipment was allocated, the situation where the humans were suppressed would completely reverse. Not to mention attacking the continent on the other side, it could at least completely defeat the armored trolls on the front line. To everyone, it was a great honor to be able to reverse the situation that had been in a stalemate for thousands of years. Jiang Li was just touring his territory when a dark red sword light flew over from below and stopped in front of him. After all, with such a huge Rayquaza, no one in the entire Great Mountain Alliance would not recognize their alliance leader's carriage. Swordhead Shinshan, thank you for your hard work. When he saw this person clearly, Jiang Li was still the same as before. He smiled and cupped his fists towards this senior. The person was the current swordhead of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, Shinshan Jiani. It was rare for Jiang Li, a leader who did nothing, to be in charge for a few days in a year. The Great Mountain Alliance could not do without someone in charge. Therefore, no matter what, he still convinced this publicly recognized strongest person of the Great Mountain region to come out and preside over the situation. However, on the second day after leaving the mountain, Swordhead Shinshan regretted it. In the Phoenix Sun City branch, there were large and small sects giving gifts every day and chatting with each other, wanting to share bulk purchases. Dealing with the people from these large and small forces had already exhausted him mentally and physically. On this side, they had to worry about the development of the branch. They had to send out the distributors and check their daily gains. Every day, there were countless decisions surrounding the Rock Mountain range. The troublesome matters made him abnormally exhausted. The beautiful life of drinking tea and discussing the sword at the Five Elements Mountain seemed to have gone forever. Shinshan Jiani swore that he would at most stay in this damned place for a year. At that time, it would be the other two old fellows who came to suffer. Forget it, forget it. No matter how powerful we old fellows are, we can't do as much as you. Don't keep running outside the pillar of the Great Mountain region. You have to prioritize your safety. Shinshan Jianyi lowered his head. He had just reprimanded a cunning subordinate and was originally filled with anger. However, when he looked at Jiang Li, his expression subconsciously turned into a benevolent smile. The alliance leader that they had personally chosen was the one and only treasure in the entire Great Mountain region. In a short period of time, he had brought the entire Great Mountain region to its current state. He had worked hard and contributed greatly, so no matter how much he complained, he was unable to voice it in front of Jiang Li. Stay for a few more days. When you return, with your talent, you can take over in a few years. Swoosh! Shinshan Jianyi was pulling Jiang Li along as he spoke with practiced ease. However, at this moment, the ancient dust sword beneath his feet suddenly trembled, and it emitted a sword cry that was filled with battle intent. Sword head Shinshan and the ancient dust sword were connected. After being stunned, he looked at Jiang Li again, and his eyes were filled with shock. Jiang Li, you have reached that realm? This situation would only happen when the ancient dust sword met a stronger opponent. However, he had already reached the peak of the Soul Formation realm. Coupled with the Earth rank flying sword, Shinshan Jianyi had yet to encounter a loss below the Earth Immortal realm. Chapter 452 Unexpected Person 2. Coupled with the fact that he had been staying at the Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak all year round, it had been a long time since the ancient dust sword had such a reaction. However, today, the ancient dust sword felt a desire to challenge Jiang Li, a junior. Didn't this mean that Jiang Li had very likely surpassed him? That realm? Senior Shinshan, you must be joking. I've just broken through to the nascent soul realm. I'm still far from it. Perhaps it sensed my flying sword instead. As he spoke, a sword tip emerged from between Jiang Li's brows. Sword cultivators were good at fighting, and high-quality flying swords also yearned to fight. After the two Earth-rank flying swords sensed each other, they immediately erupted with astonishing sword intent. Moreover, they continuously urged their masters to fight to their heart's content. It was naturally impossible for Jiang Li and Shinshan Jianyi to fight. There was a difference in seniority between them, and they were all ranked in the Great Mountain region. If they really fought with all their might, not to mention the risk of being injured, it would not be good for anyone to lose in front of the other disciples of the Great Mountain Alliance. However, both sides were top sword cultivators who had inherited the Shu Mountain lineage. Shinshan Jianyi had wanted to find an opponent who could compete with him in swordsmanship for many years. Jiang Li, on the other hand, had just advanced his immortal slaying flying sword to the Earth rank. He really wanted to test its power. With an Earth rank flying sword that had been famous for a long time as his opponent, he could not ask for more. The two sides looked at each other, the corners of their mouths rising as they understood each other's meaning. Then, they disappeared above the heads of the people from the Great Mountain Alliance. Only Rayquaza, which had grown larger, was left. It casually found a place to sleep. The group of disciples of the Great Mountain Alliance below heaved a sigh of relief. When the two highest leaders of their faction stood above them, they thought that it was some sudden inspection that made their hands tremble. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. 50 kilometers away, two sword lights appeared on a mountain top at practically the same time. However, in reality, Jiang Li's speed was actually slightly faster than Shinshan Jiani. Good kid. Your sword control technique is faster than mine. Shinshan Jiani sized Jiang Li up, and his face was already filled with excitement. How about it? Use our sword heart and only attack once? Let's compete. The flying swords of both sides were trembling non-stop. If not for the suppression of their masters, they would have probably collided already. I'll do as you say. However, let me prepare first. Jiang Li raised his foot and stepped on the ground. Dark green spiritual light surged beneath the ground, and then it shook from the ground. A vast group of wooden palaces appeared from below. In this palace, there were also 3,000 demon-wood soldiers lined up. Wood carvings that looked like heroes of the pugilistic world stood on the roof far away and looked at them. Purple Forbidden City. What is this place? Standing in the corner of the largest palace in the center, Shinshan Jianyi looked at the name of this palace. It was unknown why Jiang Li wasted so much spiritual chi to create a palace. It's rare for me to obtain Sword Head Shinshan's guidance, so I naturally have to be more serious. Jiang Li smiled. Sword competition should be held in the Purple Forbidden City. Wasn't this a tradition? In that case, attack. The battle proposed by Shinshan Jianyi was almost the safest and most civilized way of fighting sword cultivators. He deliberately said that he did not need spiritual chi because after knowing Jiang Li's cultivation, he did not want to take advantage of Jiang Li in terms of cultivation realm. However, in fact, the strength of Jiang Li's spiritual chi should be above the other parties. Such conditions made Jiang Li suffer more restrictions. However, the other party was magnanimous, so Jiang Li did not have to be stingy. After he agreed, the immortal slaying flying sword automatically flew to his front, and then he activated his sword heart and sword bone with all his might. Strands of white light gradually emerged from the immortal slaying flying sword in front of him. On his head, it quickly condensed into a white figure holding a flying sword. The face was not very clear, but the figure was exactly the same as Jiang Li. On the other side, the same thing was happening above Shinshan Jianyi's head. White light condensed into an old man with an immortal aura. The light sword in his hand was wrapped in a wisp of dark red dust. Jiang Li, be careful. Sword head. There's no need to hold back. Attack. The auras of both sides intertwined. Then, the figures above flew forward and raised their swords to stab at the other party. The two sword lights collided in a straight line. There was no fancy sword technique. It was just such a pure collision. Swoosh. From the point of collision, endless invisible sword chi began to leak out, blowing towards the surroundings like a breeze. The sword aura landed on the surrounding wooden buildings, but it easily cut the palace that was far stronger than steel into pieces. After a long time, the wooden Purple Forbidden City had completely disappeared under the sword aura. A breeze blew over, and the shadows of their swords dissipated at the same time. This strike was evenly matched. Jiang Li, who had never paid much attention to the development of the sword heart and had relied on their sword spirit's last gift for his second awakening, was clearly inferior to Shinshan Jianyi's many years of accumulation. However, the immortal slaying flying sword that had just broken through and awakened its sword spirit firmly suppressed the ancient dust sword. This was only an illusion stimulated by the sword heart. If he fought with the true sword and used the immortal slaying flying sword with the quintet chi essence copper to repair and advance, it would be easy to win. Unbelievable. You're indeed a genius blessed by the heavens. Every time I see you, you surprise me, an old fellow. Looks like we're really old. Kid Jiang Li, are you interested in inheriting the Shu Mountain sword head position? Your scripture storage valley has already chosen a successor. Q is also interested in you. Why don't you come to my Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak to register? Sword head Shinshan did not have the melancholy of being chased by a junior. He raised his straight eyebrows and suddenly spoke again. After so long, Shu Mountain had still not forgotten to poach him. No, no, no. Sword head, you must be joking. If I really do this, Master won't forgive me. Jiang Li could only wave his hands in refusal. Only then did this Shu Mountain's strongest sword cultivator laugh and ride his flying sword back. However, Jiang Li did not return with him. After the other party vanished from his field of vision, the five elements immortal mountain suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he lowered his head to look at his feet. With a thought, a sword light descended and cut the mountain beneath him into two, revealing a secret cave space in the mountain. This mountain that was only 50 kilometers away from the Great Mountain Alliance was actually a completely different world. He had even collided with it. In the cave, a half-human, half-snake figure quickly darted out and smoothly entered the earth vein, wanting to leave. The brilliance of the earth escape technique was practically not inferior to Jiang Li's 9 nether escape technique. You have some ability, but you should stay. 9 nether divine seal. Jiang Li pressed his palms together, and huge black wooden doors immediately descended from the sky. Each of the falling wooden doors accurately smashed into the surrounding earth vein. In a short period of time, it completely sealed off the nearby earth vein. Closing his eyes, another beating crystal heart appeared in his eyes. The stronger earth spirit's vision swept past and quickly captured the shadow that was running around underground. Found you. After locking onto the location, even more dense black doors landed around the shadow. They circled around and quickly forced the other party to have no choice but to break out of the ground. The agile snake tail swung, about to turn around and escape again. However, before the escape light could take form, a flying sword without a hilt pointed at its forehead. You lived in seclusion near my Great Mountain Alliance. Why didn't you tell me? My Great Mountain Alliance has always been hospitable. Not far away, Jiang Li stepped on the air and walked over. However, the closer he got, the more familiar he felt this person was. It was not until he turned around and saw the other party's face clearly. Junior Sister Kua. Why is it you? After he saw the other party's face clearly, even with Jiang Li's temperament, he was surprised and bewildered. This person was actually his junior sister, Shinshan Kua. Senior brother Jiang Li. Shinshan Kua's face turned crimson. She looked embarrassed and shy. After all, just now, her grandfather was still saying that he would let Jiang Li marry her and then inherit the position of Shu Mountain's sword head. Chapter 453 Dual Personality 1. He looked at the girl in front of him. Jiang Li's first reaction was that Shinshan Kua had been possessed by someone, and it was very likely a snake demon. He had long known that the other party's physique was special. It was the highest grade divine possession physique, and it would attract some strange monsters. In order to protect her, Jiang Li even used the black and white snake ring he obtained from the Rock Mountain range to build a layer of defense outside her mental world. However, from the looks of it, that layer of protection had long lost its effect. Earlier, Shinshan Kua had actually been able to escape from his hands for a moment. The cultivation and strength she displayed had already far exceeded the level of a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if her aptitude increased, she would at most break through to the core formation realm in such a short period of time. It was impossible for her to cultivate to this extent in a short period of time. Moreover, the current Shinshan Kua had a huge snake tail below her waist. At a glance, she did not look human. Her originally beautiful black eyes had now turned green and black. According to a certain theory, the strange pupils meant that there were two souls residing in this person's body. After moving away the flying sword, Jiang Li directly leaned forward and reached out to circle around the other party. He pressed down on the little girl's head and himself, and their foreheads collided. When the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra was activated, Jiang Li's will immediately entered Shinshan Kua's mind. He was also prepared that if the other party's soul was powerful, he would pull the 5 parallel minds into fight together. The black and white snake ring that he had set up outside his consciousness had indeed disappeared. It seemed that the other party's method was extremely brilliant. Even when the seal was broken, he did not sense anything. The flaws on the surface of the mental world had already been repaired and specially reinforced. However, this could not stop Jiang Li. With a slight push, his will broke through the barrier and entered the interior of the sea of consciousness. The clean sky, the thick ground, the round sky, and the square ground. A faint vitality spread out here, looking like a real small world. The originally simple sea of consciousness had changed drastically. Although it was still unable to compare to Jiang Li's Tao foundation, it was already quite outstanding. Jiang Li's figure quickly moved, and he quickly arrived at the center of her sea of consciousness. There, Shinshankua, who was also half snake-tail, was quietly coiled in the center of the ground. Compared to the outside world, the only difference was whether she was wearing clothes. In his consciousness, Shinshankua was naked and her body was still tainted with a lot of transparent mucus. Beside her were scattered fragments of unknown eggshells. He picked up a fragment that had a layer of profound Tao essence patterns growing on it. There was also a familiar power attached to it. It was the power of virtuous merit. Jiang Li had seen the 9 nether wood, the immortal peach tree, and the dragon sun barksia before. It seemed that the origin of this egg was extraordinary. In his consciousness, Shinshankua, who had a snake tail, should have just hatched from this huge egg. The eggshells on the ground were incomplete. It was very likely that she had already eaten some as nourishment. Senior brother Jiang Li, don't look at me like this. Shinshankua was in a sorry state. She tried her best to put away her snake tail, but it was much larger than her human upper body. She could not hide it at all. This attitude and tone were very similar to Kua's in the past, making it difficult for him to tell if it was real or fake. Jiang Li still decided to confirm it himself. He reached out to touch the soul in front of him, but to his surprise, although the change was huge, there was a mysterious and noble aura in the other party's soul. However, it was still that familiar smell. Jiang Li, who cultivated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra and was already a professional at possession, believed that he knew quite a bit about souls. Not to mention ordinary possession, even Jiang Li's parallel mind could distinguish it by absorbing the soul fragments and nurturing a new soul. He was 99% confident that the half-snake Kua in front of him was still herself. However, she seemed to have awakened some special attribute. Junior sister Kua, is it really you? Frowning, after confirming that Shinshankua was not possessed, Jiang Li did not stay in her body any longer and politely retreated. In the outside world, their foreheads separated. Jiang Li helped Kua descend to the ground. The young lady had her head lowered the entire time. She felt inferior to her snake tail and did not dare to look Jiang Li in the eye. She was afraid to see disgust in his eyes and did not know where to start explaining. Jiang Li had no intention of forcing the other party. This seemed to be an accident. On the contrary, he, Jiang Li, had kindly done something bad. Don't be afraid. You should still be at the critical moment of your cultivation. We'll talk about other things later. I'll protect you. He waved his hand, and the wooden doors that had just landed to seal the earth vein disappeared. Instead, they transformed into a wooden palace. Dense top-grade spiritual chi rose in the palace. Jiang Li quickly created a superb cultivation environment for her. Yes. Thank you, senior brother. Shinshankua had indeed just broken her shell. Before she could consolidate her body, she was forced out by Jiang Li. Now, staring at each other could not solve the problem. She could only curl her snake tail with a red face and close her eyes to continue cultivating on the spot. She had been interrupted by Jiang Li earlier. Fortunately, it did not cause much of an effect. Chapter 454 Dual Personality 2. In his consciousness, Shinshankua picked up the eggshells beside her and continued to send them into her mouth one by one. The ancient bloodline that had awakened in her body gradually stabilized. What she did not know was that the snake body in the outside world had already unconsciously wrapped around Jiang Li. It was the dense power of virtuous merit in Jiang Li's body that attracted her instinctively. The transformation that originally required a long time was completed in a short 3 days with the help of Jiang Li's power of merit. The 100-feet-long snake body faded away, and what was revealed was that it had already returned to its smooth and slender legs. An ancient rune mark appeared between her brows. Shinshankua woke up and discovered that her snake tail had disappeared. Joy flashed across her face. However, she then discovered that she was currently wrapped around Sumion's body in an ambiguous posture. Moreover, The lower half of her body that had just transformed back was not wearing anything. This caused every inch of her skin to be dyed crimson. Her head was buried in Jianglis' arms, and the water and fire spiritual chi in her body collided. She was like a pot of boiling water that emitted wisps of steam on her head. He rubbed her head and waved his hand to create a long dress on her body. Only then did Jiang Li help her up. I was rude earlier. I'm sorry for disturbing junior sister's seclusion. In addition, do Elder Mu and Swordhead Shinshan know about your matter? If that's the secret of Shu Mountain, I naturally shouldn't ask. However, if you need any help, you can tell me. Jiang Li looked at the young lady in front of him sincerely. After a long time, she barely raised her head. Mother and grandpa don't know yet. Senior brother Jiang Li, I don't know what to say. No matter who it was, suddenly transforming into a 30-meter-long snake tail would probably make their mood complicated. Let alone a Shu Mountain disciple who was responsible for slaying demons. After hesitating for a long time, Shinshan Ke finally decided to tell Jiang Li everything that had happened to her. Let me see something and you'll understand. She shook her storage bag and poured out a rock and her water and fire flying swords. Looking at the rock, Shinshan Ke's expression was conflicted, and Jiang Li's gaze was even stranger. He seemed to possess one of these rocks too. After half an hour of mental preparation, Shinshan Ke still reached out and grabbed the rock. In the next moment, the rock fused into her palm. Shinshan Ke's aura immediately changed drastically. Not only that, but her figure began to grow, becoming graceful and moving. The corners of her mouth curled up, and her expression became confident and arrogant. The aura on her body also changed along with it, and her cultivation skyrocketed. Soon, she reached the nascent soul realm and was about to break through to the soul formation realm. Then, she reached out and grabbed two flying swords. Under the effect of a strange force, the red and blue flying sword intertwined in front of her eyes just like that, and it quickly transformed into a beautiful flying sword that Jiang Li had seen before. The young woman held a water and fire dual cult flying sword and raised her head, looking down at Jiang Li with confidence and charm. Human Emperor's successor. We meet again. Jiang Li's brows raised, and he circled around the graceful young woman before him twice before sizing her up and clicking his tongue in wonder. So the new Wa stone actually had the effect of turning into a living person? Lecture, it's impolite to look at me like that. So it's Miss Liu Ying. I apologize for my disrespect. Jiang Li nodded and took 2 steps forward. He knocked his head on the head of the transformed version of Shinshan Ke. Amazing. So you're actually that successor of New Wa. This person was none other than the successor of New Wa who had appeared in the 10 Directions region in the land of infinite demons. At that time, Jiang Li felt that she looked familiar. He did not expect that after sighing about the immensity of the world, the mysterious girl was actually beside him. With Jiang Li's knock, the New Wa stone was knocked out again for some reason. Without the New Wa stone, Shinshan Ke, who was hugging her head and squatting on the ground, immediately shrunk back to her original size. Her arrogant and confident expression also changed to its original shyness. Jiang Li stepped forward and grabbed the other party's head again, rubbing it until the young lady was dumbfounded. Only then did he barely let it go. This eased the awkwardness between the two sides. All right. So junior sister Q is the famous descendant of New Wa. However, junior sister, how did you know that I inherited the bloodline of the human emperor and even appeared in the 10 Directions region? In addition, did you obtain your inheritance from Shu Mountain? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Jiang Li recalled that Shu Mountain had been entangled with the New Wa lineage since ancient times. There were several generations of descendants of New Wa who had been in-laws with the Shu Mountain disciples. Perhaps the changes in Shinshan Ke were related to the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. Or could it be that it was Elder Mu's tradition that the New Wa lineage only passed down women but not men? That could not be right. Could it be that Ke's mother was a descendant of the Mu family of the Peach Forest? It did not look like she was some hidden expert. Jiang Li guessed blindly, clearly unable to guess anything. he could only place his gaze on the young lady again. Actually, I don't know what happened. After senior brother helped me set up the snake ring seal, mother brought me back to the Shoe Mountain 5 Elements Peak. At that time, I kept dreaming about something. Then, one day, I suddenly woke up on the last level of the demon-subduing pagoda. A snake egg appeared in my consciousness, and I found 2 new stones there. Only then did Jiang Li know that he had a part to play in this. It was the yin-yang snake ring that he had sealed into Kua's consciousness that triggered the subsequent changes. Who would have thought that the snake ring that had always been used as a door lock was actually related to the Nuwa lineage? After awakening through the snake ring, she discovered that she seemed to have an additional personality. The strange dual cult pupils in her eyes also changed at that time. The current her had 2 personalities in her body. After she transformed from the Nuwa stone, Shinshan Kua was stronger and her personality had changed drastically. The memories between them were not completely interlinked. Every time she held the Nuwa stone, she would awaken another personality and do something that she did not know, including the matter of going to the 10 Directions region to find Jiang Li. She felt as if she was dreaming. The memories she retained were less than 20%. According to her, she indeed did not know much. Similarly, the other personality also had Shinshan Kua's memories and emotions. There were only 2 precious Nuwa stones in total. At that time, she was able to directly take one out and give it to Jiang Li. The trust here was shared by the 2 Kua. Later on, the transformed Kua, who called herself Liu Oying, roamed the cultivation world of the eastern region. It was not until the power of the Nuwa stone was exhausted that the transformed Kua returned to her original state. It was not until today that Jiang Li discovered and grabbed it on the spot that he discovered the secret. Really, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. Jiang Li took out the turtle treasure that he had not used in the coffin for a long time. He cut open a wound on his arm and stuffed the turtle treasure inside. After that, Jiang Li's vision was filled by the treasure light. In front of him was a human-shaped treasure light that he had never seen before. Perhaps we should ask Elder Mu about this. After Shinshan Kua discovered the change in her body, she did not have the ability to control this change. She should have asked for help. However, because of the change in her body when she was half awakened, Elder Mu had put in a lot of effort. For this, she even brought her back to the Mu family, which she was unwilling to return to. After returning from the Mu family, the Great Mountain Alliance's flying ship had even been attacked, and many Great Mountain Alliance cultivators had died. This made the kind Kua feel very guilty, believing that it was all her fault. Now that her mother had only been at ease for a few days, she did not want Elder Mu to worry anymore. Just as most people would have chosen, she hid her changes from everyone. However, Jiang Li felt that this inheritance of Nuwa's descendant did not seem to be inherited purely through bloodline. The Shinshan and Mu families were completely unrelated to the descendants of Nuwa. Shinshan Kua had never left Shu Mountain since she was young. The abnormality in her body might have come from before she was born. Chapter 455 Armored Trolls Counterattack 1. After Jiang Li gave counseling to the young lady, he brought her onto his immortal slaying flying sword. A series of fleeting shadows that could not see the surrounding scenery had already appeared at the entrance of Eldamer's courtyard. Shinshan Kua grabbed Jiang Li's arm tightly and had yet to react. How could the speed of his sword kinesis flight be so fast? Crossing 100 miles in a short period of time actually did not make her feel much discomfort. Then, looking at the small courtyard in front of her, Shinshan Kua hesitated again. She pulled Jiang Li's arm. Jiang Li understood that she did not want Elder Mu to worry too much. This time, there were no peach blossom trees in Eldamer's courtyard, only a few stalks of the current season's flowers casually placed in the courtyard. Elder Mu was grinding a piece of cinnabar. Beside her were many blank yellow talismans. The upcoming war made everyone busy. When she saw Jiang Li and the others arrive, Elder Mu seemed to be very happy. She put down the things in her hand and invited Jiang Li to sit down. Jiang Li drank the peach blossom tea in his hand and asked after some consideration, Elder Mew, I want to ask if anything special happened to Kua when she was young and she used a special treasure. Or did you use any special treasures before she was born? Coupled with the treasure light on Shinshan Kua, Jiang Li thought about it and still felt that the possibility of her being an external object was the greatest. In ancient times, there were often legends of mortals accidentally eating spiritual treasures, women becoming pregnant without a husband, and giving birth to a spirit embryo demonic child. That was because the treasure had a spirit. Mortals could not refine it and the spiritual chi gathered into a fetus. Among them, the reincarnated spirit Pearl, Nizar, and the 10 brothers were the most typical examples. However, when she heard Jiang Li's question, Eldermus' expression changed. Did something happen to Kua again? Kua, are you feeling unwell? Tell mother. Elder Mew clearly knew something. She looked nervous as she surrounded Shinshan Kua and checked her up and down. Clearly, Jiang Li had guessed correctly. Elder Mew, Kua is fine. Or rather, that's a good thing. An inheritance has awakened in her body. It's extremely beneficial to Kua's future cultivation. However, that inheritance is not complete. You know that it's very easy for something to happen that way. Therefore, I want to know the origins of Kua's inheritance. My scripture storage valley has many ancient texts. Perhaps we can find related content. If we can complete it, it will be a good thing no matter what. Jiang Li tried his best to explain. However, Elder Mew shook her head repeatedly. That's my fault. That's not the inheritance. That's the bloodline curse of the snake demon. I originally thought that this matter would be over many years later. I didn't expect that it would still spread to Kua. Elder Mew hugged Kua. When she discovered that her cultivation had unknowingly broken through to the core formation realm, not only was she not happy, she was even more worried. Fortunately, Jiang Li used the large amount of inheritance in the scripture storage valley to convince her, allowing her to speak about the past. It turned out that this matter was related to the Shu Mountain demon subduing pagoda. When he was young, Elder Mew left home to wander the world in anger because of a conflict with her family. It was also at that time that he got to know Shinshan Kua's father and traveled the world with him. However, it seemed that the Mew family's patriarch did not like the betrayal of his descendants. At that time, the Mew family's patriarch, who had just inherited the position of the family head, actually ordered to kill his own sister. This caused the two of them to suffer an irresistible attack. In an attack, Elder Mew and Shinshan Kua's father were both heavily injured. Elder Mew was even crippled of the Mew family's cultivation method and had her spiritual root extracted, causing her to be in danger. The Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peaks Water and Wood Peak Masters were all unable to help her. In order to treat the injuries of his lover, Shinshan Kua's father suddenly recalled a secret of the Shu Mountain demon subduing pagoda. This earth-rank construction-type artifact was refined with the corpse of a demon that had been passed down for generations in Shu Mountain as the core. Through the corpse called the Earth Snake Mother, this demon-subduing pagoda that was buried underground could trap the Earth Spirit and absorb the power of the Earth Vein to refine flying swords for itself. In the 9th level in the deepest depths, there was a Snake Mother Stone embryo. It was said to be able to heal all injuries and illnesses in the world and cause one to be reborn. He went against the teachings of the Shu Mountain's ancestors and went down to the 9th level of the demon-subduing pagoda. He took out the Snake Mother Stone embryo and let Elder Mew heal her injuries in the placenta on the ground. Only then did he heal his injuries and let Elder Mew obtain the water attribute spiritual root again. Later on, she cultivated the Shu Mountain cultivation method again and became an elder of Shu Mountain's water element peak. After that, for a long time, they did not sense anything abnormal. Later on, Elder Mew became pregnant with Shinshan Kua. She quickly discovered that snakes began to appear more and more frequently around her. Every morning, they would discover that there were all kinds of long snakes crawling outside the house. In that period of time, the entire water element peak had almost become a snake nest. Such an abnormality naturally attracted some rumors. If not for the fact that the Shu Mountain disciples were generally noble and had a sword-head Shinshan Jiania's assurance, Shinshan Kua would probably be labeled as an inauspicious demon baby before she was even born. Her pregnancy was also different from others. Shinshankyu stayed in Eldamus' womb for 2 years and 7 months before she was born. Chapter 456 Armored Trolls Counterattack 2. Fortunately, the child after birth was obedient and sensible. After careful inspection, there was no demon chi. This matter was slowly forgotten. However, the series of strange images had always made Elder Mew very worried. After all, she had used the snake demon's stone embryo at that time, afraid that it would affect Kua. Some time ago, Shinshankyu had an abnormal physique again, which still reminded Elder Mew of the past. In that case, Jiang Li only had a rough idea. He had complained before that the Shu Mountain Sword sect was good in everything. They were chivalrous and bold, and their combat strength was outstanding. However, it was just that their vision was not good, or rather, it was simply too bad. When the Shu Mountain ancestor had tapped on his sect talent, he had probably focused all his attributes on showing off and attacking. In the entire Shu Mountain, there were no reliable probing methods. Moreover, because the time when Shu Mountain had established its sect was already the end of the world, its understanding of the immortals and gods of the higher realms had become even more lacking. A lot of common knowledge was unknown in their Shu Mountain inheritance. The dignified descendant of Nuwa would forever be treated as a snake demon if she was encountered by this group of Shu Mountain sword cultivators, resulting in imprisonment. The snake demon corpse that was left behind should have been killed by the ancient Shu Mountain immortal sect, a descendant of Nuwa. Perhaps it could even be Zhaolinga herself. After the spiritual chi recovery, the Shu Mountain disciples of the martial arts sects who had already degenerated into martial artists found their inheritance again. Then, a certain generation of disciples used the corpses of the descendants of Nuwa as the core to build the demon-subduing pagoda. The descendants of Nuwa had merit to begin with, so this corpse retained some strength. They were also the successors of the Earth Mother. After receiving the long-term nourishment of the Earth Vein, they gradually produced the Earth Mother placenta and a snake egg inside, perhaps in a few hundred or thousands of years. After the spiritual chi recovered further, the descendants of Nuwa might be able to resurrect from it. However, perhaps the Earth Mother placenta that was the true nemesis of Shu Mountain's Nuwa's descendants and hatched the snake egg had been cut off by Shinshankyu's father and cruelly removed. Then, he placed Elder Mew into the placenta and used the vitality of the Earth Mother to revive. One had to know that humans were created by Nuwa. The placenta that nurtured the descendants of Nuwa was used on humans, so it naturally could recover no matter how serious the injuries were. However, because of this, the descendant of Nuwa lost the chance to become an immortal fetus. They could only use their mortal bodies to be born in advance. It was Shinshankyu. However, because she lacked the core snake egg, Shinshankyu's soul as a descendant of Nuwa was incomplete. This was also the reason why Shinshankyu had a special physique. Under normal circumstances, she might not even discover her secret until she died. However, perhaps because of the interaction of the power of virtuous merit, the black and white snake ring that Jiang Li had accidentally inserted into her body just happened to stimulate the power of Nuwa in her body. Only then did she run to the bottom of the demon-subduing pagoda in a daze and retrieve her other half, the snake egg. However, because the placenta and the snake egg were separated for a long time, it formed two closely related and relatively independent personalities. Jiang Li, who was suspected by countless people to be the reincarnation of an immortal or Buddha, was only a cheater. It turned out that the unknown Shinshankyu was the true reincarnation of an immortal. Elder Mew, I already understand what you said. Don't worry about Kua. Her situation is similar to mine. She's the reincarnation of an ancient lineage. It's a good thing. Jiang Li used himself as an example. Only then did Elder Mew barely believe him and feel relieved. To be honest, the rule of the ancient Shu Mountain to kill demons and capture them when they encountered them was too harsh. They did not want to think about how many of the immortals and gods that they worshipped every day in the 9 heavens were human. In the heavenly palace, there were famous and reputable immortals and gods who were either prehistoric variants or numinous treasures that had become immortals. They were either magi or demons that had ascended to the Tao. Even the golden cicada, who reincarnated as Tang Sanzang, was formed from the six-winged golden cicada. There were very few humans who could become immortals. Shu Mountain was also able to capture these people who had achieved the Tao and bully the unlucky descendants of Nuwa. At the current Shu Mountain, they probably saw that the corpse was strange and immediately sentenced her as an evil being. What a pitiful descendant of Nuwa. Should I search, pay respects to her someday? Jiang Li came out of Eldamus courtyard and was calculating when he should return to the Great Mountain region to see the corpses of Nuwa's descendants. Looking up, he saw more than 10 flying ships rushing over from Phoenix Sun City. A few people flew ahead. Just by looking at the iconic escape light, Jiang Li knew that they were from the Divine Judgment Hall. Jiang Li's feet paused, and he flew up to face it. Manager Leng. What's wrong? The branch manager of Phoenix Sun City, Leng Tu, had personally led the team here and looked very anxious. Alliance leader Jiang. It's great that here, the armored trolls suddenly counterattacked. The day of the decisive battle has been brought forward. Quickly send more people. How many mad blood weapons have you prepared? They are all going to the front line soon. This matter is very important. The other sects sent by the Divine Judgment Hall will assist you in escorting them. When he heard the other party, Jiang Li's expression changed several times. The armored troll counterattacked, and the news was leaked. He should have known that there was a traitor among the humans. He did not expect their reaction to be so fast. Although the Divine Judgment Hall had already distributed the materials and had attacked several times to test the effects of the blood of madness and the power of chaos on the armored trolls, the information that they had new weapons could not be hidden. However, through small tests, the armored trolls did not know the number of such weapons in their hands, nor did he know what they would do. Logically speaking, the armored trolls should not have counterattacked so decisively. The only explanation was that they had obtained more detailed and comprehensive information from the insider. This undoubtedly disrupted the Divine Judgment Hall's plan. On the Divine Judgment Hall's side, they had already used the fastest speed to make preparations for mobilization. They planned to gather all their forces in 15 days to give the other party a total extermination attack. However, even with the Divine Judgment Hall leading the way, there were too many members in the cultivation world of the Eastern region and the composition was too complicated. Mobilizing them was also quite troublesome and cumbersome. 15 days was already the limit. However, compared to them, the armored trolls with the noble system, strict hierarchy, and more concentrated authority were undoubtedly more organized in issuing orders. After knowing that the human race's mad blood weapons had not been fully loaded to the front line, they immediately decided to attack first. Damn it. Although the humans would most likely not lose, the casualties would definitely be much higher than originally planned. Jiang Li suddenly thought of something, and his expression became even uglier. In the area where the Great Mountain Alliance was located, the Dragon Transformation Island, which was a medium-sized Divine Judgment Island, had just experienced an unforeseen event. The strongest person, the Earth Immortal, Gaitanchu, was currently heavily injured and on the verge of death. In that case, wouldn't there be no Earth Immortals guarding their territory? The armored troll noble, Galenran, was not dead yet. Even with the mad blood weapon, who could stop him in the face of the huge difference in strength? Now, they could only hope that the Mechanism City's luck would be better. Otherwise, the Great Mountain Alliance, which was plagued by disasters, would lose a large number of outstanding disciples. No problem. We can count the number of mad blood weapons on the way. Well, load the ship now and set off in 4 hours. Under Jiang Li's command, the entire Great Mountain Alliance moved. It only took slightly more than 2 hours to complete the mission. Then, the Divine Judgment Hall's flying ship turned around, in order to reach the battlefield as soon as possible. A group of beast-controlling cultivators released golden lions and used ropes to pull the flying ship to continuously accelerate. This time, because the supplies were too important, Jiang Li also followed a ship to the battlefield. However, in his mind, He communicated with the sword cultivator clone who was cultivating in seclusion in the Mechanism City. The vicinity of the Mechanism City was calm and showed no signs of a large-scale invasion. He temporarily relaxed. He took out his communication spirit stone and contacted the Dragon Transformation Island's Sasha. However, this time, he obtained special news. Chapter 457 Traitors 1. At the front-line stronghold of the Dragon Transformation Island, 300 flying ships landed. As a medium-sized Divine Judgment faction, the Dragon Transformation Island naturally received the notification from the Divine Judgment Hall immediately. Unable to disobey this kind of wartime order, Sasha could only bring most of the living forces of the Dragon Transformation Island here. Due to the destruction of the previous stronghold by the Galenran's surprise attack, they built another stronghold not far from the Land of Storms. Therefore, Jiang Li and the others had just set off for a short while when they had already arrived here. However, the person in charge here, the captain of the first fleet of the Dragon Transformation Island, who was ranked above Sasha, did not come out to receive these reinforcements. This situation was a little abnormal. At the port of this stronghold, there were several strange flying ships parked. At this time, there were actually foreign guests visiting. It seemed that they were still very important guests. Leaving the others behind, Sasha's figure flickered and appeared in front of the largest house in the center of the base. Just by standing at the door, one could hear an argument coming from inside. Impossible. Our Dragon Transformation Island will never cooperate with that monsters again. They attacked innocently and destroyed my sect's space. They killed my disciples. Even I almost died under that guy. My Dragon Transformation Island will never believe them again. You better leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Inside, the first captain of the Dragon Transformation Island, New Tao, who was covered in bandages and was much more heavily injured than Sasha, was sitting at the top and roaring angrily down. On the guest seats below, 4 tall cultivators in beast skin were still unwilling to leave after receiving the order to leave. Brother New Tao, there are no eternal enemies in the world. That matter is just a misunderstanding, isn't it? Moreover, there's no need for you to personally do this. What you need to do is to turn a blind eye. You can earn a large amount of spirit stones and merit points without doing anything. Why not? A cultivator wearing a gorgeous tiger skin opened an exquisite box and pushed it over. The lid opened, and brilliant lights filled the entire room. Inside were a total of 50 top-grade spirit stones. According to the exchange rate of spirit stones, this was equivalent to 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, top-grade spirit stones were clearly much more precious. Even if he emptied a large spirit stone mine, he would probably not be able to dig out 10 top-grade spirit stones. If it was sold at the auction, low-grade earth-rank artifacts of little value would only be sold for this price. Seeing these top-grade spirit stones, although the few people present were all of high status, they could not help but be attracted by the spiritual light and their minds became absent-minded. These beast skin cultivators had actually taken out such a reward at such a critical moment in the war. There was no need to guess. They knew that they were plotting something huge. How generous of you. However, my Dragon Transformation Island doesn't have such a good appetite at this time. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open from the outside. Sasha, who was only wrapped in a few bandages, walked in. With those weapons, the defeat of your client will be inevitable. No matter how many spirit stones we take now, how can we face the Divine Judgment Hall's settling of accounts after this? The first captain, New Tao, looked at the top-grade spirit stones that were moving deliberately. Sasha, who pushed open the door and walked in, rejected him again. These spirit stones were hot to the touch. If one was alive, they would not be able to spend them. When the 4 cultivators saw the female captain, they did not show any surprise. Sasha, who had no morals to begin with, was actually the main force working for the Dragon Transformation Island. He knew very well what they were talking about. She knew these four guys well. Two of them seemed to have an improper relationship with her. So it's Captain Sasha. I haven't congratulated you on your promotion. I'll definitely give you a generous gift in the future. In addition, very right. Be it us or the Dragon Transformation Island, we definitely can't withstand the Divine Judgment Hall's revenge. But precisely because of this, we can't let our client be defeated. Once they leave this place and the Divine Judgment Hall is free, what we've done in the past will definitely be discovered. At that time, even the Dragon Transformation Island will probably be unable to withstand the wrath of the Divine Judgment Hall. There's no way out. The tiger-skinned cultivator deliberately emphasized the word us. Therefore, the two of you might as well take a gamble now. As long as we push all the problems to the client like before, we can take the opportunity to make a killing. Believe me, these 50 top-grade spirit stones are only the beginning. His words were filled with threat. Between them, they more or less knew what the other party had done. If the Dragon Transformation Island refused to cooperate this time, they would hand the evidence directly to the Divine Judgment Hall and fight to the death. This was something that the Dragon Transformation Island could not endure. How dare you threaten me? Niu Tao was immediately furious. He smashed the table and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Sasha. All right, I can agree. In 3 days, no matter what you do in this sea area, no one will discover you. However, my Dragon Transformation Island will not attack. Moreover, your client must compensate for the previous attack. Chapter 458 Traitors 2. After receiving the order from afar, Sasha directly put away 50 top-grade spirit stones. The 4 soul formation cultivators looked at each other. All right. On the front line facing war, a few despicable humans reached a dirty deal again. After the few wild flying ships left, the waves on the sea around the base immediately surged. A large number of sea beasts with armored faces rushed up and fell under the sickle of the Dragon Transformation Island as if they were deliberately courting death. This was also one of the rewards given by the client. The unintelligent armored trolls who had not eaten nourishment were equivalent to a free reward. This was the benefit of working together. Putting down the communication spirit stone in his hand, the corners of Jiang Li's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was looking forward to something. Fellow Taoist, we seem to have deviated from the route, he asked a middle-aged cultivator beside him whose hair had exploded as if it had not been washed for a long time. The other party only glanced coldly at Jiang Li. A huge cloud will appear ahead and affect the stability of the flying ship, he explained impatiently and turned around. As the flying ship advanced, more than 10 flying ships gathered together and guarded the flying ship that was transporting supplies. The advance of the fleet was really urgent. Every few hours, a batch of golden lion demon beasts would be replaced to maintain their speed at the peak. However, there seemed to be more and more clouds ahead. The flying ship fleet deviated from the route bit by bit, but they did not adjust. Since he was not welcomed on the ship, Jiang Li returned to his cabin and cultivated silently. He discovered that he seemed to be able to mobilize a portion of the merit runes on the surface of the nascent soul. He was studying these words. Apart from protecting the nascent soul, they had other uses. From time to time, he would use the communication spirit stone to understand the situation outside. At night, Jiang Li suddenly discovered that the communication spirit stone in his hand could not be used anymore. This situation was like someone using an array formation to specially block the communication fluctuation in the outside world. He opened the cabin door to see what was going on outside. At first glance, he saw a group of cultivators throwing out a few human-shaped sacks on the deck. Then, he heard the sound of something heavy falling into the water. A few unlucky people fell into the water. Young man, don't be so curious. The wind is strong outside. I think Alliance leader Jiang, it's safer to stay in the cabin. 2 cultivators on the left and right blocked Jiang Li's cabin door. There were actually 2 soul formation experts guarding at the entrance of his cabin. As soon as Jiang Li opened the door, they stopped him and did not let him leave the cabin. Unknowingly, These Divine Judgment Hall ships were already completely controlled by outsiders. Jiang Li was not angry. Instead, he cooperated and retreated. Then, the cabin was closed again, and a few seals were added from the outside. He had been kidnapped. The few corpses that had been thrown off the ship should have come out to check the situation after discovering that the communication spirit stone was useless. However, the guards on the ship had already been replaced. They were enemies everywhere. That night, the Divine Judgment Hall cultivators on the few ships were knocked on the cabin doors one by one, and more unfamiliar cultivators were replaced. In the end, only Jiang Li, who was placed under house arrest, was left on these ships. Time passed bit by bit until the cabin shook. The flying ship that had been maintaining its maximum speed began to slow down and slowly stopped. Only then did Jiang Li wake up from his meditation. He looked at the door, waved his hand, and directly erased the seal outside through the wooden planks before opening the cabin door. Outside, a guy who was about to kick the door suddenly opened the cabin door and fell in, courting death. That person got up in exasperation and wanted to rush up to attack Jiang Li. However, before Jiang Li could attack, that fellow had already been stopped. "All right, don't attack our guests." Pushing aside his reckless subordinate, a lion-like middle-aged man walked in. Alliance leader Jiang is indeed a young genius. Such a calm bearing is really admirable. I believe Alliance leader Jiang should understand your current situation. Please follow me. An esteemed guest has invited you. Jiang Li's calm appearance clearly surprised the group of people who rushed in. The saber shackles that had long been prepared did not land on him. It was the cultivator who looked like the leader and wore the beast skin of a golden lion. He smiled and invited him to disembark. The invitation of the Beast Frenzy Sect's sect master, Senior Kong She, really cannot be rejected. Standing in front of Jiang Li was the sect master of the low-grade Divine Judgment faction, the Beast Frenzy Sect. He was a peak soul formation expert. Because of the Iron Wolf Sect, the Great Mountain Alliance and this Beast Frenzy Sect had never been on good terms. Previously, the Beast Frenzy Sect had caused them a lot of trouble and conflicts often erupted in Phoenix Sun City. Later on, the Great Mountain Alliance joined the Divine Judgment Hall. It was impossible for Jiang Li to repay evil with kindness. When distributing supplies in the Azura world, they often took revenge for personal grudges and deliberately obstructed them. By delaying their distribution time and deducting the quantity, they were given the least materials and an additional 6,070% of feces soil. They were furious. No one expected that the leaders of both sides would meet here in this way. Haha, Alliance leader Jiang, you must be joking. Our esteemed guest. Kong Shi patted Jiang Li on the shoulder. The two sides left the flying ship like good friends who had not seen each other for many years. After going out, Jiang Li discovered that this flying ship was parked at an unfamiliar sea stronghold. Apart from the salty sea breeze, there was also the wild smell of carnivores. In this stronghold, there were iron wolves, bronze tigers, silver bears, and golden lions. 4 powerful demon beasts from the myriad beast plains were raised. There were even more than the human cultivators on the island. Sect Master Kong, this is not a place where strategic resources should be. Aren't you afraid of the Divine Judgment Hall's punishment for delaying the opportunity like this? On the way, Jiang Li was still in the mood to ask about these things. Alliance leader Jiang, worrying too much. Our sect's cultivators have never received the mission of the Divine Judgment Hall to escort supplies. We've already lent 200 golden lions to the Phoenix Sun City branch. What has the loss of wartime supplies got to do with us? On the other hand, the Great Mountain Alliance should consider how to explain the loss of these ships to the Cloud Manor. As soon as they disembarked, someone threw a fire torch into the flying ship. A raging fire immediately ignited inside. It seemed that they wanted to burn these ships of supplies to ashes. I see. Sect Master Kong, you've thought things through thoroughly. I admire you. To be able to do such a thing under the watch of the Dragon Transformation Island, it seems that they are also with you. You've colluded to this extent. In that case, am no longer able to resist. The two of them said terrifying things, but their expressions did not change at all. They even walked side by side with a smile. In next to no time, Jiang Li was brought to a secret room. The leaders of the Iron Wolf, Bronze Tiger, and Silver Bear sects were already waiting inside. Apart from them, two Soul Formation Realm armored trolls were sitting at the front. In their hands, they were each holding a dead child and eating greedily. After Jiang Li was brought in, the four of them looked forward to seeing shock, fear, and other expressions on his face. However, this did not happen. Disappointment revealed a disappointed expression on Jiang Li's face. Did Galenran not come? I really didn't expect that fellow who calls himself a noble to be such a coward. Is he so easily frightened by Gaitanchu? The matter of Gaitanchu being heavily injured was not spread out. The fact that he had almost died at his hands made it even worse. Naturally, he did not dare to take the risk personally. To think that Jiang Li had pretended to be weak on the flying ship and acted like a sheep for so long, but in the end, the other party only sent two subordinates over. Jiang Li really wanted to try the effect of the bloodthirsty trident against the armored trolls. There were only two armored trolls equivalent to the Soul Formation realm of humans. Even if Jiang Li only used his fists, it would not take much effort to deal with them. There was no way to test the real effect. Forget it. With these two and the entire Beast Frenzy sect, I didn't waste 2 days after all. Chapter 459. You've gone too far. 1. Hey kid. Just a puppet that was pushed out as a leader. Stop bluffing. Where did you learn of Lord Galenran's name? Did Cloud Manor tell you? At this point, stop playing tricks. Those guys from Cloud Manor can't protect you here. Tell me all the information about that kind of mad blood weapon. How many reserves does the Divine Judgment Hall have? What weakness does this weapon have? If you cooperate, there's still a chance of survival. Otherwise, these two lords will personally smash open your head and eat it. The sect master of the Iron Wolf sect who wore a wolf skin bared his yellow teeth and walked over to Jiang Li. The strong tone was probably enough to withstand burning. The effect of the dirty tooth filth was not inferior to some poison. He looked at Jiang Li disdainfully, showing extreme disdain. Just based on Jiang Li's age, these few fellows were confident that it was impossible for him to possess much strength. The alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance was definitely a puppet controlled. Although this situation was not common, they had seen many of it. It was precisely because of this that they felt humiliated when they saw the calm expression Jiang Li revealed. Coupled with the conflict between the Beast Frenzy sect, the Iron Wolf sect, and the Great Mountain Alliance, the sect master of the Iron Wolf sect wanted to make Jiang Li suffer first. In any case, as long as he could still speak, it would be fine. His palm turned into a wolf claw, shooting out a few sharp curved claws. About to cut a few holes in Jiang Li's face, the sharp claws reflected a dark green luster. It was the wolf poison attached to them. Once he was tainted, if it was not removed in time, this poison could slowly transform the victim into a monster without rationality. Back then, when the Iron Wolf sect attacked Ink sect, a large number of night wolves were infected by this wolf poison. However, the sect master of the Iron Wolf sect, who had an excited expression and wanted to take revenge, felt a chill on his wrist. Then, his furry wolf claw had already arrived in Jiang Li's hand. A smelly blood spurted out of the artery on his wrist. After several breaths, he felt pain. What did you do to me? How dare you? You actually dare to attack me? The sect master of the Iron Wolf sect looked at his bleeding wrist in a daze. He did not see what had happened. It was not only him. The others in the secret room did not see clearly what Jiang Li had done. He actually instantly removed one of the Soul Formation cultivator's hands. Bang! Jiang Li waved the wolf claw in his hand and sent the furious Iron Wolf sect's sect master flying. You already attacked. Yet you still ask me if I dare? How stupid. If not for the fact that there were still forces of the Beast Frenzy sect and the Iron Wolf sect in the myriad beast plains that needed these four guys to help Jiang Li subdue them easily, the immortal slaying flying sword would have been aimed at his head. Everyone present was at the soul formation realm. Search Webnovel. The although they were shocked by the strength Jiang Li displayed, they all reacted in an instant. 5 streaks of light shot towards Jiang Li at the same time. The distance was not far to begin with, so there was no chance to dodge. A huge energy wave erupted and instantly destroyed the underground secret room. The earth buildings above were lifted up by this force and sent flying thousands of feet. At the core of the energy explosion, 3 artifacts and 2 armored troll weapons with different styles were firmly pressed against Jiang Li's body. They erupted with the greatest killing intent without any fear, wanting to destroy Jiang Li's body. Any ordinary soul formation cultivator would probably be heavily injured this time. However, when placed on Jiang Li's body, these 5 attacks only pressed down on his skin until it caved in and deformed, but they were unable to break through his defense for a long time, not causing even a drop of blood to flow out. Swoosh! The inverted domain spread out, and the roaring energy was reversed. The 3 humans and 2 demons that surrounded him were struck by their own strength and sent flying out. Acting as dogs for these monsters and even feeling a sense of superiority from it. Consider me merciful, I'll give you a chance to be my dog. Perhaps in a few hundred years, you can repay the sins you carry. Kneel in front of me. This is your last chance. In the center of the energy explosion, Jiang Li, who was floating in the air and looking down, was not even tainted by any dust. Looking at the pathetic higher-ups who had become traitors, he was still merciful and planned to give them a way out. Damn it. This kid is not simple. Attack together and capture him. The Iron Wolf, Bronze Tiger, Silver Bear and Golden Lion experts quickly retreated a distance. However, that was not to run, because the Beast Frenzy sect walked the path of beast taming and was not good at fighting with their main body. This was also the reason why they were easily suppressed by Jiang Li earlier. The 4 beast-controlling bags opened. The 4 demon beasts that were originally in a slumber appeared under their summoning. Their metallic bodies carried the power to tear everything apart with every move. Then, the 4 human traitors emitted very similar spiritual lights and directly entered the powerful demon beast they had summoned. After the 2 fused, the Iron Wolf, Bronze Tiger, Silver Bear, and Golden Lion stood up and transformed into their beast forms. The aura on their bodies directly doubled. This was especially true for the Golden Lion King, who had already reached the peak of the soul formation realm. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Li. Chapter 460 You've gone too far. 2. All elders and disciples below the soul formation realm, retreat. This is not a battle you can participate in. The strong Golden Lion Beastman Kong Shi still maintained his rationality. He got his 3 brothers to attack while he first ordered the disciples to retreat. Then, he planned to join the battle, but just as he was about to attack, a familiar black iron wolf flew towards him. Hearing the painful whimper, he knew that such a strange flying posture was definitely not his choice. He raised his lion claw to catch his companion with a thick meat cushion, but he only felt a strong force coming at him, pushing the lion person whose entire body was covered in gold back several thousand feet, leaving 2 deep ravines in the ground before stopping. After putting down the huge iron wolf, a deep depression appeared in the abdomen of the huge beast. The sect master of the Iron Wolf sect, who had already fused with his beast pet, was actually kicked flying in a single exchange. Then, there were 2 more explosions. The other 2, the Bronze Tiger and Silver Bear, were also sent flying by the exaggerated brute force. The place where they were struck deformed and caved in. A terrifying force pierced through their bodies, causing them to be unable to stand up for a long time. The 4 types of demon beasts in the myriad beast planes relied on their natural ability to devour metal ores and forge a hard body. They had always been successful in close combat. They did not expect to be suppressed by a seemingly harmless human today. Not only that, Jiang Li even planned to take down their entire base alone and not let a single one escape. While fighting intensely, a resplendent green spiritual light erupted from his body. Huge plants broke out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, It tore apart the entire base and expanded outwards at a speed faster than those fleeing disciples. A forest of carnivorous beasts that covered the sky quickly captured the disciples of the Beast Frenzy sect and the demon beasts that were running around. While executing such a large-scale spell technique, Jiang Li's fists did not slow down at all. He was still suppressing the two armored trolls. The abilities of the two armored trolls were ice and water control. When combined, they could similarly erupt with even greater strength. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of ice crystal shields could be formed. The other summoned seawater and froze it into a huge frost monster that pounced at Jiang Li. The ice was as fragile as paper in Jiang Li's hands. It would not be long before the two armored trolls were defeated by Jiang Li. Kid, you've gone too far. Even if I die, I'll drag you into the netherworld. The Beast Frenzy sect master, who had transformed into a golden lion, was furious. He had already completely forgotten the fact that he and the others had tried everything to bring Jiang Li here. They only felt that Jiang Li's action of pretending to be weak and bullying them was extremely shameless. After reaching out with claws that were more than 10 feet long and tearing apart a few trees beside him, the golden lion continued to roar. All soul formation elders, activate the secret technique. Follow me to kill this person. The golden lion that Kongshi had fused with grew taller again. Every time the muscles in its body constricted, a terrifying sound similar to metal deformation could be heard. Beast awakening. Golden lion roar. With 4 claws on the ground, the lion opened its bloody mouth. Golden energy roared from its mouth and shot towards Jiang Li, who was suppressing the two armored trolls. Jiang Li had just smashed the frost monster and was using his right hand to grab the armored troll's face and lift it into the air. As soon as he touched the other party's mask, a large amount of frost immediately appeared on his hand. This guy struggled on the verge of death and even wanted to freeze Jiang Li. However, Jiang Li was unmoved. He continued to increase his strength, causing the armored troll to struggle in pain. Sensing the surprise attack behind him, Jiang Li calmly turned round and used the troll in his hand as a shield to block the golden energy pillar. Then, he grabbed this monster and rushed in front of the golden lion with the fierce pillar of light. He stuffed this guy whose entire body was emitting cold air into the golden lion's mouth, then flashed to the ground and kicked him ruthlessly in the jaw. The mouthful of fangs was forcefully closed by brute force. The golden pillar of light that had not been completely released erupted with the armored troll's frost. The intense explosion under the extremely low temperature directly blew up his mouth of fangs. Jiang Li did not show mercy when he gained the upper hand. He circulated the blood fiend divine art and punched the golden lion's head 18 times in a row. The heavy fist that was as heavy as a mountain broke the Golden Lion King's secret technique status and even knocked out the fused Kongshi. The armored troll stuffed in the lion's head was like a meat grinder that was stuffed into a meat grinder. It was also heavily injured. Even with powerful recovery abilities, it was impossible to get up in a short period of time. After dealing with the strongest among them, Jiang Li had the time to find his next target. However, at this moment, spiritual light erupted in the surroundings. More and more soul formation elders of the Beast Frenzy sect completed the fusion and entered the secret technique state. They wanted to use numbers to make up for the difference in strength. After a rough count, there were 42 soul formation realm beastmen surrounding Jiang Li. If they did not fuse together, including the demon beasts they controlled, it would be a total of 84 soul formation cultivators. This was only the power stationed at the front line. According to tradition, there would definitely be half of the power left behind in their hometown, the myriad beast plains. That number was extremely terrifying. Although it was the combined strength of the 4 beast control sects, the strength of this Beast Frenzy sect was also top-notch among all the low-grade Divine Judgment cultivators. They were only lacking an Earth Immortal. In his impression, the myriad beast plains did not have so many resources to nurture so many experts. It seemed that they had really obtained a lot of benefits in the deal with the armored trolls. Moreover, it had probably been a long time Looking at the fusion beasts that surrounded him in circles, Jiang Li's gaze was cold, but he still did not have the intention to take out a few Earth-rank weapons. The Beast Frenzy sect was a traitor of the human race. However, these soul formation cultivators were all precious food that Jiang Li needed. It was a pity to accidentally kill them. Letting them become nutrients and dedicate their lives to the human race was much more worth it than killing them directly. If he wanted to capture them alive, the difficulty would increase exponentially. It seemed that he had to find a few helpers. He took out the yin burial coffin from his bosom and threw it to the ground. After enlarging it, it stood upright on the ground like a door. The coffin lid opened automatically, and a few figures walked out. At first, it was two figures covered in wooden patterns and wearing wooden masks. Their figures and movements were almost identical. They were Green Mountain Ascetic and Water Grave Ascetic, formed from Jiang Li's 2-9 Netherwood. Although Water Grave Ascetic had a tree heart left in the 10 directions region to guard it, with its accumulation, splitting a second tree heart would not affect its combat strength much. Behind them was the divine statue clone sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform. Then, there was the fallen blood yaksha that flapped its blood-colored wings, had 6 arms, and its entire body was covered in strange patterns. There was also the fused 2 mountain spirit fox, black jade, and white jade. The 5-tailed spirit fox, 2 mountains Wuya, had already recovered from her injuries and was trying to grow a 6th tail. There was also the treasure-hunting rat that had its tail cut off, as well as the soul formation armored troll that had turned over a new leaf. In the end, Qin Shuman slowly floated out of the coffin after having absorbed the power of the Ghost King to advance to the next step. At this moment, the female ghost had already combined with her corpse. She wore a dignified and elegant black dress, and her skin was rosy and lustrous, almost no different from a living person. Following closely behind her was a ball of black and clouds that connected to the hem of her dress. There were 10 million yin burial ghost soldiers that augmented Qin Shuman's body, causing her aura to not be inferior to Jiang Li's 2-9 nether clones. Although there were still only 10 people under Jiang Li, their auras were several times stronger. Apart from Jiang Li, there were 4 of them with peak soul formation combat strength. Chapter 461 Coffin Salvation Book 1. Although these guys seem to be quite resistant to attacks, you still have to be careful not to kill them. Attack. Jiang Li stood on the spot and did not move. The other 9 instantly dispersed. The 2-9 nether clones directly fused into the 9 nether tree realm that Jiang Li had executed. It caused the size of this tree world to suddenly increase by 10 times. Even a soul formation level attack could not easily destroy the trees inside. The plants that entangled them from all directions made the 42 metal beastmen who had transformed feel a huge pressure. They could only continuously wave their beast claws to stop the plants from approaching. As long as they relaxed slightly, they would be bound by various strange plants. Every plant here carried poison. Special acid could corrode metal, and special plants that absorbed and plundered spiritual chi. Cultivators below the soul formation realm could not resist at all. They were captured and swallowed by the man-eating tree realm in an extremely short period of time. Half of the cultivators here would be used as nutrients for the 2-9 netherwood to grow a large number of spiritual root seeds, the 9 nether earth fruits, to control the remaining ones. Even soul formation cultivators would find it difficult to escape without companions once they were bound by the tree world. Just this tree world alone had already caused the entire beast frenzy sect to fall into a bitter battle. This was the first time the female ghost, Qin Shuman, had participated in a battle of this level. However, her figure was still elegant as she calmly roamed the tree world battlefield. Under her dress, it was connected to the pitch-black yin burial ghost cloud, leaving behind large dark clouds that rolled wherever it passed. In the dark clouds, one could vaguely see ferocious ghost soldiers in neat rows. Qin Shuman silently approached a bronze tiger man from behind. The tiger man only felt a chill on his back and instinctively turned around and waved his tiger claws. The tiger claw that was even larger than a shovel slashed accurately across the female ghost's figure. However, although it had a physical body, the tiger claw seemed to have slashed through the air and did not have any effect. Of course, he was not a mortal. The tiger claw condensed powerful spiritual chi and killing intent. It was impossible for the phantom body of a ghost to be immune to such an attack. However, the truth was right in front of him. He could not attack the strange female ghost in front of him. This kind of enemy that could be seen but could not be touched made the bronze tiger man feel fear. Please. Reading on novel. 0G. He waved his claws even more crazily, but everything was still in vain. The target he attacked with all his might was only an illusion. Human's true body was already standing behind the tiger demon. Pew. Her slender and white palm seemed to be able to ignore defense and directly reached into the back of the bronze tiger man. She grabbed the violently beating heart and squeezed it hard. The cold ghost chi instantly froze his vitality. Ghost illusion. Clammed shadow. Heart stealing. After combining the fox demon illusion technique and the Shoe Mountain secret manual, the illusory art life record, Human's illusion technique improved by leaps and bounds. It had already completely surpassed the orthodox fox race. Two mountains Wuya. Facing her illusion technique, even Jiang Li's eyes would be blinded. He could only use his hearing to break Human's illusion technique. She was really good at bullying weaklings. The bronze tiger beastman's entire body stiffened as he fell from the sky. The treasure-hunting rat caught him just in time, at an extremely fast speed. It skillfully threw him into the coffin to prevent him from catching his breath. On the other side, another beastman was shot down by the Buddha demon Thousand Palms of the divine statue clone. The treasure-hunting rat immediately rushed to collect the captives. In this tree world, every moment, a beastman would fall. They clearly had the absolute advantage in numbers, but the beast frenzy sect had become the prey. As long as their elders were thrown into that coffin, they never came out again. In the blink of an eye, there were already more than 10 missing. It was hard to imagine how powerful an artifact space was to trap so many soul formation cultivators. Seek help. Quickly ask the Dragon Transformation Island for help. There must be experts from the Dragon Transformation Island nearby. They've taken our spirit stones. We can give them more. Quickly ask them for help. The sect master of the Beast Frenzy sect had already been crippled by Jiang Li. The leaders of the Iron Wolf, Bronze Tiger, and Silver Bear branches were no longer in the mood to fight. They were gathered together and continuously breaking through to the outer area. Although the three of them were not on par with Kong Shi and had not reached the level of the Soul Formation realm, they were still much stronger than the other elders. Under their combined efforts, a path was slowly opened in the terrifying man-eating tree realm, barely leaving the area of the most intense battles. Under the delay of the other elders, they had a chance to catch their breath. How is it? Did they agree? The silver bear that was the strongest turned around anxiously and asked, if those elders were all defeated, they would definitely not be able to escape. That would not take long. They agreed. Sashu is nearby. The Great Mountain Alliance definitely won't dare to attack the Dragon Transformation Island. She can bring us away. Although the three of them had fused into the Beastman form, their brains were not lost. Even the strongest of them, Kong Shi, was beaten to death in a few breaths. That guy had so many powerful helpers. This time, they had met with an unstoppable foe. The Great Mountain Alliance was indeed a force valued by the Cloud Manor. It was definitely not something they could deal with. Soon, as the last huge tree in front of them collapsed, the three of them finally saw the light of day. Chapter 462 Coffin Salvation Book 2, To their joy, a flying ship from the Dragon Transformation Island appeared in the sky ahead. As long as they boarded that flying ship, the Great Mountain Alliance would definitely not dare to risk offending an Earth Immortal to continue chasing after them. Their lives were saved. The three of you. You invited me here as a guest, but you want to leave without saying goodbye. Isn't this a little too rude? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind, causing the three of them to explode in fear. Accompanied by Jiang Li's cold voice, a chain flew out from behind and directly grabbed one of the silver bear's hind legs. The silver bear leader, famous for his immense strength, stopped in his tracks. Even if his other three claws dug into the ground and he used all his strength, he was unable to stop Jiang Li from pulling him back bit by bit. The two leaders, Iron Wolf and Bronze Tiger, still wanted to pull back the silver bear, but the combined strength of the three metal beasts was still unable to compare to Jiang Li. In fact, the speed at which he was pulled back by the chains did not decrease at all. What kind of monster is he? Why does he have such strange strength? Sorry, Silver Bear. Let's go. The remaining Iron Wolf and Bronze Tiger could only give up and escape to the Dragon Transformation Island's flying ship in a sorry state. If they continued like that, they would only be pulled towards Jiang Li. Captain Sasha, let them stop. Help us this time. We're willing to pay another 50 top-grade spirit stones. No. 80. The Dragon Transformation Island's flying ship landed. The two metal beastmen shrunk their bodies and immediately jumped up to hide behind Sasha. With the backing of the Dragon Transformation Island, the two leaders finally felt a little safe. After all, they still did not know Gaitancha's current terrible situation. They thought that the name of an Earth Immortal was enough to suppress this sea. These two also tried to get Sasha to appear and stop the violent invasion of the Great Mountain Alliance. Your Beast Frenzy sect is really rich. How can I not be tempted by such a price? Captain Sasha looked at the two beastmen and smiled gorgeously. Her left and right arms quickly softened and twisted, turning into two disgusting seven-sided dragon eels. Iron Wolf and Bronze Tiger were overjoyed. They thought that this female pirate was going to attack for them and hurriedly reminded her, Captain Sasha, that kid is a body cultivator and is very strong. You have to be careful, you're a broken bar weight. What are you doing? Let go of us. Are you going to break the agreement? However, in the next moment, the two arms that had turned into seven-faced dragon eels fell off Sasha's body and wrapped around the two of them without any warning. The terrifying suction cups pierced through their metal skin and quickly absorbed their stamina and spiritual chi. With their strength, they could not break free from the control of the peak soul formation cultivator, Sasha. What happened next made their hearts drop to their pelvis. Sasha, who had temporarily lost her arms, took a few steps forward, then knelt on the ground, respectfully lowering her head towards Jiang Li. Lord, the hidden sentries planted in the vicinity of the Beast Frenzy sect have all been eliminated. There won't be any news leaked. The second captain of the Dragon Transformation Island was practically the third person in this medium-sized Divine Judgment faction. Such a Sasha actually expressed submission to Jiang Li. She had been wandering in the nearby sea area from the beginning to deal with their Beast Frenzy sect. This extremely unreal scene made them completely despair. Then, they were thrown into the ordinary-looking coffin together with Silver Bear. It was as if they had entered another world. The ground was made of countless corpses. On the surface of the grassland, there was a sea of spider lilies. In the center were two huge divine trees that were growing in reverse. Countless roots that connected the sky and earth stretched out from them. On them were tied up, and a large number of Beast Frenzy sect cultivators were wailing in pain. There were also more than 20 soul formation elders and their sect master, Kongshi. Below the two trees was a large pile of boxes with the symbol of the Great Mountain Alliance. Those were the mad blood weapons that should have been destroyed by them. Noon 0 Vol 0 RG. It turned out that they had already been transferred here unknowingly. They had only burned a few empty ships previously. From the beginning to the end, only their Beast Frenzy sect was toyed with. What a powerful artifact space. However, his mistake was that he shouldn't have locked up so many of us. Save them first. Then, attack this artifact from the inside. We can definitely escape. The binding on their bodies disappeared. The three of them dodged the roots that wrapped around them and their minds immediately became active. 4 hours later, the 42 soul formation elders of the Dragon Transformation Island, their demon beasts, and the two armored trolls had all been thrown into the coffin. With the binding of the yin burial coffin, Jiang Li and the others did not need to accurately grasp their strength and beat these fellows to the point of near death. As long as they were temporarily stunned or bound, they could throw them into the coffin and end the battle. This was much more convenient, but it also left more pressure on the coffin. There was no need to mention those weak disciples and elders. Under the pressure of the coffin, they only needed the fragrance of the spider lily and carefree grass to completely lose themselves. However, it was not so easy to control more than 80 soul formation prisoners. Under the premise that they could not kill, they resisted together. Even medium-grade earth rank artifacts emitted creaking sounds. The coffin lid was lifted slightly from time to time, and some spiritual chi leaked out. That guy was stirring up trouble inside. Jiang Li took out 6 coffin nails, but after hesitating for a moment, he did not immediately use these nails to fix them onto the coffin. The yin burial coffin had just advanced to the medium-grade earth rank not long ago, and its accumulation was not deep enough. If he immediately nailed the remaining 6 coffin nails, it would be too excessive and harm its foundation. Perhaps he could use other methods to strengthen the power of the yin burial coffin. He thought for a moment before putting away the coffin nail. He then placed his palm on the coffin lid and closed his eyes. The 3-headed nascent soul in his body slowly opened its eyes. The 3 pairs of eyes searched in its body. Then, a small piece of fine text on one of the arms suddenly became active. A moment later, ancient words appeared between Jiang Li's brows. These words seemed to be alive as they moved along the skin of Jiang Li's arm in an orderly manner before finally climbing onto the coffin lid. The power in Li's words seemed to be extremely compatible with the yin burial coffin. As soon as it covered a small area, it quickly made the coffin that was still swaying stop. Coffin Salvation Book, open the path for the dead to cry. Surround the 12 coffin salvation pillars. Pray to the imperial court of the 9 heavens. The sound of the gong resonates 3 times, leading everyone to rise up the ranks. Although they can't be seen, we know that the gods exist above us all. Let us offer incense first incense, second incense, and third incense. 3 incense sticks have burned. To the spirit of our ancestors, first kowtow, second kowtow, and third kowtow. The 3 kowtows are completed. As more and more words covered the coffin, countless threads of fragrance that emitted a faint red light and white candles that were burning appeared in the coffin space. Every 3 sticks of incense were placed in a group of 2 white candles and filled the ground. As wisps of incense lingered, the prisoners in the coffin only felt the pressure around them increase and the strength they could unleash decrease. Their knees creaked. A moment later, they finally could not endure it anymore. All of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards the incense and red candles. No matter how they struggled and resisted, they could not stand up and could only kowtow repeatedly. There was no dignity to speak of as a soul formation cultivator. The coffin burial ceremony was created by Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan in the first place. In this coffin salvation book, it only recorded the process of paying respects to the coffin that mortals knew. However, it contained a magical power that greatly increased the power of the yin burial coffin, suppressing all the prisoners in one go. After a short while, Jiang Li put away the coffin and finally heaved a sigh of relief, and then a smile arose on his face. The gains this time were really huge. Chapter 463 Perfect Battle Opportunity. If an ordinary sect was attacked by Jiang Li this time, through the upgraded version of the 9 Nether Earth Fruit, Jiang Li could at most control an 1/3 of the soul formation cultivators. However, the Beast Frenzy sect was different. They were known for controlling beasts. Although they might not have much advantage under normal circumstances, every soul formation elder basically corresponded to a demon beast equivalent to the soul formation realm. This combination of 42 was equivalent to 84 soul formation cultivators. In theory, every pair could nurture an upgraded version of the 9 Nether Earth Fruit for Jiang Li. Jiang Li only needed to convert half of them and use the produced Earth Fruits to control the remaining soul formation elders. As long as he controlled the Beast Tamer, their war beasts could also be used by him. The conversion rate of experts could reach 50%. This was already very impressive. After the two nine Netherwood completely digested them, this time, Jiang Li's gains were practically equivalent to the gains of an entire Great Mountain Alliance. After that, using the four leaders, Iron Wolf, Bronze Tiger, Silver Bear, and Golden Lion to devour the remaining forces in the Myriad Beast Plains, his gains could double. At that time, no matter if he let them join the Great Mountain Alliance or become an independent faction, they would be of great help to Jiang Li. Many things could be done with just a word from him. If they joined the Great Mountain Alliance, as long as another Earth Immortal appeared on his side, he could immediately advance to the medium-sized Divine Judgment Realm without any reservations. At that time, not only could he enjoy the resources and support of the Divine Judgment Hall, Jiang Li could also blend into a higher circle and come into contact with those experts who walked at the front of the path of cultivation. It was impossible to wait for the cultivators of the Great Mountain region to naturally advance and slowly develop the Great Mountain Alliance to that extent without 100 or 200 years. That was because there was a vast amount of resources and the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region did not lack high-grade inheritances. However, with Jiang Li's advancement speed, he clearly could not wait. If they wanted to expand their forces in a short period of time, other than changing their sect to join other forces, the only choice was to annex others. The disappearance of the Beast Frenzy sect would only be beneficial to the entire cultivation world of the eastern region. To the outside world, with the Dragon Transformation Island covering for him and this war as a reason, no one would care much. After roughly cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Li rode the Dragon Transformation Island's flying ship and left. The Mad Blood weapons in his coffin were also distributed to the other sects in this sea area. There was no time to waste. After they left, the 9 nether tree realm that covered the sky and sun began to quickly collapse, quickly scattering into ashes. Once the rising waves hit, there was no longer any trace left. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours passed. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from below the sea, and a large number of bubbles surged up from the bottom of the water. A moment later, a petite armored troll jumped out of the water. Seeing that there was no one around, it stuck to the water surface and rushed out of the sea. In a short period of time, the long and narrow frontline sea area of the eastern region's cultivation world had already suffered heavy losses. Many sea beasts that were controlled to join the battlefield were almost extinct in a short period of time. The wretched and disgusting armored trolls that had been hiding behind the sea beasts and ambushing them as they could suddenly attacked crazily and fought desperately with the large number of strongholds on the front line. At the beginning of the collision, large and small forces took out their Mad Blood weapons. The weapon that did not seem to be very powerful displayed a dominating effect when facing the armored trolls. As long as they touched it, the trolls would quickly deform on the spot and turn into a disgusting ball of flesh, completely losing all rationality and combat strength. Unfortunately, this kind of weapon had just been introduced not long ago. The supplies from the front line were extremely limited. The emergency supplies at the back had yet to be delivered, causing an awkward situation. After throwing out the first wave, most of the strongholds did not have any stock. The group of armored trolls only took advantage of this point and attacked even more crazily. They had to force the cultivation world of the eastern region to fight them to the death before the weapons that countered them were popularized on a large scale. This method could weaken the Divine Judgment Hall as much as possible. In less than a day, many small factions had accumulated merit points that they had not been able to obtain for several years. However, at the same time, the tragic losses were also shocking. A large number of strongholds were destroyed by the attacks. There were still more forces bitterly holding on, but more than 70% of the losses were enough to defeat them. After this battle, countless small forces would disappear in the long river of history. Under such circumstances, it would have been fine if it was in the past. How could there be no deaths in war? How could it not be tragic? However, at this critical moment where they had found a decisive weapon and were about to win, Such a pointless sacrifice was too much of a pity. Countless cultivators with a bright future fell before success. On such a battlefield, only the sea area controlled by the Dragon Transformation Island was considered calm. The armored troll army that should have attacked this place still held back for some reason. On a rock island in the outer sea, Galenran held his newly grown arm and looked at the Dragon Transformation Island stronghold in front of him with hatred. Originally, for armored troll nobles like them, losing an arm and growing it back was easy. However, after being invaded by the blood of madness, his body seemed to have forgotten that he still had an arm and could not grow a new limb. After that time, he ate countless portions of nourishment before regrowing his arm. However, for some reason, his arm was still not very agile. It was precisely because of this that he, who had practically escaped death, did not dare to face Gaitanch again. Lord Galenran, Commander Slaughter has sent another letter urging us to attack. Lord Slaughter said. He said that delaying the opportunity. If you don't attack now, he might revoke your noble title. A subordinate reported to him in fear, causing the two eyeballs under the armor to instantly become densely bloodshot. That fool. What an imbecile. He doesn't understand my great plan at all. Why would such a person be the commander? I really hope that stupid guy will suffer a little. It's best if he dies there. HMPH. Are Ice Priest and Water Rock back yet? After venting his anger for a while, Galenran could only force himself to calm down. He was waiting for news from his two subordinates. If they could successfully destroy a portion of those strange weapons or find the weakness of those weapons, he would be the greatest contributor to this battle. However, the two subordinates did not send a message back for a long time. It was unknown if they had died there. If the operation failed, he could only attack like those boorish fools. Otherwise, he would be reduced to a deserter and a sinner who would never be able to raise his head again. Just as he was hesitating, another armored troll rushed in from outside. It's Fran. Lord Fran is back. Behind him was Galenfran, who had disappeared for a long time after that incident. Hearing this name, Galenran's eyes immediately flashed with pleasant surprise. However, after seeing this sister's appearance, he was furious again. Fran, what happened? What did they do to you? The clothes on Galenfran were tattered, and there were many scars on her exposed skin. The most terrifying thing was that the color of the right side of Fran's body was clearly different from the left side. It looked exactly like the new arm. Clearly, Galenfran had encountered a very cruel experience during her disappearance. The Dragon Transformation Island betrayed us. Fran spoke calmly, as if nothing could interest her. I know that. I knew it. They must have captured you. The Dragon Transformation Island has taken so many benefits from us and actually harmed you. Thero absolutely unforgivable. Galenran was even angrier. Then, the petite armored troll threw out another piece of news. The Beast Frenzy sect has been destroyed. It's the Dragon Transformation Island. Bang! Galenran crushed the stone handle. The stone that was harder than diamond turned to dust in his hand without any resistance. I took advantage of the chaos in the Dragon Transformation Island to escape. There, I obtained two important pieces of news. Before Ice Priest and Water Rock were killed, they had successfully destroyed the remaining Mad Blood weapons. One more thing. The Dragon Transformation Island was attacked a few days ago. Be it good news or bad news, Fran's expression and tone did not change. Gaitanchu, the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head, was heavily injured in that attack. He's currently in seclusion and can't recover for a short period of time. As Galenfran spoke calmly, Galenran's vertical eyes became brighter and brighter. It did not matter if his two subordinates died or not. These two pieces of news were too timely. Is the news reliable? He had also heard of the incident that happened in the Dragon Transformation Island, right after his battle with Gaitanchu. However, he did not expect the situation to be so serious. If Gaitanchu was heavily injured, wouldn't that mean that his chance for revenge was about to come? It's reliable. I verified it 13 times. There won't be any problems. After saying that, the armored troll, who was called the Strange Doctor in the Galan race, walked to the side and did not say anything else. She did not even look at her brother once. Good, this is great. This is the perfect opportunity. You guys, quickly take my best nourishment and heal Fran. Everyone else, gather and attack. Chapter 464, Luring the enemy to a decisive battle. 2. Galenron was not angry at Fran's attitude. This was the usual personality of the strange doctor, Fran. She was cold and extremely rational. Although Galenron did not like this personality, he could completely believe her words. Fran was not strong, but she had unbelievable knowledge and intelligence. Organ modification, limb suturing, life mutation. As long as she was given time, a terrifying army could walk out of that strange laboratory. Moreover, what outsiders did not know was that he had relied on this sister of his to achieve his current strength. Back then, Fran had given him a strange wriggling piece of meat. It was that lump of flesh that made him the armored Viscount of today. This was also an important reason why he had decisively shed all pretense of cordiality and attacked the Dragon Transformation Island after receiving the distress signal. Moreover, Fran had never said much to him, but the information and suggestions she gave were never wrong. The Mad Blood weapons were destroyed, and Gaitanchu was heavily injured. If these two pieces of news were brought back by someone else, even if it was his subordinates, he would have to consider it carefully and maintain his suspicion. However, he could trust Galenron unconditionally. Unfortunately, he did not know that the current Fran had already given her loyalty to a human that he looked down on. The armored troll army that had already gathered began to move under the orders of the Viscount. Millions of armored warriors covered a large area of the sea and ran forward on the seawater. Soon, they saw the Dragon Transformation Island fortress that had just been established. Galenron jumped into the sky. As the surrounding air trembled, the nearby energy spontaneously gathered and condensed into more than 10 blue balls of light around him. Then, he raised his hand and pointed forward. The blue ball of light that had compressed a huge amount of energy landed on the Dragon Transformation Fortress. The temporary fortress was naturally not as sturdy as before. The formation light membrane only endured 6 balls of light before exploding. The remaining blue ball of light landed on the fortress building without any obstruction. The terrifying shockwave instantly tore everything apart. Cultivators below the Soul Formation realm were instantly reduced to ashes. Only a few Soul Formation elders barely survived the explosion and fled in the opposite direction. The corners of his mouth raised into a dangerous smile. He waved his hand again, shooting balls of light at the fleeing guys. After several more explosions, most of the fleeing elders were blown to pieces, leaving only one person who continued to escape in fear. At the critical moment of this race war, Gaitanchu actually did not appear here. This further confirmed Fran's information. Looking at the last Soul Formation cultivator who was fleeing quickly, he did not immediately pursue and kill him. Galenron wanted to keep him alive and let him seek help. He wanted him to send the news back. He wanted to pour his fear on this battlefield. Millions of armored trolls charged straight in. There were few humans who could match them. 4 hours later, Galenron completely relaxed. The Land of Storms was not far from here. With the speed of an Earth Immortal expert, it would take less than half an hour to arrive. If Gaitanchu was not injured, if he still had those strange weapons, he could completely kill his way over in a short period of time and use those weapons to slaughter wantonly. He could easily achieve great results. However, Gaitanchu did not appear. Not even a shadow appeared. Along the way, the armored trolls army destroyed more than 20 strongholds easily. All the humans who saw them chose to flee without any fighting spirit. Without experts of the same level presiding, the army led by Galenron was almost invincible. Lord, if we destroy 5 more strongholds, we can directly attack the land of the Azure Cloud continent. At that time, Lord Galenron will be the 7th lord in history to achieve this. There are countless nourishments awaiting us. Wealth, fame, we can plunder them without fear. As it turned out, there was also a tradition of sucking up to the armored trolls. Galenron enjoyed it very much. If he could really do this, The reputation and credit he obtained might allow his title to advance further. No, you can't do that. However, at this moment, Fran, who had been following behind him, stopped him. Galeran was puzzled, but he was very patient with Fran. We can travel freely in this sea because this is the wart zone of the Dragon Transformation Island. There are no experts presiding here, so we can do this. Once we enter the continent and leave the wart zone of the Dragon Transformation Island, we will face the siege of even stronger enemies. At that time, we might be completely wiped out. The strange doctor, Fran, poured cold water on him without any mercy. This also made Galeran calm down and give up his tempting death plan. What should we do now? He might as well use the strange doctor, Fran, as a strategist. Attack the Dragon Transformation Island and capture Gaitanchu. I can convert him into our clansman. Converting an Earth immortal? Then, wouldn't he be able to obtain a subordinate of the same level? When he thought of this possibility, Galeran's mind shook. Chapter 465, Luring the enemy to a decisive battle. 1. Moreover, if they completely captured a medium-sized Divine Judgment faction, they could also bring back a large number of high-grade heads and similarly exchange them for considerable battle merits. It indeed sounded much more reliable than directly killing his way into the continent. Alright, change direction and attack the Dragon Transformation Island. Under his command, a large number of armored trolls turned in front of a fortress and advanced at full speed towards the storm not far away. In the fortress, pairs of emotionless eyes were watching all of this happen and transmitting the scene in real time. The strongholds and fortresses that had been destroyed by the armored troll army had actually been emptied long ago. With a powerful enemy in front of them, an order to escape or strategically transfer was easier to accept than defending and courting death. This was the order of the Dragon Transformation Island, so the large and small forces stationed in this area naturally had no reason to refuse. They were very obedient and were sent out to the Land of Storms to set up defenses. In the original base, those who were killed were not real people. They were the wood demons that Jiang Li had enlightened, the corpses possessed by the Yin burial ghost soldiers, and some mechanical puppets in disguise. Jiang Li had set up the spirit surging technique on some of the wood demons and transferred his spiritual chi into their bodies. Coupled with the effects of some runes, he could disguise the aura of a soul formation cultivator. If they really fought, they would naturally be exposed, but they could still pretend in this case. Now, it seemed that the effect was not bad. Galeran was about to treat himself as the king of the world. The armored troll army quickly stood in front of the Land of Storms. The Dragon Transformation Island, which had just experienced a calamity, welcomed a brand new challenge. There were also more than 1 million human cultivators hiding behind the wind wall. They held their weapons tightly and were prepared to fight to the death. Looking at the wind wall in front of him, it rumbled and floated into the air with more than 500 soul formation realm armored trolls behind him. The armored troll Viscount opened his hands as if he was hugging the world. The soul formation armored trolls behind him and the millions of armored trolls on the sea also raised their hands at him. A terrifying energy that he had never seen or heard of before began to gather. The robe no longer swayed. The sea breeze that was always above level 10 actually quieted down at this moment. The waves on the sea below gradually calmed down. It was as if the waves and sea breeze were holding their breaths in fear. Something terrifying was coming out. With the support of more than 500 armored trolls, a blue ball of light that was more than 100 feet in diameter formed on his hands. However, this was not the end. 10, 100, 1,000. Every ball of light was compressed with suffocating power. He wants it. Damn it. Disperse. Everyone, disperse. The cultivators who were lying in ambush in the wind wall node and prepared to attack the armored trolls when they crossed the wind wall did not expect such a thing to happen. They quickly retreated along the passageway opened by the array formation. However, the balls of light that had condensed a huge amount of energy had already smashed over. Jiang Li, who was standing within the wind wall, had a solemn expression in his eyes. Galeran had actually chosen to use such a direct method to break through the wind wall. Blue light soared into the sky. and the endless wind wall was torn apart by endless energy. In the sea below, countless rocks that were either bright or dark were directly erased by this force. Previously, the earth vein of the Dragon Transformation Island had been forcefully extracted by Jiang Li, causing the power of the calamity in the Land of Storms to weaken. Now that they had encountered such an impact, how could they last? After a while, the energy slowly dissipated, but a huge gap had already been permanently opened in the ring-shaped storm wall. The cultivators of the various sects who had ambushed here had also suffered heavy losses. They had been swept into that level of explosion, and even more than 10 soul formation cultivators had died. Without the obstruction of the wall of storms, the two sides finally met. Killed them all. In the next moment, millions of armored trolls surged in from the gap in the wind wall. For a time, countless spiritual lights exploded. Every moment, every second, someone died. For some reason, the humans fell into a disadvantage as soon as they fought and practically collapsed at any moment. As the first cultivator to escape appeared, everyone's morale fell to rock bottom. Figures were fleeing inward everywhere. The armored trolls' eyes were red from killing. They brandished their blades and chased deeper and deeper. Many human cultivators held a few talisman lightning tightly in their hands. As long as they threw out these bloodthirsty weapons, the situation would instantly reverse. However, very few cultivators used them. Most cultivators would rather escape in a sorry state than use them. This made Galenran and the millions of armored trolls even more arrogant. Although their army had lost the merman race and the advantage of controlling the sea beasts, their battle was the smoothest. In the air, Galenran suddenly sniffed, and then the mouth under the armor split into a horrifying arc. The smell of dragon blood. Gaitanchu, my old friend. So hiding here? He looked at an inconspicuous island not far away and instantly appeared in front of a cave. The smell of dragon blood came from inside. That cave was sealed by a huge stone door with complicated defensive runes engraved on it. However, in front of him, how could the sturdy door withstand it? A few more blue balls of light condensed and landed on the stone door. The runes trembled and shattered, and the cracks became larger and larger. In the end, they could not withstand the pressure and were forcefully broken by the armored trolls. Through the stone door, in the faint light, he could see a black dragon coiled in the depths of the cave, weakly licking its wounds. The color seemed to have changed a little, but he was very familiar with the poisonous dragon blood. Gaitanchu, to think that you would have such a day, hand over your life. He could no longer suppress his desire for revenge and rushed into it. Blue balls of light continuously appeared beside him and smashed towards the black dragon. However, just as he entered, the cave behind him suddenly closed, forming a confined space inside, locking him inside. Outside the cave, a red bolt of lightning shot into the sky. More than 1,000,000 human cultivators on the battlefield looked up at the fire that soared into the sky. This red light seemed to have flipped a switch. It made the originally defeated morale instantly reverse and reach the peak. The human cultivators who had been running in a sorry state immediately stopped. They took out the mad blood weapons that they had long prepared and turned around to counterattack those monsters. Talisman lightning, blood needles, and poisonous arrows. Blood flames, blood water, and blood fog. The armored troll, who had been high-spirited just now, was immediately attacked. The guys chasing at the front were hit without any chance to react. Then, affected by the blood of madness and the power of chaos, they wailed and transformed into lumps of flesh that fell to the sea. In just the first wave, they had killed 150,000 armored trolls. In the hands of human cultivators, they took out even more mad blood weapons. The weapons distributed by Jiang Li were at least enough to fight this battle. When the armored trolls discovered that something was wrong and wanted to escape, they discovered that they had been chasing too enthusiastically just now. Their escape route had already been blocked. They must not have many of those weapons. Let's rush out together. One of the armored trolls encouraged its companions loudly, wanting to rely on a large number to forcefully break out. Then, a huge blood-colored lotus flower blossomed in front of their eyes, directly blocking most of the gap they came from. The trolls rushed in without care, but they discovered that the Red Lotus shadow was filled with the power of chaos. As long as they entered the range of this lotus shadow, they would quickly become deformed meatballs. They would not have the slightest chance of breaking through. In the center of the lotus shadow, the divine statue clone held the demon god's egg in his mouth. The half of the Buddha's face was tightly shut, and the other half's demonic face was lively with furious eyes. The 1,000 hands behind him had already transformed into the Azure demon 1,000 hands. He roared and slapped at the millions of armored trolls. The divine statue clone that could perfectly control the power of chaos was definitely a nemesis to these armored trolls. Chapter 466 Sumiones competing with me in attrition again. 1. Facing the mad blood weapons. The armored troll army collapsed at the first moment. Without the support of Galenran, a large-scale escape was inevitable. In front of them, the blood-cult lotus shadow blocked most of the gap. Under the pursuit of many cultivators, the armored troll army could only bypass the range of the shadow and escape from both sides. That way, they would face the 1,000 palms of the divine statue clone. Against the armored trolls, the divine statue clone in the Azure mode was basically a net-killing machine. These human-eating monsters could only rely on their numbers to forcefully charge out. They could also directly crash into the wind wall and try to escape with the storm. Millions of armored trolls crowded together, meaning that all the attacks directed at them could not miss. In this sea, there was a meatball storm. Countless deformed trolls fell into the sea like dumplings and were swallowed by countless sea beasts that rolled under the water. However, these sea beasts did not eat this dangerous food. Instead, under the control of the merman race, they transported the wriggling balls of flesh into the yin burial coffin hidden underwater. This was an order left behind by Jiang Li. Galenfran, who had lured the enemy into a trap and made a huge contribution, expressed her interest in this kind of deformed flesh ball. Even the dim-witted Galenran knew the importance of Fran, so how could Jiang Li ignore this genius doctor? With such a large number of experimental bodies, she might really be able to develop something. Moreover, these lumps of flesh were actually not dead. Their bodies still retained extraordinary spiritual chi power. Even if Galenfran did not develop anything in the end, the 2-9 netherwood could still absorb these disgusting pieces of flesh as nutrients. Although the efficiency of converting the 9 nether earth fruit would be lower, there were too many of them. The outcome of the battle outside was predestined. After taking out the prepared mad blood weapons, it was impossible for the humans to lose. The only problem now was the powerful armored troll Viscount. After Galenran entered the cave, he did not have the slightest awareness that a villain should speak too much. He raised his hand and directly threw out his energy ball. His innate talent was to control energy and compress it. There was mostly water attribute spiritual chi on the sea, so the energy ball he condensed was blue. If it was a forest or a volcano, the energy balls condensed would be green and red. If it was in a place where spiritual chi was rich in energy, the power of the energy ball would also rise along with it, making it easier to execute. It could also be like before, directly borrowing the power of others to condense an energy ball. It could erupt with extremely terrifying power and even be enough to eliminate natural disasters. Now, the blue energy ball he condensed again smashed into the black dragon in the depths. The explosion of energy destroyed the surrounding disguise. The originally narrow cave collapsed, revealing a huge space that could accommodate a city. This rock island was actually hollow, as if it was disguised as a huge biological shell. Now, he was in it. However, Galenran's attention was not on this. The pair of eyes under the armor stared at the center of the explosion. Blue energy flames were still rising. Gradually, an incomplete body was revealed. Is he dead? No. That's molting. As the energy dissipated further, Galenran suddenly discovered that the black dragon he had struck was simply an empty layer of skin. The smell emitted was only the dragon blood that had been splashed on the dragon's skin. Trap. As soon as this word came out of his mind, a sense of danger came from above. A trident that looked like magma stabbed at him. Looking at the blood cult energy that continuously spread out from the bloodthirsty trident, Galenran's pupils constricted. He would die. He would definitely die if he was hit by the steel trident. Between him and the bloodthirsty trident, he quickly condensed a ball of light and detonated it. While blocking the bloodthirsty trident, it blasted itself far away. The bloodthirsty trident that was sent flying in another direction rolled in the air and finally landed in a powerful hand. Jiang Li had been waiting here for a long time. Galenran, this is a grave I've personally prepared for you. Do you like it? Jiang Li still remembered the scene of him holding those jars with his hands and sending the human children inside to this powerful Viscount armored troll for him to enjoy the brains. Although he had swapped out the few jars at that time, there had been countless human children whose brains had been eaten by this guy over the years. Clearly, the armored troll nobles did not need to eat food and could still maintain their rationality. Galenran only ate it because he wanted to eat it. Regardless of whether this was a racial trait or not, or whether Jiang Li had obtained the human emperor's inheritance, this fellow was an enemy that he had to eliminate. Who are you? Where's Gaitanchu? Swoosh. Jiang Li only felt his vision blur before he appeared before him with a rumbling sound. Galenran held a blue ball of light in his hand and pressed it on his stomach before he could react. Jiang Li was instantly sent flying and smashed into the tortoise shell behind him before stopping. Chapter 467 Sumione's competing with me in attrition again. 2. A huge wound had already appeared on his abdomen. The skin disappeared, revealing the muscles with two colors intertwining. A very powerful weapon. If the one using it was Gaitanchu, I would have died just now. Unfortunately, you too weak and don't have the ability to hit me. In an instant, it blasted Jiang Li flying. He glanced at the bloodthirsty trident that had fallen into the distance, and he felt deep fear in his heart. Fortunately, Gaitanchu was injured. He had already reached the entrance of the hideout, but that guy still did not come out. It seemed that he was indeed very heavily injured. He was probably about to die. In that case, let him send this old friend off. Tell me where Gaitanchu is, or he'll kill you. He slowly walked towards Jiang Li, and two blue balls of light that revolved around each other appeared in his hand. Obviously, if Jiang Li did not say the answer he wanted, these two balls of light would land on his body again. Due to his strength, Galenran felt that he had to succeed this time. However, Jiang Li paid no attention to this fellow's threat. The difference is still too great. Jiang Li, who was still stuck to the inner wall of the tortoise shell, looked at the wound that was quickly healing on his abdomen and shook his head helplessly. Although he had already become much stronger, the difference between him and an Earth immortal was still not made up. Previously, when he met Gaitanchu, he was still protected by a layer of black scale armor. Now, his body was completely bare. If not for the astonishing strength of Chi Yao's muscles, the ball of light just now would have blown away half of his internal organs. Fortunately, even if he possessed the other party's absolute weakness, Jiang Li did not feel that he could easily defeat the other party from the beginning. Due to the huge difference in the level of life between the two sides, as long as the other party remained vigilant, he would not even have the chance to touch a hair. Unless he released the Chi Yu armor again, it would be too dangerous. Therefore, Jiang Li thought of a solution. He disguised Barxia's tortoise shell as an island. After his main body transformed into a dragon, he carefully used the cocoon break skill, leaving behind a complete shell. Coupled with Gaitanchu's blood, he used it to attract the other party. He had done everything he could to lead the other party here because the speed of an Earth immortal far exceeded the limit he could deal with. Even if he held the bloodthirsty trident that could kill in one strike, it was useless if he did not hit it. With such an expert around, he only needed to throw an energy ball from afar to turn the situation in the outside world around. Therefore, he had to resolve it. After thinking about it, the only thing that could restrict this armored troll for a period of time was Barxia's tortoise shell. There was another benefit in this sealed space. Jiang Li pulled himself off the tortoise shell. He raised his hand and pressed at the area of the heart while shouting softly, "Gate of Death, open." His strong heart suddenly tightened, and then his skin quickly turned red and hot. 1,000 hands demon statue slowly rose from behind him and looked kindly ahead. Galeran frowned. His instincts told him that something bad was about to happen. In the next moment, a wave of air puffed up Jiangli's clothes, and countless fine pores on his body opened up at the same time. A large amount of blood-colored steam sprayed out from within, and it spread out as if it was free. This is the highest realm of body technique, blood-colored steam. Him showing enough respect by sending you to your grave like this. Others could not understand Jiangli's words, but Galeran's expression became quite ugly. He already knew what the red steam was. What spewed out of Jiangli's body was the purest top-grade blood energy. In fact, he did not do anything else. He only released the top-grade blood energy that surged out of his body every moment into the air. Gate of death? He just said that for fun. However, such a simple method was fatal to Galeran. Jiangli's body could generate 1,000 units of top-grade blood energy per second and release them into the outside world, turning into a blood-colored hurricane that was spreading continuously. At this speed, it would only take less than 15 minutes to fill the entire Barxia tortoise shell. At that time, Galeran would have nowhere to run. He would lose everything and turn into a ball of flesh without dignity. The two spinning blue balls of light smashed towards Jiangli. He wanted to kill Jiangli quickly. After the highly compressed spiritual chi ball entered the range of the top-grade blood energy, the two opposing energies reacted and suddenly exploded. Due to the fact that the explosion was still a distance away, Jiangli was only pushed back 2 steps by the shock wave and was not injured at all. However, the blood energy that surrounded him was blasted apart even more. The purity of top-grade blood energy was extremely high to begin with. Even if it was diluted 100 times, it was enough to affect the armored trolls. Galeran still wanted to rely on the ball of light to directly deal with Jiangli from afar. But when he saw this scene, he decisively gave up on this idea. If he threw a few more balls of light, he would probably die before he could kill this strange human. He quickly retreated a distance, avoiding the blood-colored energy that spread out from the explosion. Galeran discovered that the human in front of him was already wrapped in even thicker blood energy and could not rush at all. Unable to deal with the source for the time being, the armored troll decisively left and instantly arrived at the edge of the other side of Barxia's tortoise shell. A larger blue ball of light was condensed in his hand. The energy inside the ball of light spun at high speed like a storm. This could further increase the cutting effect of the energy ball. He raised his hand and pushed forward, and the storm energy ball pressed directly on the inner wall of the tortoise shell. If this was only an ordinary rune building, in front of his energy ball, it would be like foam meeting a soldering iron, easily opening a path. However, the battlefield that Jiangli had meticulously prepared would not be so fragile. Amidst intense sizzling sounds, the rumbling ball of light did not advance even an inch. After 30 breaths of time, the ball of light dissipated. The hard tortoise shell's inner wall was only worn away by a thin layer, roughly the diameter of 3 or 4 strands of hair. The thickness of this tortoise shell was about 100 feet. At this speed, it might be worn through in about 10 years, but now, he could not wait 10 years. In less than 15 minutes, he would be covered by the red energy and become a ball of flesh. The only difference between him and other meatballs after losing all rationality was that his strength might swell a little more. No, there's still a chance. Just as he was in despair, Galeran suddenly recalled something. The spiritual chi ball that he had shot out just now had a violent reaction with the red energy. He did not pay much attention at that time, but after the explosion, the red energy was indeed much less. Spiritual chi could counteract that kind of chaotic energy. As if he had found a straw to clutch at, Galeran opened his arms and began to release the spiritual chi in his body. Although the armored trolls were vastly different from humans, there was no doubt that they were also creatures that could become stronger based on spiritual chi. As an expert equivalent to the Earth Immortal realm, the spiritual chi contained in his body was definitely not inferior to a lake. The rumbling blue spiritual chi and Jiangli's top-grade blood energy spread out each other. Soon, They each occupied half of the interior of the tortoise shell and officially collided at the center at a certain moment. It was as if 100,000 tons of hot oil had been poured into 100,000 tons of hot water. The moment the two sides came into contact, a violent explosion occurred, causing the pressure in the sealed space to rise in a straight line, causing Jiang Li's eardrums to hurt. However, the two energies could not fuse together after all, although there were continuous explosions on the line of contact that enveloped a considerable range. However, the blood energy that was successfully stopped continued to spread. Very good, Galenran, am indeed a genius. I've found the weakness of that power. As long as this continues, I'll exhaust all the blood cult energy in the other party's hands. In the end, I'll still be the winner. This armored troll was confident in the boundless spiritual chi in his body. However, he did not know what kind of existence he was competing with in terms of expenditure. Chapter 468 Golden Jade Robe 1. The quality of Jiang Li's top-grade blood energy was very high. The power of chaos he casually released was equivalent to 100 mad blood talisman lightning. In any case, Galenran was an expert equivalent to an earth immortal cultivator, and the spiritual chi in his body was not bad. The two opposing energies were constantly consumed. Amidst the continuous violent explosions, they barely maintained a balance. In the beginning, because the speed at which the blood energy poured into the body was fixed, under the deliberate acceleration of the armored troll Viscount's release, the area enveloped by the power of chaos showed some disadvantage and was compressed bit by bit. If the range of the blood energy was no longer enough to protect Jiang Li, he would definitely be attacked by the other party's lightning. This caused Jiang Li to have no choice but to take out the blood crystal he had long prepared and crush it. He used this method to release more power of chaos to resist his opponent. His foundation was indeed astonishing. The spiritual chi in his body seemed to be endless. In front of this kind of expenditure speed that was faster than opening the floodgate, it took a full 7 days before the other party began to feel exhausted. Then, the blood energy released by Jiang Li began to gain the upper hand, suppressing it bit by bit. In the outside world, the entire eastern region battlefront had already become united. From the next day onwards, the mad blood weapons behind had been delivered. Under the lead of the 3 divine pillars and 12 high-grade divine judgment factions, a great invasion began in the cultivation world of the eastern region. The experts that Jiang Li had heard and not heard of collided crazily on the battlefield. A large amount of space was shattered and healed during the battle. Healing and shattering, the astonishing power boiled the sea in one moment, and in the next moment, moved mountains and created continents. All kinds of forces that Jiang Li could not understand blossomed on the battlefield. Not to mention mortals, even 99% of the immortal cultivators were no different from ants in front of such power. Fortunately, even in such a competition of top strength, the high-level blood of madness was enough to affect the balance of victory. From the top to the bottom, all the battlefields obtained absolute advantage. In the end, the armored trolls that had occupied the eastern sea of the Azure Cloud continent for thousands of years officially fled in defeat. The Divine Judgment Hall organized their combat strength and chased after the main force of the armored trolls for a total of 30,000 miles. They killed less than 1 in 100 enemies who had been trying to invade them. Near the Dragon Transformation Island, cultivators chasing after the armored trolls could be seen everywhere. After all, it was such a large-scale battle. Just the battlefield led by the Dragon Transformation Island alone had invested more than 1 million forces. At this level, even slaughtering pigs and sheep was a huge project. Moreover, there were millions of armored trolls with powerful combat strength running around. The one-sided battle would also take a long time to completely tilt the scales of victory. After the main forces of the armored trolls retreated, they left behind delaying troops to die. A large number of armored trolls who had been abandoned on the battlefield could only run around and hide. If they wanted to completely deal with them, who were hidden in a corner, they would still need to spend a large amount of effort and manpower to slowly eliminate them. This might last for years or even decades. However, the outcome was already set. There was no need to doubt their victory. They had done what senior cultivators had not done for thousands of years. After returning to Barxia's tortoise shell, Jiang Li, whose entire body was spewing out top-grade blood energy, was sitting in a corner and cultivating tightly. Due to his stable foundation and powerful nascent soul, Jiang Li was not worried that his cultivation would be disturbed or suffer from qi deviation. Even if he was ambushed while concentrating on circulating his cultivation technique, his nascent soul could easily endure backlash. Therefore, Jiang Li, who had nothing to do here, carried the intention of not wasting time and started to cultivate by himself. Half a month passed. In the tortoise shell and dragon tomb, the blood cult energy had already completely dominated. The rumbling blue spiritual chi was only left with the last area of about 100 feet. Due to the fluctuation of the two energies colliding, the splattered power of chaos had already begun to touch his body from time to time. At this moment, a muffled cry sounded from Galenran's mouth. He opened his mouth and discovered that the tongue inside had unknowingly transformed into an extremely small armored troll baby that was wriggling its body in his mouth and wailing. This creepy scene was enough to drive people crazy. However, Galenran could still remain calm. He reached into his mouth and grabbed his deformed tongue. Pew! It brought out a stream of dirty blood as he forcefully tore off the deformed baby, crushing the rotten meat in his hand. The armored troll's heart sank to the bottom. Unknowingly, he was corroded by that force and began to mutate. Galenran looked at the depression in front of him. It was the sign that he had been unable to endure the grinding of the spiral energy ball for more than 10 days. Apart from wasting more spiritual chi, this method did not bring any benefits. It was already impossible to forcefully break out of the tortoise shell. The only solution now was to kill that guy before he completely lost this fight. Through the blood cult energy that filled the air, his vertical eyes saw Jiang Li sitting cross-legged on the other side of the tortoise shell space. He did not understand. Could it be that the human race's supply of chaotic energy had really reached this extent? Chapter 469 Golden Jade Robe 2. If the energy in this tortoise shell could be compressed into weapons, it was enough to change the direction of several wars. He actually placed it here and used such a luxurious method to deal with a small viscount like him. Wasn't it a waste to target him like this? In just a moment, 2 more eyeballs grew out of Galenran's shoulder and spun disorderly. More and more blood cult energy had been pushed to his side. There were really only a few drops left in his body. He could not delay any longer. After making up his mind, he stepped on the ground and suddenly rushed into the high concentration of the power of chaos. The distance between the two sides was crossed in the blink of an eye. He tried to condense a spiral energy ball in his palm and use it to smash Jiang Li's head. However, there was only a little spiritual chi left in his body. As soon as it was mobilized, an explosion occurred before it could take shape. Galenran could only give up on this thought and grab Jiang Li's head with his bare hands. Jiang Li had long guessed that the other party might risk his life at this moment. He had already woken up from his cultivation. He raised his hand to block. As he was sent flying, he could sense that 7 or 8 eyeballs had exploded when they collided with his hand. After flying for less than 1,000 feet, Jiang Li flipped over and landed steadily. This time, he was not injured much. If Galenran had resisted the top-grade blood energy and attacked him from the beginning, he might have had a chance to cause trouble for him. However, just as Fran had said, although this Viscount was powerful, he was actually timid and suspicious. As long as he was given a chance to escape unscathed, he could drag the other party down until the end. He had spent such a long time competing with Jiang Li's infinite blood energy. Now, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight and did not have much spiritual chi left in his body. The strength he could unleash was naturally greatly reduced. After sending Jiang Li flying, he still wanted to continue chasing. However, the speed of his footsteps became slower and slower. When he caught up to Jiang Li, his palm once again deformed into 3 mouths, 4 ears, and 5 noses. In the end, the hand still stopped in front of Jiang Li and did not fall. On the other hand, Jiang Li held the bloodthirsty trident and stabbed it into the other party's abdomen. The power of chaos surged into his body. Galaran suddenly opened his mouth and vomited. More than 10 large intestines spewed out of his mouth and hung there, constantly twisting and moving. After that, Galaran could no longer suppress the changes in his body. His entire body began to swell. More and more useless organs grew casually, and in the end, they turned into an enlarged version of an aberration meatball. Creatures like the armored trolls were powerful based on their physical bodies. Not like humans who cultivated step by step, they did not have the ability to eject their essence soul. Now that he had become like this, he was no different from death. Had it finally been resolved? Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the indescribable thing in front of him. After spending some effort to retrieve the power of chaos, he carried the aberration ball and walked out. On the main island of the Dragon Transformation Island, a group of leaders of various large and small forces were sitting together and arguing intensely. The injuries on each of their bodies were not serious, but they deliberately wore damaged clothes and kept the dirty blood on their bodies. They looked like they had just retreated from the battlefield and worked hard. Young Lady Jian Mo, with just a word from the Dragon Transformation Island, we abandoned our base and brought all the elders and disciples to the land of storms to guard it. When faced with the army of the armored trolls, our golden gathering gang has never retreated. If you let us leave, well leave. If you let us fight, well fight. He raised his hand and grabbed another sack, pouring it on the ground in front of him. They were identity tokens that were either twisted, deformed, or damaged. The other leaders standing beside him were not to be outdone. They also took out a large number of identity tokens. These are the tokens of our sect's disciples. They died on the battlefield and sacrificed everything for the Azure Cloud continent. But what did they exchange for? After the corpses of the armored trolls fell into the water, they all disappeared. I dare say that more than 3 million armored trolls have died in this land of storms. However, after cleaning up the battlefield, we only found less than 2,000 of the 3 million corpses. Without the armor plates on the corpse, we can't exchange for merit points. I want to ask the young lady where those corpses are. What does the Dragon Transformation Island mean by this? This group of leaders turned out to be because they did not find the corpses of the armored trolls that had turned into meatballs when cleaning up the battlefield. After the final discussion, they felt that the Dragon Transformation Island wanted to monopolize the merit points. It just so happened that the captain of the first fleet of the Dragon Transformation Island, Niu Tao, had disappeared for some reason in the battle. As for the captain of the second fleet, Sasha, he led the team out to carry out the pursuit mission. Most importantly, the dragon head Gaitanchu did not appear at all. This group of people discovered that the Dragon Transformation Island was empty. There was no one else around. There was only a young girl who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. After directing the logistics to heal her injuries, they had a thought and came to find her. Gai Jianmo had just entered the cultivation world for a few days. Although she had dragon blood and an outstanding talent, she was only a newbie in the chi refinement realm now. Surrounded by these leaders, as long as they leaked a trace of aura, it could make her entire body tremble and her face turn pale. She could not even say a complete sentence, so how could she have the ability to face these guys' difficulties? Young Lady Jian Mo, please hand over the armored troll mask and don't disappoint the loyal people. The leader of the gold gathering gang, who was dressed in rags, was clearly the one leading the group. He walked towards Jianmo and looked down at her. The leaders of the other forces standing behind him gave him the confidence to say these words. He was very good at bullying a young lady in the chi refinement realm. Moreover, the Dragon Transformation Island could not punish everyone. Even if Sasha and the others returned, they could not take revenge on so many of their forces, right? In fact, if something happened to Gaitanchu as the rumors said, it was hard to say if the Dragon Transformation Island had the ability to find trouble with them. However, just as he was about to flare up at a little girl, he discovered that Gai Jianmo seemed to have suddenly calmed down. Her eyes looked behind him. Then, a hand landed on his shoulder. A huge force suddenly pressed down, catching the gold gathering gang leader off guard. His knees went soft and he knelt down. The Golden Gathering Gang. I remember it's a business organization, right? Then, that hand grabbed the outer clothes of the Gold Gathering Gang leader and tore them apart, revealing the clean and luxurious golden jade robe inside. HMPH. What kind of loyal warrior would wear such clothes in this situation? With just this clean golden jade robe on you, the Dragon Transformation Island can punish you for slacking in battle. The strength of that hand was extraordinarily great, and it even restricted his spiritual chi with a special method. Damn it. Who are you? Let go of me. The leader of the Golden Gathering Gang discovered that he was pressed down by that hand and could not move at all. He twisted his fat neck forcefully and saw a deformed meatball that filled half the hall behind him. Without a doubt, it was the armored troll that had been hit by the mad blood weapon. However, he had never seen such a huge body. He suddenly recalled the armored troll Viscount who had been tricked and locked in the tortoise shell. Could it be that this person had killed the armored troll Viscount? Don't you know who I am, friend? I'm your most beloved creditor. You have to know that the mad blood weapons I provided you previously were not free. Jiang Li placed the rumbling ball of flesh to the side. And then he kicked the Gold Gathering Gang leader back to the side of the other dozen or so leaders. He stood in front of Gai Jianmo. A layer of green vines spread out from under his feet, and it quickly covered the entire room in a layer of green. Regarding the merit points, we will naturally make a decision when the other forces that went out to hunt return. However, if you don't pay the spirit stones for the mad blood weapons today, none of you can leave this room. Chapter 470 Simulated Reincarnation 1. Those few merchants wanted to resist at first, but after knowing Jiang Li's identity, they still obediently paid spirit stones. The Great Mountain Alliance was only a low-grade Divine Judgment faction that was on the same level as the Golden Gathering Gang. However, everyone knew that the recently famous Jiang Li in the cultivation world of the Eastern region was related to the mysterious and powerful Cloud Manor. Not only could he invite the Cloud Manor to personally recommend them to join the Divine Judgment Hall, but he could even let his sect receive super benefits like acting as the cleanup party of the war. Merely a guess was sufficient to make Jiang Li a guest of honor for many forces in the Eastern region. As a group of merchants who pursued profits, they were extremely alert to Jiang Li's situation, so how could they be willing to easily offend him? Even the head of the Golden Gathering Gang, who had been humiliated by Jiang Li, smiled at him after a moment of anger. Therefore, Jiang Li did not even need to threaten them with force. He had already completed the steps of convincing others with virtue. Not only did they hand over the spirit stones readily, but they also enthusiastically proposed that both sides make more transactions. One would not slap a smiling person. As the alliance leader, Jiang Li accepted many offers of cooperation. After these fellows left, Jiang Li turned around to face the Dragon Transformation Island's young master and revealed a warm smile. Miss Jianmo, due to some concerns, I couldn't tell you my true identity. I'm really sorry. Before Jiang Li could finish speaking, the new young lady of the Dragon Transformation Island had already pounced into his arms. Sir Li Jiang. Great. Sir Li Jiang is not dead. This is great. Jiang Li had actually only appeared in Gai Jianmo's life for a few days. However, the life and death experiences during that period of time had already made Sir Li Jiang occupy an irreplaceable important part in her heart. In her eyes, Sir Li Jiang had been dead for more than a month. Her feelings for the dead could never be surpassed. During this period of time, Jiang Li's image in her mind had already been beautified to an unparalleled extent. Under such circumstances, a little deception was nothing. After Jiang Li comforted her for a period of time, the calmed Gai Jianmo excitedly brought Jiang Li to the secret treasure vault of the Dragon Transformation Island. Sir Li Jiang, can I still call you Sir Li Jiang? I promised you that I'd repay you with everything I had after this matter is completed. I can't repay your kindness, sir, but I still hope that you can accept a small token of my appreciation. Father Dragonhead gave me quite a bit of authority. Sir can take anything you want from here. The elder guarding the treasure vault looked at his young lady with a little hesitation, but in the end, he still opened the door. This was because Captain Sasha had come out to express her full support for this young lady Jianmo for some reason. There were countless elders and disciples who had been killed because of disrespect. The door of the treasure vault opened. And then Gai Jianmo walked in with a flush on her face. Judging from her shy expression, she was probably hinting for Jiang Li to choose her. Jiang Li, there's another person who wants my body now. The treasure vault of the Dragon Transformation Island was indeed very valuable. Even if it had been robbed by the sea giant race some time ago, most of the truly good things were with Gai Danchu. However, the foundation of a medium-sized divine judgment faction was still quite impressive. Walking in, he discovered that there were precious items of various styles piled everywhere. Most of the things here were snatched back by these pirates after plundering everywhere. Due to the fact that they had snatched too many things back, they did not even have the mood to sort them out. They casually piled them up here as decorations. Jiang Li strolled past. He could no longer see most of the things here. He walked all the way to the deepest depths of the treasure vault and discovered a few good things on a stone platform. After taking everything away, he bid farewell to the girl and left. In the current Dragon Transformation Island, there were only 3 people with authority: a young lady and 2 captains at the peak of the Soul Formation realm. 2 of them already stood firmly behind Jiang Li. The last person was bound by a pitch-black chain and lying in an unknown coffin. "Anyone, let go of me." "Sasha, I know it's you. You harmed your fellow member. Lord Dragonhead will not let you off." Originally, Captain Niu Tao, who was considered second only to him on the Dragon Transformation Island, was locked here like an ordinary mortal. More than 10 origin blood ancient leeches were stuck to his body, continuously absorbing blood. A few days ago, when he was fighting with the enemy on the battlefield, he was ambushed from behind. When he woke up again, he was already here. The chains on his body were extremely strange. They completely sealed his spiritual chi and strength, preventing him from breaking free. Even his essence soul could not leave his body. At this moment, footsteps sounded from afar. Gradually, he saw the person clearly and discovered that it was a short female armored troll. "Who are you? How dare you attack me? Who colluded with you? The Divine Judgment Hall won't let you off." Nuto's angry voice was like the turbid flow of the Yellow River. However, the troll did not pay attention to his threat. 2 cold lights flashed past, and a small dissection blade neatly cut the muscles on both sides of his face. This made his jaw drop weakly. The cursing in his mouth became gibberish, and she could no longer hear him clearly. Chapter 471 Simulated Reincarnation 2. The short armored troll took out another 9 nether earth fruit with black patterns and stuffed it into his throat. Experimental body number 1 has successfully been fed with the inly patterned 9 nether fruit. It is estimated that the cycle of parasitization will be 9 days. Fran stepped forward and opened Nuto's eyelids. After evaluating his status, she removed the few blood leeches on him and continued to walk to the next soul formation prisoner. The second earth fruit is estimated to mature in 6 hours. The second target is the Beast Frenzy sect's Kongshi. The experimental body is in good condition. The third target is suspected to be a resident of Tragic Death City. The experimental body is in good condition. When Jiang Li entered the coffin, the strange doctor, Fran, was checking the rows of captives. Jiang Li promised her that he could let her conduct experiments before these captives really became his people. "Fran, this is the Galenron meatball. I'll leave it to you." Jiang Li threw the disgusting but valuable meatball on top of the pile of other balls. The strange doctor, Fran, immediately ran over excitedly. She held a scalpel and cut 2 tissues on the ball of flesh. "Young master, finally here." "Young master, why didn't you call me? You came in to find this little bitch." "Little sister." "Young master really likes the new and loathes the old. You've indeed forgotten me, boo-hoo." At this moment, another gentle and elegant female ghost appeared beside him. The female ghost, Qin Shuman, had recently eaten the Ghost King, and her strength had suddenly improved. However, she looked miserable. It seemed that she had not been very happy recently. As soon as Qin Shuman appeared, she fell to the ground at Jiang Li's feet and wiped her tears. When Jiang Li heard this, he realized that it was related to Fran. Due to the request of this strange doctor, they used various methods to retrieve most of the meatballs. At first, because the coffin space was huge, they did not think much about it. However, as the number of coffins increased, it quickly exceeded 3 million and was still increasing. The number could be densely arranged to the end of one's sight. Now, the originally beautiful spider lily sea and carefree grass plain were already filled with lumps of deformed flesh. Not only did this leave the ghost city that she had established with illusions nowhere to be placed on, due to the request of the strange doctor, Fran, she could not let these meatballs die. Qin Shuman actually had to bring tens of millions of ghost soldiers to feed this pile of flesh. Now, the mermen were still collecting meatballs. Fran even wanted Jiang Li to go to the Divine Judgment Hall and ask for all the deformed meatballs on the other battlefields. At that time, even the current Yin burial coffin might not be able to contain them. This coffin was originally managed by the housekeeper, Qin Shuman. As long as Jiang Li was not around, everything was up to her. Since when did she have to serve others? However, now, this armored troll who was always doing strange experiments was becoming more and more overbearing. If this continued, her status as the housekeeper would probably be usurped. As soon as she saw Jiang Li enter, she immediately put on a cunning expression and complained to her young master. Jiang Li understood Qin Shuman's thoughts very well. He was actually quite vexed that the originally paradise-like coffin space had been reduced to this. If Fran could not produce any results, he could only let the 9 netherwood absorb a portion of them first. Before that, he might be able to try to separate the coffin into an independent space. The current Yin burial coffin already had 2 layers of space that were not connected. One was a normal Yin burial space, and the other was a smaller azure space filled with the power of chaos. After Jiang Li transferred the coffin salvation book into the coffin, the Yin burial coffin should have been satisfied with the conditions to create a third independent space. When the upgraded spiritual root seed matured, the coffin would no longer need to suppress so many captives and could attempt to split the space. Qin Shuman was also a sensible and understanding female ghost. Although she was still very aggrieved, she still accepted reality. She could not play with illusions for the time being. Then, Qin Shuman told Jiang Li another piece of news. Mu Yulan was already dead. Jiang Li was stunned and recalled the strong and bitter disciple of the 1,000-craned hour. The suffering that she experienced was definitely something that ordinary people could endure. She dragged her dying and damaged body to coexist with the Ghost King for so long. Now, the Ghost King in her body was about to be sucked dry by Qin Shuman. The combined human and ghost naturally did not have long to live. Moreover, she had a special soul without Yin lifespan. Her soul would probably dissipate. Jiang Li sighed in his heart and followed Qin Shuman to the side of the 9 netherwood. On it, Mu Yulan's withered body had completely died. A weak soul appeared in her body and was grabbed by the roots of the 9 netherwood. It could not float away and had not dissipated for the time being. The 9 nether spiritual chi surged into his eyes, and Jiang Li carefully looked at the soul body. He discovered that there was a ball of white light tightly attached to the red-haired Ghost King's soul. Ghost King Yang Yuozi looked to be in great pain. She continuously wanted to remove the ball of light, but she could not succeed no matter what. He carefully sensed that it was indeed Mu Yulan's aura in the light spot. She did not immediately dissipate. Instead, she was entangled with this Ghost King that had originally possessed her. This was seeking revenge after death. From the looks of it, the damned Ghost King would not give up until she was sucked to death. Jiang Li thought for a moment and spoke. Yang Yuozi, this is your last chance. Hand over your origin. Otherwise, you won't live past midnight. I don't think you want to try the outcome of your soul dissipating. The red-robed ghost bound by the 9 netherwood revealed a look of unwillingness, but after a moment of stalemate, it finally nodded. A strand of soul origin was torn out, and the Ghost King that was on the verge of destruction trembled a few times and almost dissipated on the spot. Jiang Li grabbed that strand of origin and threw it into a scarecrow that he had long prepared. From then on, Yang Yuoz's life and death would be in his hands at any time. Unfortunately, Mu Yulan's body was already dead. Even the immortal peach or the 9 nether earth fruit could no longer save her. Master, leave her to me. Jiang Li was thinking about how to save these two ghosts. Galanfran, who was following beside him, volunteered. As a strange doctor, although she was strange, she was still a doctor. Jiang Li originally did not have a good solution. He nodded and handed the soul that was about to collapse to her. Fran smiled excitedly. She had found the boiling cauldron from somewhere. The liquid inside was dense. It seemed that it had been boiling for a long time. Fran stretched out her finger, dabbed a little liquid in the crucible, and tasted it in her mouth. A moment later, she nodded in satisfaction. Then, she threw a high ancient lingzi into the cauldron, cut off one of her arms, and placed Yang Yuoz's tablet inside. He picked up a stick and smashed everything inside, slowly boiling and fusing them together. The color in the cauldron had already turned pitch black. After adjusting the flames at the bottom of the cauldron and finally adding a handful of powder ground from the Nuar stone, the thick liquid in the cauldron quickly became clear and transparent. Galanfran pushed the largest ball of flesh that was formed from Galanran over. She found a mouth on it and fed the clear liquid that had been compressed into a small bowl into the mouth on the ball of meat before the cauldron could cool down. The originally wriggling ball of flesh that was covered in various organs and was extremely disgusting actually began to change. The strange organs no longer moved, leaving only a mouth with all its teeth missing. After opening it, it seemed to be waiting for something. Galanfran became even more excited. She threw Mu Yulan's body and the redrobed soul into it. The mouth on the ball of flesh closed, and then the entire ball of flesh underwent a miraculous change. The corpse that was thrown in quickly dissolved, but in the 7th breath, Jiang Li could clearly hear a heartbeat coming from the ball of flesh. It was a sound similar to a fetal sprout growing and a primitive heart tube pumping. Earlier, this strange doctor seemed to have simulated a reincarnation. Chapter 472 The Hero of the Expedition 1. Jiang Li stretched out his hand and stuck it to the meatball. He injected spiritual chi and checked the situation inside. The originally chaotic ball of flesh with various strange tissues and organs had completed another reorganization in just a moment. This ball of flesh had already become a huge placenta. In the water, the red-dressed female ghost and Mu Yulan's soul that was attached to her became muddle-headed. They were stuck close to an embryo that was not even the size of a pinky. They entered bit by bit. They looked like an ordinary ghost who had just died in its sleep. It was one thing for Mu Yulan, but no matter how weak Ghost King Yang Yuozi was, she would not have become like this, right? Jiang Li looked at the strange doctor, Fran, in confusion. It's the Menpo soup. I added it. Fran smiled in a rare way. She seemed quite confident in this experiment. After Jiang Li heard her answer, he looked again. Sure enough, he quickly sensed a familiar aura from the amniotic fluid in the placenta. It was the Menpo soup produced by the Divine Judgment Hall. With the spider lily and carefree grass as the main ingredients, he mixed 7 types of emotional tears and replicated the legendary soup. As the largest supplier of the spider lily and carefree grass, Jiang Li naturally obtained several bottles of finished products. Just as the legends said, after consuming this kind of medicine, it could repair damaged souls and at the same time make them forget their past. The Divine Judgment Hall's refinement of this kind of medicine was basically used to deal with some prisoners with the greatest evil and extraordinary strength. After using the Menpo soup to turn over a new leaf, he would brainwash them a little. It could make them become loyal soldiers without a name or a past. In the Divine Judgment Hall, there was a powerful secret army established from this. With the help of the Cloud Manor, Jiang Li successfully obtained the standard formula for the Menpo soup. Jiang Li did not know how to refine medicine himself. Apart from letting Little Four study it, he also gave Fran a portion. He did not expect her to produce results so quickly. It seemed that she had even improved a little. It was a genius idea to use the modified Mengpo soup as water. Mu Yulan and Yang Yuoz's souls had been damaged to this extent. The only thing that could save them was the Mengpo soup. On the other side, Fran held another grinding jar in her hand. After she ground something into it, she fed the ball of flesh spoon by spoon. Jiang Li took a glance and knew that they were some useless soul fragments, the low-level creatures from the Azura world. Ever since Jiang Li came into contact with the Azura world, he had saved up quite a bit. However, it had always been useless. It was only used as fertilizer for plants, and the effect was not bad. Galanfran took it and used it as a waste after discovering it. With the replenishment of these soul fragments, the two souls in the flesh ball placenta began to recover faster. With her origin taken, it was impossible for Yang Yuozi to really recover to the level of the original Ghost King. At most, she could repair her damaged soul. Then, as the sprout grew rapidly, the surrounding spiritual chi swarmed over. This life that was about to be born came from the armored troll Viscount, who could match an earth immortal. Half of the soul inside came from a former Ghost King. When these two were pieced together, although it was impossible to completely inherit the previous strength, it was also impossible to be ordinary. Her growth naturally required a large amount of spiritual chi. The flesh sprout grew larger and larger. From its size that was less than the size of a bin at first, it quickly revealed a curled-up human shape. The translucent spine supported its body. Its increasingly healthy heart quickly transported energy and nutrients to its limbs and bones. That made this embryo grow faster. Her hands and feet grew out, and her facial features gradually became clear. Her appearance was almost identical to the original Mulan. Under Fran's deliberate control, although there were still two souls in this body, the one who was in charge was still Mulan. However, just as her eyes grew out, a layer of bone stuck to her skin appeared between her brows. The bone mass quickly spread, quickly forming a complete bone mask that tightly adhered to the face. It seemed that racial change was inevitable. This artificial reincarnation used the genes of the armored troll to a great extent. Such an outcome was inevitable. The only consolation was that she had used the ancient Lingzi, which was equivalent to the first-generation armored troll noble. She did not need to eat nourishment to maintain her rationality and body. A few hours later, floating in the huge meatball was already a graceful armored troll female. Her skin was smooth and her fingers were slender. There were no characteristics of the trolls on her body. Only that mask proved her identity and could not be removed no matter what. Mu Yulan, it's time to be born. Fran raised her hand and cut the surface of the meatball with a scalpel that never left her hand. As a large amount of turbid amniotic fluid flowed out, the new armored troll body also surged out. Finally, she cut the umbilical cord on her stomach. The new Mu Yulan immediately woke up. She coughed violently, coughing out the liquid that filled her lungs. After a while, she opened her eyes for the first time and looked at the dark environment in confusion. She learned quickly. At first, she did not even know how to crawl. After half an hour, she tried to stand up. Chapter 473 The Hero of the Expedition, 2. After taking 2 unstable steps, she successfully grasped the balance and walked towards Jiang Li. After drinking the Menpo soup, she was like a newborn baby. She did not know anything and did not remember anything. It seemed that only this person made her feel familiar and safe. Lord, this is the 3 lifetime spring configured with the 3 lifetime stone. It can help her unlock the mystery in the fetus and regain her memories. The 3 lifetime stone inventory found in the Dragon Transformation Island's treasure vault was useful now. The Dragon Transformation Island had once spent a great deal of effort to explore the netherworld illusion. After that group of ghost kings went berserk, the few 3 lifetime stones that were left behind were placed in the treasure vault and finally landed in Jiang Li's hands. The effect of the Menpo soup wiping away memories was not an instantaneous act. After consuming it, the longer time passed, the more thorough it would be erased. It would be harder to retrieve it. However, it had only taken them less than a day to reincarnate and recover their memories. Of course, There was no need to bring Yang Nuozi along. After drinking the 3 lifetimes spring, Mu Yuan fell asleep again. The scenes of her previous life flashed past her eyes like a lantern. After lying down for a day, she could almost recall everything from before. Jiang Li looked at the coffin filled with armored troll meatballs and seemed to be in deep thought. If he caused a small-scale artificial reincarnation, would lightning strike him? According to the records of the few anti-cultivation monuments he had seen before, reincarnation was actually not a connate concept. It was created by an ancient mighty figure after birth to control the 3 realms and 6 paths. They controlled the authority of life and death and captured natural treasures like the 9 netherwood to create the cycle of reincarnation and connect the 6 paths. They would let all living beings live according to the rules they set when they were born and when they died, whether they were poor, rich, married, or had countless children. Everything was clearly recorded in the books of various famous purposes. This method of trapping all the living beings of the 6 paths in the rules cage and serving only a few mighty figures was clearly not what the heavenly Tao wished for. This was also a large reason why the cultivationless age arrived and their rule was overturned. Ever since the cultivationless age, after the destruction of the Netherworld Palace, things like reincarnation had never happened again. For tens of thousands of years, after a person died, they would either dissipate or transform into ghosts and wait in a corner for their lifespan to end. There was no second chance for a human soul to come back. This did not look good. However, this meant that there were no predestined destinies, and there were more possibilities ahead. After that, the reproduction of the continent of the 9 provinces was no longer controlled by the booklet. The population soared, and many exciting and outstanding people lived a vigorous life. This situation was more in line with the intentions of the continent of the 9 provinces. He did not expect that today, an armored troll would actually master a portion of the secrets of reincarnation. With Jiang Li's current high-grade merit blessing status, he could sense that the moment Mu Yuan was reborn, a vicious fruit of sin had wrapped around Fran's body. The intensity was almost comparable to opening half the spatial crack that led to the Azura world. A few days later, an unmarked flying ship sailed out on the sea, farther and farther away from Azure Cloud continent. As they gradually approached a certain boundary, the several compasses in the cabin lit up with red light. This alarm was indicating that they could not continue forward. Jiang Li looked forward. On the sea surface not far away, a line of 2 colors appeared. The seawater in the inner area of the boundary was deep blue. This was the region of the shallow sea that was less than 100,000 feet deep in the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent. Although the depth here was already 3 times deeper than the deepest depths of the Mariana Trench in his previous life, to the continent of the 9 provinces, it was still considered a shallow sea. The sea beyond the boundary was a deep black, as if all the light that fell into it would be ruthlessly swallowed. The water below was hundreds of thousands of feet deep, and there were many huge and extremely dangerous creatures living there. Even if Jiang Li transformed into a dragon with his current strength, he would not dare to enter that sea area. If he wanted to safely cross this vast and deep sea, the official recommendation was to at least increase the height to 200,000 feet. Only then could they guarantee that they would not be killed by the water pillar that suddenly spewed into the sky. 200,000 feet was something that ordinary cultivators or ordinary flying ships could not do. Only with the enhancement of some special artifacts could he fly steadily at that height. This boundary was also the main reason why the Divine Judgment Hall's troops continued to pursue them. The fleeing armored trolls naturally did not care about the danger. They fled to the pitch-black sea at a low altitude. However, once the Divine Judgment Hall's troops entered deeper, if they provoked a terrifying existence, it was not impossible for them to suffer heavy losses or be completely wiped out. In order to pursue the enemy, enduring such danger was really not a wise choice. Only then did the last 1% of the armored trolls escape from the war. As for whether they could return to the other continent in the end, no one knew. Jiang Li arrived here today. He was here to send them off. As the hero of the expedition, Miss Mu, there's no turning back. Have you really considered it carefully? Apart from Jiang Li, there was also the sword cultivator clone, Galanfran, and Mulan, who had already revived and transformed into an armored troll. Benefactor, don't worry. I've already thought it through. Before I died in my previous life, I completed my revenge and no longer owe the sect anything. My only regret is that I was unable to repay you, Benefactor. Now that Benefactor has given me another life, I naturally have to make up for my previous regrets. Not to mention that Yulan's current body no longer has a place in the Azure Cloud continent. He'll head to the Prosperous Ox continent. If I can do anything for Benefactor or the Azure Cloud continent, that will be my greatest blessing. Jiang Li looked at the determined eyes under the armor and could only nod. Just as she had said, since she had already transformed into an armored troll, no matter the reason, she would only be hated by everyone in the Azure Cloud continent. This was the same for the 3 armored trolls under Jiang Li and the many armored mermen. Even Jiang Li could not protect them. They might as well be sent to the other side of the sea to be spies. Originally, the war against the armored trolls had come to an end, and Jiang Li did not plan to participate anymore. However, the information he obtained later forced him to continue paying attention to the monsters opposite the sea. This was because after he combined the information with Shinshankua, he actually discovered that the legendary Fire Cloud Cave was actually not in the Azure Cloud continent. It was even more likely that it was in the birthplace of the armored trolls, the Prosperous Ox continent. This was terrible. The entire continent ruled by the armored troll was even more dangerous than the tiger's den. If he ran over Ashley, it would definitely be a dangerous journey with a slim chance of survival. For the sake of caution, Jiang Li planned to send people over to investigate. If he returned at this time, he could hang out with those defeated soldiers and it would be easy to bluff his way through. Therefore, the sword cultivator clone who had been cultivating for a long time obtained another chance to prove himself. He disguised himself and led the team to the Prosperous Ox continent. As Jiang Li's first clone, the sword cultivator clone was not strong, but he was very lucky and had an extremely tough life. The Scaled Demon Layer's 9 Nether Altar, the underground ruins of the Black Lotus Divine Sect, the Ghost King Desolate Grounds Netherworld Illusion, and the 100-mile Peach Blossom Forest's immortal Peach Banquet. A broken bar every time he explored a new map or adventured. Jiang Li liked to choose him to explore first. The results were brilliant every time. The first time, he found a 9 netherwood for Jiang Li. The second time, he opened the door to the Azure world. The third time, he obtained the human emperor's inheritance of King Zhu, and the fourth time, he found another 9 netherwood. Every time, he would bring legendary gains to Jiang Li. Therefore, even if the first parallel mind clone's strength was inferior, Jiang Li had never given up on him. With the merit blessing status, he quite understood the importance of luck. Now that they were on the other side of the sea, the important mission to investigate the Fire Cloud Cave in the Prosperous Ox continent would naturally fall to the first parallel mind. Chapter 474 Sect's Escape 1. The flying ship slowly slowed down and soon stopped moving forward. The sword cultivator cut off a few ropes on the edge of the ship and released the heavy objects hanging on the ship. The flying ship began to climb straight up. This was because in the cabin of this flying ship, there was also a cloud produced by the cloud manna. This was a rare cloud that only appeared in the extremely high sky. It had no other use except for having a strong buoyancy. As long as he used the special refinement method and stuffed it into the cabin, the flying ship could easily fly at a height of 200,000 feet. However, the flying ship had just begun to rise when Jiang Li frowned and sensed that something was wrong. With a wave of his hand, he took out the yin burial coffin and stored all the armored trolls on the ship. Then, he took out a few seeds. A plant with fresh air to eliminate the smell quickly grew all over the flying ship. As soon as he finished doing this, the flying ship suddenly shook and stopped rising. Jiang Li took 2 steps back and looked at the sides of the ship. On the sides of the flying ship, 2 transparent humanoid figures formed by seawater silently appeared. This is a wartime restricted area. Stop the ship for inspection. Jiang Li looked at the two watermen and was shocked in his heart. Their bodies were transparent, but a unique wave ripple was floating on their bodies. The current Jiang Li was no longer as ignorant as he was back then. It was obvious at a glance that they were from one of the three divine pillars, the Sea Palace. As soon as they finished speaking, they did not wait for Jiang Li to answer. They pressed their palms together, and an extremely pure water attribute spiritual chi spread out. In the next moment, a huge transparent bubble enveloped the entire flying ship. Under the sunlight, the bubble reflected beautiful colors. From the inside, the thin water membrane reflected the entire ship. Then, as the two watermen continued to form hand seals, the scene on the bubble actually began to reverse like a surveillance tape. Jiang Li's eyes widened. He really did not expect the other party to have such an ability. Just now, there were two armored trolls standing on the deck. If they were exposed by this bubble, they would immediately be exposed. If they saw this, Jiang Li might not be able to explain it clearly. The light and shadow on the bubble changed, and the scene had already returned to the scene of Jiang Li retrieving the coffin. In another breath, Galanfaran and Mu Yulan would appear before their eyes. Slam! A stream of light that could not be seen with the naked eye streaked past, and the bubble that enveloped the flying ship immediately shattered. It was Jiang Li who attacked and used the immortal slaying flying sword to cut through the bubble in time. With his move, both sides immediately became hostile. Envoys, your actions are a little overbearing. Jiang Li from the Great Mountain Alliance. I'm under the orders of the Cloud Manor to carry out a mission. There are some things that we can't show you. Please let me through. In order to prevent the situation from worsening, Jiang Li had to seize the initiative. He overestimated himself and reported the names of his sect and the Cloud Manor. He wanted the other party to think that he was a young man who was arrogant after becoming successful. In any case, in such a sensitive period, as long as he could muddle through and not have anything to do with the armored trolls, he would be satisfied. After Jiang Li spoke arrogantly, the two watermen did not hesitate at all. Over 100 streams of water shot towards them, wanting to restrain Jiang Li and the sword cultivator clone on the deck. The Sea Palace, which was also one of the three divine pillars, did not care about the name of the Cloud Manor. Fortunately, the Jiang Li of the past was no longer a small character that anyone could control. The water that shot over from both sides were all cut off in the air, turning into water splashes that filled the sky. Jiang Li was not to be outdone. He and the sword cultivator clone attacked the watermen on both sides of the ship at the same time. The sword cultivator clone who had eaten the upgraded version of the 9 Nether Earth fruit also had a soul formation cultivation at this moment. After freeing his blood-colored right hand, he repeatedly brandished sword lights that filled the sky. It was the same for Jiang Li. The immortal slaying flying sword that emitted a high concentration of the power of chaos directly collided with the forehead of another waterman. The immortal slaying flying sword had the miraculous effect of tearing apart the soul. The sea patrolling Yakshaw, who was immune to most damage after turning into the water body, was also restrained by the flying sword and did not dare to move at all. Even under the three divine pillars, not everyone was a super expert. These two watermen were only at the soul formation realm and were on the same level as the cloud guards of the Cloud Manor. Facing Jiang Li, who had already reached half an Earth Immortal's combat strength, it was really not enough. After instantly suppressing the other party, Jiang Li did not continue to be overbearing. The flying sword touched the other party's forehead and retracted. After the two Sea Palace Yakshas sensed the unique chaotic power, they calmed down and dispersed the surging spiritual chi in their hands. You can actually fuse the power of the Azure world into yourself. It seems that the Great Mountain Alliance and the Cloud Manor have hidden many things from us. In the beginning, Jiang Li did not plan to really become enemies with one of the three divine pillars. While helplessly attacking, he was also displaying his power of chaos. As the first to discover the characteristics of the power of chaos, it was not strange for the Great Mountain Alliance to master such power. As the greatest contributor to this war, How could the Great Mountain Alliance be a spy of the armored trolls? After thinking about this, there was no need for the two sides to continue fighting. This was also the main reason why the two sea palace yakshas stopped. We don't have to use spell techniques to pry, but all the ships that pass through here must be checked. Chapter 475 Sects Escape. 2. Jiang Li knew the reason why they did this. This was because in the previous war, the Beast Frenzy sect was not the only sect that chose to betray them. They had brought huge losses to the Divine Judgment Hall. After the armored troll was defeated, many sects chose to escape the Azure Cloud continent in the name of pursuit. After discovering that something was wrong, the flying ship that was urgently intercepted was discovered to contain a large number of armored trolls and the nourishment that was prepared to be sacrificed to the trolls. There were even several medium-sized divine judgment forces among those who betrayed them. Their actions completely angered the entire Divine Judgment Hall. Therefore, no matter which faction's flying ship it was, once there were suspicious actions, they would be strictly investigated. Jiang Li nodded and let them enter the cabin. In the short period of time that they were in a stalemate earlier, he had already secretly eliminated all the scents in the cabin. As expected, they did not find anything. At this moment, a Sea Palace Yakshaw looked at Jiang Li again. That coffin-shaped storage artifact also needs to be checked. Earlier, as soon as the scene on the bubble appeared, it was broken by Jiang Li. Anyone would be suspicious. However, Jiang Li naturally could not reveal his secret so easily. The coffin is our sect's secret and can't be easily revealed to others. However, the two of you are probably worried that there are armored trolls hidden inside. But that's impossible. The two of you will know at a glance. He took the initiative to slide open the coffin lid, and a dense power of chaos immediately fluttered out from inside. It was the opening of the coffin that connected to the space that simulated the Azure world. It was impossible for an armored troll to survive in such a spatial environment. When the two yakshas saw this, they finally stopped pestering him. They cupped their fists and left the ship. After passing through this incident without any mishaps, the flying ship began to rise again. After reaching a height of 200,000 feet, the compass in the cabin no longer flickered with red light and continued to fly steadily. They had to cross a long distance to reach that brand new land. Jiang Li watched as the flying ship disappeared from his sight, and only then did he step on his flying sword and fly back. However, what he did not see was that after they left, a few huge damaged ships surfaced from the dark outer sea. The models of those ships were very ancient. The ships were covered in underwater creatures like leeches and stone insects. A few tattered sails that were less than 30% intact were lowered. These ships that looked like they would collapse with a touch actually sailed again. As these ships sailed, it was as if time had reversed. The huge damage on the ships began to automatically repair. The rotten deck became solid and neat again, and finally, a layer of red paint appeared. As the ancient flag fluttered again, this fleet sailed in the direction of the Azure Cloud continent. Half a month later, in the Myriad Beast Plains, where the Beast Frenzy sect was located, a group of old men in beast skin gathered in a hall, looking dejected. The soul formation cultivators of the Beast Frenzy sect were all here. The oldest one spoke about the current situation. The sect master and the other three leaders have all lost contact. The other forces, including the Dragon Transformation Island, all say that they don't know what happened. If we hadn't sent people to the frontline stronghold to investigate, we wouldn't have known that the fortress had already been destroyed. The person who attacked was very strong and ruthless. No one was left alive. Even the entire base was wiped out. Now, we think that the greatest possibility is that it was the Divine Judgment Hall. After saying this last conclusion, the air in the entire hall seemed to have become even colder. After a long silence, a burly elder of the Silver Bear lineage stood up. The sect master and the others are most likely dead. The Beast Frenzy sect can't be without a leader for a day, let alone in such a terrible situation. The most important thing now is to find a new sect master to lead everyone. I have a suggestion. For the past 300 years, The Beast Frenzy sect has always been led by the Golden Lion. I think it's our Silver Bear lineage's turn now. This burly elder's words were reasonable. Unfortunately, even the other elders of the Silver Bear lineage did not help. Sun Tishan, look at the situation. He's still thinking about fighting for power. Our four beast-taming lineages are united. Could it be that we still have to fight among ourselves in a life and death situation? Leave first. The situation is very tense these few days. I heard that more than 10 sects that were involved with the armored trolls have been uprooted silently. The Divine Judgment Hall must have already noticed us. Everyone, think about what escape route there is. The oldest elder puffed on his pipe. The other elders argued even more intensely. The Divine Judgment Hall is going too far. They've already taken all our manpower outside. Can't they leave us a way out? If we're really forced into a corner, well, fight it out with them. Fight with what? Any Earth immortal can kill all of us. Damn it, not good. The disciples of the wolf herd on the grasslands sent back news that a large number of Divine Judgment Hall's flying ships are flying towards us. The heavens want my beast frenzy sect to perish. Is my beast control lineage going to end here? No. We have to escape. Escape the cultivation world of the eastern region, or even the Azure Cloud continent. Chapter 476 Sects Escape. 3. Find a place to recuperate and start afresh. We can't let the four beast lineages die in our hands. Powerful cultivators had little requirements to live. There was no need for food at all. They could find a place to hide and only need a little dew to continue cultivating. With the resources they had left behind in the past, their cultivation speed would not be affected for at least 100 years. However, if they only drove the flying ship to escape, they would definitely be caught up. The dispute in the hall quickly became a matter of who should stay behind and live and die with the sect to delay the pursuers. No matter how united they were, they would still argue at this moment. Just as they were in chaos again, a beast head statue in the hall suddenly sank, revealing a hole below. The sudden change made these soul formation elders quiet down. Isn't this the Beast King cave that only the sect master and the leaders can enter? Why would it open at this time? At the same time, all the soul formation elders' tokens burned together. The information revealed by it made them overjoyed. Sect Master Kongshi and the other 3 leaders are still alive. They are in the Beast King's cave. After receiving the Sect Master's order, all the elders did not waste any more time and entered their holy land together. On both sides of the dark staircase were huge metal beast skulls. They were the war beast companions of the previous soul formation elders. All of them were legendary experts. At the end of the stairs, they finally saw the 4 leaders. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was still a situation of imminent calamity, they still had a backbone. Elders, I believe everyone knows the current situation. It's impossible for us to stay in the Divine Judgment Hall anymore. They indeed have our evidence. However, don't worry, we have spies in the Divine Judgment Hall. Before they attacked, we put on a show. We also erased the stronghold at the front line ourselves. I came back this time to bring everyone away. We've already arranged bait to temporarily lure away the pursuers from the Divine Judgment Hall. We still have 4 hours at most. After Kongshi finished speaking, all the elders were puzzled and pleasantly surprised. Their sect master seemed to have a complete plan. However, they could not imagine where they could stay in the vast eastern region under the pursuit of the Divine Judgment Hall. However, they could not think too much about it now. After the order was passed down, they immediately gathered all the disciples of the sect. Due to the critical situation, they had long recalled all the disciples. It would not take long to gather them now. Soon, in the largest drill ground of the Beast Frenzy sect, more than 50,000 disciples of the 4 lineages stood in a dark mass. Then, Kongshi took out a coffin with dense patterns on the surface. He knocked on the coffin lid and softly asked for instructions. A moment later, the coffin lid opened automatically, and an elegant female ghost flew out. In the distance, the anonymous flying ship that was used as bait had already been shot down by the Divine Judgment Hall experts. The team of the Divine Judgment Hall appeared in front of everyone again. They returned faster than anyone could imagine. The disciples of the Beast Frenzy sect trembled under the pressure of the Divine Judgment Hall. The female ghost, Human, was not in a hurry. She took out Daj's finger bone and quickly constructed a sinister illusion with all her might. Sect Master, aren't we going to escape? This illusion can't fool the Divine Judgment Hall at all. Looking at the approaching Divine Judgment Hall flying ship, even the Soul Formation Elder could not stand still. It was as if he was stepping on two hot irons, spinning anxiously. Don't panic. They won't be able to catch us. We're going to the Netherworld illusion. After Human's ghost illusion stabilized, another 3 lifetime stone appeared in her hand. After crushing this ordinary stone, he scattered it into the air, and the Netherworld illusion opened. It wrapped around all the cultivators of the Beast Frenzy sect who were standing densely and then put them away, leaving only the empty headquarters of the Beast Frenzy sect. Chapter 477 White Flame Burning the Ghost Kings. 1. Netherworld Illusion. Beside Fengdu City, above the Fox Immortal Queen's tomb, an illusion overlapped and opened, and then a large number of heads appeared. What dense yin chi. There are many ghosts wandering around. Where is this? That's Fengdu City? This is really the Netherworld illusion. Isn't it only possible to open the Netherworld illusion in the Ghost King desolate ground? We really escaped. As expected of the sect master. The cultivators of the Beast Frenzy sect, who had been immersed in fear just now, suddenly discovered that they had appeared in the Netherworld illusion that should have appeared in the Ghost King desolate ground thousands of miles away. Even if the Divine Judgment Hall was resourceful, they would never have thought that they would escape under their noses. However, before they could rejoice for long, they discovered that there seemed to be more and more wandering ghosts around. The ghosts that had recovered their appearance stared at them not far away. Black saliva flowed down the corners of their mouths, perfectly demonstrating their desire for fresh human flesh. The liveliness of more than 50,000 cultivators was not concealed at all. When they gathered together, it was like hundreds of flames burning at the same time. In the eyes of the cold ghosts who yearned for vitality and warmth, it was so striking and tempting. Soon, more and more ghosts gathered. At first, when there were only dozens or hundreds of them, they only watched from afar, not daring to get too close to the dense crowd. However, as the number increased, the courage of these ghosts increased. They approached them step by step. It was one thing for some wandering ghosts to gather, but the problem was that the gathering of 50,000 undisguised humans had also attracted the attention of more powerful ghosts in Fengdu City not far away. Sect Master, 3 leaders, more and more ghosts are gathering. Should we find a place to hide first? Wait, no. That's the Ghost King. Ghost King. The sinister environment quickly made these cultivators recover from the joy of escaping. Then, 4 black shadows that were more than 1,000 feet tall poked their heads out of Fengdu City and looked straight at them. The previous Ghost King battle was still vivid in their minds. It was a powerful ghost that several medium-sized divine judgment forces could only avoid. Compared to the classification of human cultivators, the Ghost King was above the Soul Formation realm but was inferior to the Earth Immortal realm. Any one of them was not something that the Beast Frenzy sect could deal with. Now, there were a total of 4 of them. 50,000 of them would only be given a full meal. They had just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. Don't worry, we're prepared. Now, all the Soul Formation elders, eat this spiritual fruit. Not only can it increase your cultivation level, but it can also avoid the Ghost King's attack. Looking at the few Ghost Kings climbing over the city wall and walking over step by step, the sect master of the Beast Frenzy sect and the other 3 leaders continuously stretched out tempting but sinister spiritual fruits from the coffin and distributed them to all the Soul Formation elders. We've already consumed them. Hurry up and eat them. This group of Soul Formation elders naturally sensed the hidden danger in the 9 Nether Earth fruit. If someone else asked them to eat it, they would definitely not be willing. However, the 4 leaders were worthy of their trust. Now, in this life and death situation, the few ghost kings were getting closer and closer. They really had no way out. They could only hold on to their last hope and choose to believe the sect master and the others' words as they swallowed the 9 nether earth fruits. When these spiritual fruits entered their stomachs, they instantly transformed into a huge amount of spiritual chi that fused into their chi seas and seeped into their limbs and bones. A batch of 9 nether earth fruits allowed the strength of the entire Beast Frenzy sect's soul formation elders to steadily rise to a higher level. Even without relying on the war beasts, their combat strength now surpassed ordinary soul formation cultivators. The only thing that troubled them was that a black lion darted out of the spiritual fruit and headed straight for their essence souls. These things made them instinctively want to dodge. However, the outcome of their essence soul leaving their body was equivalent to feeding the Ghost King. They had no other choice but to barely listen to the sect master's orders. They no longer resisted and accepted the force. Then, they all lay down stiffly. Kong Shay, well done. A calm voice sounded. The coffin held in the sect master's hand respectfully flew up automatically and landed on the ground, turning into a door. Under the gazes of all the disciples of the Beast Frenzy sect, the leader of the 4 beast control lineages immediately knelt on the ground and bowed his head towards the coffin. In front of them, a young figure wearing a mask walked out. The female ghost, Qin Shuman, immediately walked behind him like a servant. This person was Jiang Li. In order to prevent arousing the vigilance of these elders, he had been staying in the coffin to command them remotely. It was not until all the elders of the Beast Frenzy sect consumed the 9 nether earth fruit that he appeared. However, he wore a mask and still did not show his true body. This was because it was impossible for him to use the spiritual root seed to control all 50,000 disciples of the Beast Frenzy sect in a short period of time. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, wearing a mask could save him a lot of trouble. Calm your disciples and don't let them run around. After lightly saying this, Jiang Li flew towards the 4 ghost kings that were walking over step by step. Chapter 478. Behind him, Qin Shuman smiled like a flower and summoned 10 million yin burial ghost soldiers. Following closely behind Jiang Li, he led the surging dark clouds and pounced towards the lonely ghosts attracted by the 50,000 living people. Soldiers were nurtured for a long time to be used in war one day. The Yin burial army, which had an astonishing number of well-trained soldiers, showed a one-sided harvest when facing those scattered ghosts. They easily swallowed and absorbed a large number of ghosts, bringing them to become one of them. There were also many powerful old ghosts who were captured by Qin Shuman. After special training, they could also be promoted to generals in the Yin burial army. By further increasing the combat strength of the ghost soldiers, the army could be more flexible in splitting up. The more they fought, the stronger they became. On the other hand, Jiang Li had already flown to the front of the 4 ghost kings. He had to face these 4 natural disasters alone. Such a young body filled with yang qi. Young man, very brave to stand in front of me. How about this? As long as you cut off 5 kilograms of flesh from your body every full moon and sacrifice it to me, I'll spare your life. How about that? The huge phantom walking at the front disappeared, turning into a ferocious butcher holding a butcher's knife. 5 kilograms of meat. No more, no less. The butcher approached Jiang Li with his oily nose and greedily breathed in the smell on Jiang Li's body. A human-eating butcher. It's a pity to eat such a handsome young man. Why don't you give him to me? Young man, I have a wealth of thousands of servants and a beautiful granddaughter. She's perfect for you. As long as you nod and become my grandson-in-law, I'll chase this fat butcher away for you. Another ghost king turned illusory into reality, turning into a hunched old woman. She walked in the air with her walking stick and approached Jiang Li, indicating that she wanted to ask for a grandson-in-law. However, on the back of her head that was covered in gray hair, there was a young female face with greasy hair and a rosy complexion. She was smiling foolishly and her eyes were filled with love. That was the granddaughter she mentioned. Young man, take pity on me. Take pity on me. I haven't eaten for 800 years. I can still be saved. I can still be saved. Don't burn me to death. Young man, I'm not sick. Tell me. I can still be saved, right? Then, another skinny beggar with a stomach the size of a ball and a patient with a face full of sores and pus surrounded Jiang Li. Without a doubt, these were the other two ghost kings. The aura on Jiang Li's body was special, and the smell of flesh and blood was extremely noble. With both the human emperor's blood chi and the dragon blood, not to mention them, even Jiang Li wanted to take a bite of himself. After the four ghost kings discovered him, they gave up on the 50,000 living people not far away and began to surround him. This meat is too fragrant. Let me chop off one of his hands and make a tray of buns. Let's try it together. The fat butcher at the beginning was the first to be unable to endure it. He raised the butcher's knife and slashed at Jiang Li's left hand. A cold light flashed past, and an arm was sent flying. However, that arm was thick and fat, and it held a blood-stained butcher's knife. Obviously, it did not belong to Jiang Li. The Ghost King Butcher first looked at his empty shoulder in confusion. After a while, he realized that his arm had been cut off. It hurts so much. Kid, I'm going to eat you, I'm going to eat you. Having his soul severed by the immortal slaying flying sword felt 100 times more painful than the cruelest punishment in the world. He was already quite determined not to roll around on the ground. Eat? Is it really that delicious? Come, Holy Spirit, try it for Sir Butcher here. A burning white flame suddenly crawled out from behind Jiang Li and swallowed the fat arm along with the butcher's knife. This arm and butcher knife looked like they were corporeal, but they were actually extremely condensed souls. The white flaming Holy Spirit twisted and swelled excitedly. Absorbing souls of this level made it stronger. A portion of his soul was burned by the white ghost lantern cold flame. The butcher ghost king could no longer endure pain. He fell from the sky, hugging his arms and wailing crazily. The ghost lantern cold flame burned brighter and brighter. It had long been looking forward to the delicacy of the Ghost King. Now that it had tasted it, it even looked at the other three Ghost Kings surrounding Jiang Li. The bodies of the three Ghost Kings stiffened, as if they were stared at by some prehistoric beast, and deep fear emerged from their souls. I suddenly recalled that my granddaughter died hundreds of years ago. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. The old woman smiled awkwardly and turned to leave. She had clearly organized her walking stick, but she moved like the wind. Young master, it's fine if you don't have money. This old beggar has hands and feet. It's better to be independent. I won't disturb you anymore. The sickly ghost, run. The other beggar ghost and the sickly ghost were also frightened out of their wits. They turned into a ball of black smoke and wanted to escape. The farther away from the flame, the better, unfortunately. How could there be such a good thing? Since here, do you think you can leave as you please? Jiang Li raised his hand and flicked it. The chain tainted with fine white flames flew out and connected to the tail of the immortal slaying flying sword. The dragon imprisoning lock stretched out endlessly, under the guidance of the immortal slaying flying sword. It continuously intertwined in the air, quickly forming a ball-shaped chain cage that surrounded him and the four ghost kings. It was Jiang Li's specialty. The 9-palace 8 trigrams tortoise-shell cage. Just the dragon imprisoning lock naturally could not pose any obstruction to these four guys. However, the tiny flames on the chains were really fatal. The four ghost kings' path was blocked. When they turned around, their eyes were already filled with a ferocious light. Young man, I advise you not to go too far. Everyone, take a step back. We won't find trouble with you in the future. It's better to have more friends in this ghost world. Young man, do you want to feel the pain of death? The fleeing ghost kings returned to their original forms. They did not dare to collide with the chains tainted with the ghost lantern cold flame. Although they did not know what kind of flame it was, they would definitely not have a good time if they were hit. Apart from the still wailing butcher ghost king, the remaining three guys joined forces and prepared to kill this living person. Jiang Li was completely indifferent to their threat. The crisp sound of chains rubbing sounded. and the ball-shaped chain cage was constantly shrinking. Before long, they would be tainted by the white flames. Damn it. Do you really think we're powerless? Kid, look into my eyes. The old woman, the Ghost King, was the first to attack. After making eye contact with Jiang Li, she placed her aged hands on her head and started to forcefully pull her head apart. Bit by bit, she wanted to turn the face on the back of her head to the front. On the other hand, Jiang Li's head started to turn uncontrollably. Soon, his neck creaked and was about to be forcefully twisted. Source of the plague. The Ghost King shook the tattered clothes on its body, and a group of green flies immediately flew out. They carried a disgusting stench as they pounced towards Jiang Li. Every fly here represented a fatal disease. Many illnesses, even in the cultivation world, had no treatment. They would pester cultivators until the end of their lives. Give it to me. The beggar Ghost King knocked on a tattered rice bowl in front of Jiang Li. In his other hand, he grabbed a piece of soil the size of a human head and ate it in large mouthfuls. Jiang Li's stomach actually bulged for some reason, and the spiritual chi and lifespan in his body began to disappear into thin air. The lifespan spiritual chi was stripped away by a strange method and landed in the rice bowl, turning into black coins. As expected of these Ghost Kings, their strength was really very strong. All of them had their own specialties, and even with Jiang Li's resistance, he would easily fall for it. If he did not use the Ghost Lantern Cold Flame, his artifacts or divine weapons, Jiang Li would only have a 50% chance of winning against any of them. However, Jiang Li just happened to own all these rare treasures. Jiang Li, who had pretended to be dead when he saw the Ghost Kings back then and fled far away, now had the ability to hang them up and whip them. Ghost Lantern Judgment. The Ghost Lantern Holy Spirit wrapped around Jiang Li's body roared and flew out. White flames landed on the three Ghost Kings, and the raging flames were unable to stop burning and corroding their sinful souls. Chapter 479. One breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The three Ghost Kings gritted their teeth and endured with hideous expressions. They spat out the dirty yin chi that froze their souls in a vain attempt to blow out the white flames. However, the Ghost Lantern Cold Flame burned without relying on heat. The yin chi mixed with negative emotions and tainted the soul was the best nourishment for the Ghost Lantern Cold Flame. This was the suppression of this flame on ghosts. They had no effective method to stop it from burning. If it was the original Black Ghost Lantern Flame, as Ghost Kings, they might be able to find 1 or 2 ways to disperse or resist it. However, the Ghost Lantern Flame that had already evolved once was no less effective against ghosts than the 9 Netherwood. These few Ghost Kings could only continuously release yin chi to cut apart the ghost body and remove the parts that were tainted by the white Ghost Lantern Flame. The pain it brought them was indescribable. Moreover, the space to dodge became smaller and smaller, but the white fire snake became larger and larger. Sooner or later, they would be burned to ashes. Young man, we admit defeat. We are willing to give up Fengdu City. When we hear your name in the future, well, retreat. Quickly put away the flames. Quickly, the three Ghost Kings began to beg for mercy. But ghosts had always been full of nonsense. The strange attacks in their hands did not stop at all. With a bang, Jiang Li's neck that was enough to support a mountain was finally forcefully twisted, turning 180 degrees behind him. Black spots began to appear on his body. More than 10 vicious diseases were wreaking havoc in his body. His abdomen was bulging like a rubber ball. His stomach was getting thinner and thinner, almost transparent. One could vaguely see the green-black soil inside. Thus, Jiang Li did not back down and maintain the Ghost Lantern Cold Flame. Damn it, this kid doesn't give us a way out. Fat Butcher. How long do you want to wait? The old woman-looking Ghost King let out a sharp and unpleasant shout. Suddenly, a fat figure appeared before Jiang Li. However, at this moment, his head was twisted behind him, so he could not see the scene in front of him. A large butcher knife appeared and slashed down at Jiang Li's head. It was the Butcher Ghost King that had been rolling on the ground and pretending to be dead. It took advantage of Jiang Li being restrained by the multiple ghost curses to launch a sneak attack. The butcher's knife was like an illusion. It did not injure Jiang Li's body at all, but it directly passed through his body and slashed into his mental world. In his consciousness, a blood-stained Ghost King butcher knife fell first. It tore apart the top layer of the starry night sky, then broke through the surging tribulation clouds in the middle and slashed straight at a figure under the 9 nether tree in the 5 elements peak. The Ghost King's desperate attack was indeed extraordinary. Even a cultivator's essence soul would definitely be split into 2 by this knife. Under the shade of the 9 nether wood, the 3-headed, 8-armed nascent soul opened its 3 pairs of eyes and looked up. The black-white lotus platform beneath it emitted a light, and the nascent soul instantly disappeared. When it appeared again, it was already under the butcher knife. Raising his chubby palm, Jiang Li's nascent soul directly grabbed the Ghost King butcher knife. The butcher knife that was tearing apart his soul could not advance an inch in his hand. Instead, a large number of blood-colored cracks spread out from his palm. A ghost lantern cold flame floating on the nascent soul's palm immediately transformed into a fire dragon that entangled it. A blood-colored chaotic will surged into it along the arm. The butcher Ghost King, who had high hopes, let out a scream. The butcher knife that had just condensed in his hand was instantly shattered by the chaotic will. A white fire dragon crawled out from between Jiang Li's brows and slithered up along the fat ghost hand to bite his neck. This time, the butcher Ghost King really could not move. Jiang Li raised his hand and pulled the chain beside him. The chain cage of the 9 palace 8 trigrams tortoise shell quickly tightened, binding the 4 Ghost Kings together. The white flames on the surface of the chain burned their skin to a golden color and sizzled with oil. After sprinkling some barbecue ingredients, they could be served. "No, you can't kill us. You've been cursed by us. If you kill us, you'll live an inhuman life. Let us go." We're willing to pay the price. The 4 Ghost Kings were tied up and could no longer resist. However, Jiang Li's current condition did not look much better. His head was behind his back, hanging limply. It was extremely painful to move. A human face vaguely appeared on the back of his head. If this face was completely formed, his body would be controlled by the old woman-looking Ghost King. The black spots on his skin had already covered his entire body, penetrating deep into his bones. Every breath he exhaled would bring about a grayish-brown bubble. The eyeball was dry and cracked. Every time it moved, 2 lines of blood would fall from the corners of its eyes. The intestines under his stomach were tied up. Inside were pieces of soil that were as hard as rocks. They were firmly entrenched in his abdomen and could not be expelled. His stomach was clearly bloated like a ball, and he would feel intense hunger. However, at this moment, his throat shrunk like a needle hole, and he could not even swallow his saliva. The methods of these ghosts were indeed extremely troublesome. If he wanted to live in this state in the future, it would be better to die now. He opened the interface. Headless Ghost Curse, Parasitic Ghost Mask, Black Death Lupus, Pus Poison Blood Fever, Papule Smallpox, Dust Lung Tuberculosis, Bodies at Worth Embryo, Starving Hungry Ghosts. A large number of fatal negative statuses hung on Jiang Li's body. The situation was not any better than when he was in the poison domain. Chapter 480. It was even more disgusting. 5 seconds later, a scream sounded from the back of Jiang Li's head. The parasitic ghost face hidden inside wailed and disappeared without a trace. 5 seconds later, cracking sounds came from Jiang Li's neck. He twisted his neck and turned his head back. Then, the black spots on his body disappeared, and the pimples fell off. The bodhisattva's oil in his stomach turned into a smelly yin chi that was expelled from his body. The throat that had shrunk to the size of a pinhole returned to normal. Every 5 seconds, one of the troublesome curses on Jiang Li's body was forcefully removed. The disgusting pus in his body became clean again under the effect of the immaculate body. 15 minutes later, Jiang Li's pale face had already completely recovered its healthy color. The Ghost King curses did not leave any traces on his body. This time, the four ghost kings bound by the ghost lantern fire dragon imprisoning lock no longer had any room to bargain. They were not dead yet because Jiang Li did not want them to die. Jiang Li stepped forward and snatched the broken bowl from the beggar ghost king. Your bowl is not bad. You actually reduced my lifespan by more than 100 years. This broken bowl contained 13 copper coins. On each coin, 10 years of lifespan was written. Originally, there should be 13 copper coins representing 10 years of cultivation in this broken bowl. However, Jiang Li's nascent soul had the appearance of a true immortal. On the surface, it was protected by the merit text left behind by Yellow Emperor Xuan Yuan, so how could it take away his lifespan easily? This could not deny the power of this beggar's bowl. After knocking 13 times, he forcefully asked for his 130 years of lifespan to be returned. He was not an ordinary mortal, but he could actually be hit so easily. If the battle dragged on for a little longer, anyone would suffer a huge loss. Apart from looking a little ugly when used, there were almost no flaws. After putting away the broken bowl, Jiang Li took out a 9 nether earth fruit and ate it in 2 or 3 bites, replenishing his lifespan to more than 8,000 years. Only then did he walk to the four ghost kings, pick up the chain, and throw it into the coffin. Young master, those wandering souls and ghosts have been eliminated. Not far away, the female ghost, Qin Shuman, flew to Jiang Li's side and bowed. Behind them, tens of millions of ghost soldiers lined up neatly, extending to the end of their vision. Take over the 4 city gates and enter the city. In Fengdu City, there were still the ghost soldiers left behind by the 4 ghost kings, but their boss had already been captured. So how could those trash cause any trouble? At the city gate, the Yin soldiers who were originally guarding there to collect the city tax had already fled completely and were successfully taken over by Jiang Li's Yin burial ghost soldiers. Inside, the prosperous shops on the streets were closed. After the ghost soldiers who were originally stationed on the city wall and patrolling the streets discovered that the city gate was sealed and had nowhere to escape, they descended with the wind and kowtowed. They were used to submitting to the strong. Now that a new king was born, submission was naturally the only choice. It was only convenient for Jiang Li to find a place for the cultivators of the Beast Frenzy sect to stay. The most important thing was to recover this Fengdu ghost city. That's right, recover. This ghost city was established by the last human emperor. In the past, he did not attack because he was not strong enough. Now that he had enough ability, as the successor of the human emperor, he naturally should inherit this property. Letting a group of ghosts dominate this place would make the human emperor ashamed. Soon, his 10 million ghost soldiers controlled the entire city. Every street and every tile was under his control. Jiang Li flew to the center of the city. There was a sinkhole that had been broken through by the combined attacks of human cultivators. Through the sinkhole, what was exposed was an even larger ancient underground palace. It was the royal palace of the last human emperor, Zhou City's Changla Palace. Below it was an even more hidden star tower space. Up until now, he was the only one fated to step foot in it. Jiang Li fell into it. Compared to when he came all those years ago, this underground palace had many more broken walls. At that time, that battle had destroyed many things. Jiang Li walked into the Changla Palace, the Central Jade Hall, Eastern Azure Hall, Southern Flame Hall, Western White Hall, and Northern Profound Hall were still standing in the center. The plaque on the hall in the middle had already been shattered by Jiang Li. The human emperor was unconvinced of heaven's actions. It was precisely because of this that he obtained the opportunity to enter the Star Tower to receive the human emperor's inheritance. He walked to the interior of the central hall and searched the ground for a while. Soon, he found a small irregular groove in a tile. Jiang Li had long known what was going on. Taking out the human emperor's finger bone and inserting it, the entire Changla Palace in Zhou City began to tremble inexplicably. A black stone monument slowly rose in front of Jiang Li. In the 4 halls of Eastern Azure, Southern Flame, Western White, and Northern Profound, 4 stone monuments also rose. It was the city lords and hall masters' stone monuments. They were items that the human emperor's lineage had copied after suffering a huge loss from the divine investiture board. It had the magical effect of controlling the city and commanding spirit beasts. Now, the city lord's stone monument that controlled everything was ownerless. Jiang Li opened his palm and placed it on the stone monument. After a wave of red light flickered, Jiang Li did not spend much effort to refine it. Now, he could control the entire city through this stone monument. He could also use this to order all the ghosts whose names were left on the stone monuments of the 4 halls. Now, there was only one name on the 4 stone monuments: Fengdu City's prison warden, Lai. With a thought, the warden, who was still drinking the soul dissolution liquor in the dungeon, jolted awake and looked at the center of the underground palace with an expression that said, "What the heck?" Then, he did not dare to delay for a moment. He threw down the wine bowl and crawled towards the Changla Palace. 2 breaths later, he knelt in the middle, below the steps of the human emperor's hall. Warden Lai greets the city lord. It was definitely not easy to revive the bloodline of the human emperor, so Jiang Li could only be called the city lord of Fengdu City now. Lai, teach these 4 guys a lesson and let them leave their names on the stone monument to be mobilized. Jiang Li threw the 4 fellows tied up by the dragon imprisoning lock to the warden's feet. Lai, who did not dare to raise his head to look directly at Jiang Li, carefully looked at the Ghost King that was curled up. These are those 4 Ghost Kings. The city lord is wise and mighty. Evil will receive your orders. I'll definitely make these 4 ghosts willingly serve the city lord without any complaints. The official employees of Fengdu City had been unhappy with these tyrannical Ghost Kings for a long time. Now that they were in his hands, as the warden, he had 1,800 punishments to deal with them. Ever since he took over as the warden, he had never seen anyone withstand over 500 punishments. After Lai brought the prisoners down, Jiang Li inspected the terrible situation in Fengdu Ghost City. The dignified Fengdu Ghost City had long been completely devastated, and the buildings had collapsed beyond recognition. Previously, the Ghost King's operation of Fengdu City was like building a sail on an aircraft carrier and using it as a wooden raft. It was simply impossible to develop. If he wanted this city to recover its former glory, he could only rely on himself as the successor of the human emperor. Just repairing the buildings required a large amount of spiritual qi and yin qi. Jiang Li sighed. Forget it. Some things were meant to be spent. He reached out and pressed down on the stone monument again. At the same time, he shook his hand and threw out the coffin. The high-grade earth vein that had captured the dragon transformation island was thrown into it by Jiang Li, and surging spiritual qi and yin qi surged out from the coffin. With the replenishment of energy, the entire Fengdu city seemed to have come alive. Under Jiang Li's control, it began to quickly recover. The ground became even more solid and hard. The broken walls quickly returned to their original state. Even the range of Fengdu City was expanding. Due to the influx of tens of millions of ghost soldiers and 50,000 cultivators, the crowded city quickly became more than enough. The spider lily sea and carefree grassland that had been destroyed because of the Ghost King's chaotic battle had also been transplanted from the coffin and grew outside the city. After using 90% of the energy accumulated by Jiang Li in the coffin, Fengdu Ghost City finally unlocked the most important ability. Gate of Hell. Chapter 481. The souls pass slowly through the Gate of Hell. The road to the Yellow Spring is long and winding. The water of the River of Forgetfulness is clear and clean. What can one do standing on the Bridge of Helplessness? The Mengpo soup tastes bland and flavorless. The heartless stone carves 3 lifetimes. Looking at the mortal world, one views their village standing on a platform. These 7 lines referred to the 7 special scenic spots in the ancient netherworld. They were the Gate of Hell, the Yellow Spring Road, the River of Forgetfulness, the Bridge of Helplessness, the Menpo Soup, the 3 lifetime stone, and the village viewing platform. With this process, he could clearly arrange the billions of souls after the death of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. As a faction of the human emperor, Fengdu Ghost City's existence was to seize the netherworld market as much as possible. It was only targeted at the souls of humans. They could not let all the souls of the human race fall into the control of the heavenly court. In terms of scale, it was naturally far inferior to the netherworld. However, although it was imitating, there were still some functions that it should have. For example, this gate of hell that connected yin and yang was the most important method to gather souls. Originally, if one wanted to come to Fengdu Ghost City, they would usually only be lucky enough to encounter the opening of the netherworld illusion in the Ghost King Desolate Ground. If he wanted to connect to this place elsewhere, he had to first create an environment similar to the netherworld. First, the concentration of yin qi had to reach the standard. Then, there had to be a sufficiently brilliant illusion technique covering it. There had to be a beacon like Daja's finger bone or the human emperor's finger bone. Finally, he had to communicate with it with the 3 lifetime stone to succeed. However, with the gate of hell, it was different. As long as the location was set in advance, it could be opened at night when there was no sun. Moreover, the netherworld illusion and the continent of the 9 provinces were not 2 maps that were stuck together. The distance between space was not so absolute. In other words, the difficulty of connecting 2 places thousands of miles away to Fengdu Ghost City was not much different. Just this alone was of great importance to Jiang Li. For example, his prosperous Jiang Hongyin and the Hidden Rock Army had important strongholds in the Great Mountain region, Phoenix Sun City, the Rock Mountain Range, the Mechanism City, the 10 Directions region, and even the Dragon Transformation Island. The journey between them was too far. Although it was convenient to travel in the cultivation world and their speed was not slow, it was definitely not safe along the way. The rogue cultivators who blocked the way and the demons in the mountains needed a lot of manpower and time to open and maintain a safer passage. As far as the Great Mountain Alliance was concerned, they could at most maintain the smooth passage of one of the channels. Therefore, the transportation of supplies between the few strongholds had always been a huge problem. This was especially true for the ghosts collected by the prosperous Jiang Hongyin. They often suffered huge losses because of dragging it out for too long. Now, Jiang Li could completely use this Fengdu Ghost City as the headquarters and use the Gate of Hell to connect to various places. At that time, 1,000 miles would become a short distance, allowing him to easily control the various locations. In addition, with the convenient Gate of Hell, Jiang Li could stay in Fengdu City permanently and use this as the front line to explore the current netherworld. Jiang Li had been coveting the Bakian mountain that separated yin-yang for a long time, as well as the 9 netherwoods main body, one of the 10 connate spiritual roots. With this place as a springboard and recruiting more native ghosts, he could finally officially explore. Jiang Li focused on studying the huge gate that appeared in front of him. Qin Shuman, who had just taken over Fengdu City and was refining a large amount of Mengpo soup to cleanse the memories of the disciples of the Beast Frenzy sect, floated in from outside the hall. Young Master, there's a flood outside the city. The drowned Ghost King is attacking with 1,000,000 water ghosts. They are challenging us under the city. Although she said that the Ghost King had attacked, Qin Shuman did not have any fear. With the enhancement of tens of millions of ghost soldiers, she was enough to resist ordinary ghost kings. Jiang Li was not surprised by this. Fengdu Ghost City had always been a place that ghost kings had to fight for. Without the deterrence of the original 4 ghost kings, there would naturally be new ghost kings attacking. There would be many more such things in the future. It could be considered a wave that could allow him to quickly expand his faction's benefits. The huge ghost city was lacking manpower, so Jiang Li did not reject anyone. There's still a moat needed around the city. Do you think those water ghosts can be used? The city lord's stone monument flashed, and Jiang Li had already appeared on the top of Fengdu City. He waved his hand and released the ghost lantern fire snake before pouncing towards the drowned ghost king that was approaching on the waves. Several months passed quickly. In a dense forest at the edge of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, 3 figures were moving quickly along the ground. The person in the lead wore an apricot yellow dyestrube and carried a peachwood sword on his back. He held an 8-sided compass in his hand, and every step he took was in the direction of the 7 stars. He was clearly running on the ground, but his speed was not inferior to flying on his artifact. It could be seen that his movement technique was exquisite. As for the 2 people behind him, one was fat and the other was thin. In terms of cultivation, they were far inferior to the former. Even if there was a talisman stuck to each of their legs, they were so tired that they were panting and sweating profusely. Master, I can't take it anymore. Let's rest for a while. The fat disciple could not help but speak. But as soon as he spoke, his aura leaked out, and his footsteps became chaotic. After taking a few more steps, he directly fell to the ground. The high-speed inertia pushed him forward. After tumbling and crashing into more than 10 trees, he successfully rushed out of the forest and fell on the official road of Immortal Country. Sigh, senior brother, really useless. Did you secretly fight with Xiao Yu again last night? A female ghost is harmful to the body. Look, your legs are soft now. Young people have to restrain themselves. The thin Taoist priest also jumped out of the forest. After tearing off the talisman paper on his feet, he helped the fat Taoist priest up. Chapter 482 Gate of Hell 2. He even imitated his master's tone to tease his senior brother. What do you know? Female ghosts and paper effigies are wonderful. Brother, I will make one for you someday. You'll know how many years you've wasted. The fat Taoist priest's skin was clearly thick. He did not avoid these things at all. Instead, he used his hands to gesture at the curvaceous curves. HMPH. Wonderful. Your junior brother entered the sect 10 years later than you. His cultivation is about to surpass yours. If you continue like this, believe it or not, it'll make you become a pure person by force. At this moment, the apricot-robed Taoist who had been running in front also turned round and returned to their side. After checking the fat Taoist and discovering that he was not injured, he reprimanded him. Now that the zombie king has appeared, quickly follow me. Otherwise, the people in 1,000 miles will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. What a heavy yin chi. However, at this moment, the compass needle in his hand turned and began to tremble violently. That could only point to the end of this official road. After giving the fat disciple a medicinal pill to recover his strength, the 3 of them turned around and hurried along the pointed direction. Soon, a human city appeared ahead. At first, their expressions were solemn, thinking that this was a town that had been slaughtered by the zombie king. However, after approaching, he discovered that not only had there been no massacre here, but the population was also dense. The streets were constantly noisy, and it was a scene of prosperity and peace. Master, this area is remote. The surrounding towns are all poor and naked. How can this place be so rich? No, look at the surrounding houses carefully. Although the surface is bright and beautiful, the foundation is rotten and dilapidated. This town should have been a poor place a few months ago. It's as if it suddenly made a fortune recently. The 3 of them walked in the city and quickly discovered many abnormalities. Every family in this city was cooking fiercely. The smell of cooking filled the entire town. It's clearly not mealtime, so why is everyone cooking? Moreover, isn't that appetite too much? There are less than 10,000 people in this city, but the food cooked should be enough for 1 million people. In this city, the entrance of every house was filled with food in wooden barrels that were half the height of a person. There was more than 1 barrel in each house. Clearly, it was impossible for the locals to digest these hot dishes. This place did not look like a bustling business. So how could there be so many people eating here? Food is not only for humans. Find a place to stay. Qian Kai and Xilei, come and scout the vicinity. Be careful not to be discovered. You have to return before dark. That zombie king might appear at any time. The apricot-robed Taoist found an inn. Everyone in the inn was busy. After throwing him a key, they hurriedly returned to the kitchen. The Taoist quietly slipped into the kitchen to observe. He discovered that when those chefs were cooking, other than the seasoning that they usually used, they would also sprinkle handfuls of incense ash in the pot. Seeing this scene, He was even more certain that these dishes were not for humans. The changes in this city must be related to some demons. As a cultivator, he innately hated such demons and ghosts. Moreover, after thinking about it, it was very likely that the zombie king would be attracted by the yin qi here. Therefore, he decided to stay for the time being and observe the situation. Night gradually fell. The stove in the city burned for an entire day without stopping. Then, under the night sky, barrels of food were loaded onto the carriages. All the residents in the city pushed the carriages and carried the wine towards an empty space outside the city. At this moment, the two disciples of the apricot-robed Taoist ran back. Master, look what I found. There's a newly built strange temple outside the city. It's magnificent. I wiped my eyes with the copper coins and knew at a glance that there was something wrong with the temple. The temple attendant inside is actually a fox. The people in this city must have been bewitched by the fox demon to become like this. I personally took action and captured the fox demon. Master, should we kill the demon now? The fat Taoist priest, Qian Kai, smiled widely. In his hand was a large fox with shiny fur. There were several bloodstains on the fox's body, and it was still grimacing at them. You took its demon core? The Taoist frowned. He did not sense any baneful aura from this fox. Presumably, even if this fox demon did evil, it had not killed anyone. After a creature like a fox demon cultivated to a certain extent, they needed to enter the mortal world to cultivate. Most of them would be kind to others and were not the target of their exorcism. Now that his disciple had taken out the other party's demon core, it caused its cultivation to be crippled and could not even speak. It was indeed a little too much. You found out, Master. I'm filial and want to take out its inner core to brew wine for you. Demon core wine is full of vitality. Master, you must try it. The fat Taoist was clearly still full of vigor. Tie it up first. Killing for no reason is not beneficial to cultivation. The Taoist shook his head and did not say anything. After all, it was only a demon. Did he have to uphold justice and cripple his disciple? Follow me. Let's see where those townspeople are going. After Qian Kai tied up the fox, he stuffed it into a cloth bag. Then, the three of them jumped into the air and followed behind the vast convoy with the yellow talisman. The convoy pushed food that was enough for 1 million people all the way to a temple outside the city. They piled up the food that they had worked hard to make for a day and walked into the temple. Everyone placed 3 incense sticks in front of the statue before driving the carriage back. They had been doing this for half a year. When they returned, they would discover that there would be gold and silver in front of the banyan tree at the entrance of the village. That was the secret that they had become rich in a short period of time. How could a little fear of the mountain spirits and ghosts resist the temptation of the yellow-eyed item? After the townspeople left, the Taoist appeared with his 2 disciples. After entering the incense-filled temple, he discovered that what was worshipped on it was a strange statue of Buddha and demon with 1,000 hands on its back. This temple and statue are both filled with yin qi. One look and I can tell that they are not good things. Master, should we destroy this evil temple? The fat Taoist priest, Qian Kai, had just obtained a demon core and his mind was filled with killing demons. Senior brother, destroying someone's cultivation is like killing their parents. The hatred will be irreconcilable. The skinny Taoist Xilai spoke slowly from the side. The fat Taoist's hand that was holding the peachwood sword trembled. He looked at the terrifying statue again and finally did not dare to attack. Thea's movement outside. Don't make a sound. At this moment, it was midnight. The full moon was in the sky, and a cold moonlight scattered down. The fog was hazy. After it dissipated, a pitch-black ghost-faced door suddenly appeared in front of the small temple. As soon as the door appeared, the yin qi within 100 miles was drawn over. The nearby wandering souls and ghosts also floated over as if they had been summoned. The pupils of the apricot-robed Taoist hidden in the temple constricted, not daring to believe what he saw. The gate of hell. How can it be the gate of hell? The Taoist's name was Xing, and he inherited one of the orthodox 3 mountain talismans of the ancient Taoist lineage. In his inheritance, There were especially detailed records of the netherworld ghost region. Many of them were secrets that had been lost in the current cultivation world. In the past, he had always read it as a story. He did not expect that today, by chance, he would actually see the gate of hell described in the ancient book. But hasn't the netherworld disappeared long ago? How can it still be? Before he could finish speaking, the two ghost-faced doors slowly opened in front of them. Thick yin chi surged out from behind the door, condensing the water vapor in the air into thick fog that spread out. In the thick fog, a group of black armored soldiers lined up and moved the large amount of food on the ground back to the door. More ghost soldiers behind him carried barbed chains and spread out. The gate of hell is open. Yin soldiers have come to take souls. Master, it's the Yin soldiers. Isn't that the netherworld? Master, you didn't lie to us. By the way, don't we still have a 6th grade merit talisman? Can we go in and take the position of a Yin priest? Master, since you don't need it, why don't you give me this chance? Chapter 483. Looking at these two disciples who looked at him with admiration, Daist Singh was speechless for a moment. In the past, he had really only used the records of the ancient books to tease his two disciples. Back then, his master had also teased him like this. As for the records in the ancient books, they were tens of thousands of years ago. There were no immortals or gods in them now. When he was young, he had looked for the netherworld, but he had found nothing. He did not expect to really see the gate of hell today. Logically speaking, half of their abilities were related to the netherworld. If there was a chance, they should go in and investigate. At this moment, a familiar corpse chi quickly approached them. Oh no! It's the Zombie King. A figure wrapped in black corpse chi broke out of the ground and jumped towards the gate of hell. Zombies were buried underground all year round and absorbed the yin chi of the earth. Zombies that had become strong all had good earth escape techniques. This was also the reason why Daoist Singh and his two disciples did not fly and chose to stick to the ground. Only then could he track the corpse chi underground. Daoist Singh's previous guess was correct. The zombie was indeed attracted by the yin chi of the ghost gate and came here. Take it down. Daoist Singh was the first to fly out. Two ink threads shot out from his hand and wrapped around the Zombie King's legs. He pulled back fiercely, causing sparks to fly. He forcefully stopped the Zombie King's jump. After succeeding in one strike, he took 2 steps closer, picked up his 100-year-old peachwood sword, and stabbed the 3 key points of the Zombie King from behind. There were several deep wounds on the surface of this Zombie King's body. The corpse chi in its body was less than 30% of its peak. Clearly, it had been injured quite badly. Now that he was stabbed by the peachwood sword, he immediately roared angrily as more corpse chi was forced out of his mouth. 8 trigrams talisman. I'm going to crush you today. Daoist Singh's Daoist robe shook, and the apricot yellow Daoist robe flew out and covered the Zombie King's head. Then, the fat and thin Qian Kai and Xilai also flew out of the temple. They pulled a net that they had long prepared and tied up the Zombie King again. The power of the 8 trigrams talisman and the apricot yellow Daoist robe collided with the zombie's yin-yang aura, causing sparks to fly everywhere and causing heavy damage to the Zombie King again. Daoist Singh raised his hand and threw out 6 talisman swords, nailing the 6 ends of the rope to the ground. The remaining 2 ends of the rope were firmly held in his 2 disciples' hands. Qian Kai, Xilai, grab the 2 ends and don't let go. Its body was heavily injured, and the bound Zombie King continuously struggled. The huge force caused the ground to crack, and the 6 talisman swords stabbed into the ground trembled endlessly. The 2 disciples who grabbed the ropes leaned back and pulled the 2 talisman ropes with all their might. Their legs had already stabbed into the ground, but even so, they could not stop moving and were pulled towards the Zombie King. In less than 20 breaths, the Zombie King would be able to escape, but that was enough. Your Grandmaster and my master died because they exhausted their cultivation to deal with this Zombie King. Now, my disciples and grand disciples will uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. We will comfort Master's soul in heaven. He formed hand seals and muttered something. As Taoist Singh formed hand seals and chanted, a golden sword gradually emitted a resplendent golden light in the Zombie King's heart. It was this golden sword that had been consuming the Zombie King's strength for many years. Only today did this Zombie King become so weak that they had a chance to eliminate it. The golden sword was triggered, and the Zombie King struggled even more. Taoist Singh held the peachwood sword and was about to stab the Zombie King in the heart again. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Damn it, that beast bit me. The fox demon in the cloth bag suddenly broke out and bit the inside of the fat Taoist's thigh. Qian Kai was distracted, and the talisman rope that he was pulling loosened. The Zombie King immediately broke through the double binding of the rope net and Taoist robe. With a roar, it slapped Taoist Singh away. Then, it wanted to rush up and bite the throats of the three Taoists. But the fox let out a cry twice and plunged into the gate of hell. Ordinary zombies had no soul, so they naturally did not have intelligence. However, at the level of the Zombie King, they could already wake up from the resentment of heaven and earth and possess intelligence not inferior to humans. The Zombie King knew that it would definitely die if it continued fighting, so it stopped fighting and followed the fox demon into the gates of hell. Chase. We can't let it escape. Taoist Singh spat out blood and flew back. His back stuck to the ground and bounced up again. He slapped 2 talismans on his body to suppress his injuries and did not stop for a moment before leading the 2 disciples into the sinister gate of hell. After passing through the door, dense yin qi assaulted him, causing Taoist Singh's soul formation body to involuntarily tremble. After passing through the darkness, the scenery of the netherworld was not as bad as he had imagined. The first thing he saw was a charming red sea of flowers and golden grassland. It was a healthy field of spider lilies and carefree grass. They were stepping on a narrow path. There were red paper lanterns hanging by the roadside. The faint lights swayed in the wind and stretched to a huge city in the distance. I didn't expect the netherworld to be such a scene. Taoist Singh sighed, but then his expression changed. Chapter 484 Merit Talisman 2. He took out 2 talismans, folded them, and stuffed them into his nose. Beside him, the fat and thin disciples were already walking forward in a daze. Taoist Singh raised his hand and burned 2 talismans. He slapped the talismans on the foreheads of the 2 disciples, causing them to wake up. Focus and guard your mind. Stuff these 2 balls of talismans into your nose. Your cultivation is still shallow, so you can't smell the spider lily pollen. The Zombie King must have gone forward. We can't let him escape today. Chase after him. After saying that, he carried the peachwood sword and chased after them along the narrow path under the lantern. After walking for a while, the area ahead became lively. There were still many gates of hell that surrounded the huge city. Many masked figures walked out and walked towards the city at the end of the road. The narrow path began to become wider, and the increasing number of pedestrians beside them gradually made it crowded. The lights ahead were bright. Before they entered the city, all kinds of peddling sounds began to rise and fall. There were stalls of various sizes selling all kinds of strange items. There were many figures among them. However, after the 3 of them opened their Dharma eyes, they discovered that at least 9.5 of them were not human. So lively? I've never heard of a ghost market in the netherworld. Taoist Singh frowned. This was different from the netherworld he had imagined. Fortunately, he was more than 800 years old after all. He had been to a place like the Ghost City a few times and knew the rules inside. He took out a few spirit stones and casually bought 2 sugar figurines made of yin soil from a stall before asking the stall owner, "Brother, have you seen a zombie nearby?" The stall owner was wearing a mask, but under his Dharma eyes, he could tell that he was a human cultivator. In this ghost city, humans and ghosts coexisted. It should be the more formal and safe type. Looking for zombies? Turn right when you reach the end. After obtaining the information they wanted, The three of them restrained their auras and squeezed through the crowd. Soon, they saw a lively banquet. In front of him was a large number of tables and chairs. They were filled with various humanoid demons and ghosts. There were many wooden puppets placing food, wine, and water on the table. Now, they knew who the townspeople's food and drinks were prepared for. They braced themselves and entered the group of demons and ghosts. "Master, they seem to be looking at us." The fat Taoist priest's legs and stomach were trembling. "Don't panic. These are all small ghosts. Small demons are fine." "No, Master. There are demons. There are many demons over there." "Master, am I seeing things? There's a ghost king over there." The two disciples wanted to cry but had no tears. Even Dais Zhao Xing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. They had spent a lot of effort chasing after an exhausted zombie king and had yet to succeed. However, after crashing into the gate of hell, they suddenly saw so many powerful evil beings. Dais Zhao Xing's cultivation had only reached the soul formation realm. Although his cultivation method was still quite effective against these evil ghosts, if one of these greater demons or ghost kings came, he might be able to barely deal with them and escape. However, there were so many of them, his own flesh body was not enough for them to share. Fortunately, there were also humans here. Those demons and ghosts seemed to follow some rules and had no intention of attacking them. The three of them lowered their heads and did not look further. After walking through them for more than half an hour, they finally saw the zombie king. Their zombie king that had been beaten up by them had unknowingly mixed into this group of demons and ghosts. It was mixed with a group of ghosts in the raw meat area of the banquet, hugging a deer and sucking hard. Behind him, two ghosts tried to pull out the golden sword that was stabbed into the zombie king's heart. Seeing this scene, Dais Zhao Xing became anxious. Once the golden sword left his body, it would probably be difficult for him to eliminate this zombie, without caring about anything else. He shouted and raised his hand to strike out with the 100-year-old peachwood sword. "Bold demon, take this!" Boom! There was an explosion. The shed of the banquet was sent flying by the aftershock of the explosion. The heavily injured zombie king was pierced by the sword and nailed to the ground. "Die, demon!" Dais Zhao Xing took out another ancient seal and smashed it at the zombie king's head. After being hit by this, the zombie king, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, would most likely be successfully eliminated. Bang! However, before the seal landed, a palm firmly caught it. Sizzling green smoke rose. The large seal struggled in his palm, but it was futile. Instead, under the cleansing of a green-black energy, it quickly withered. "Who is it? How dare you attack my guest here?" He casually threw the large seal to the side. 5 clear finger marks had already appeared on it. The city lord of Fengdu City, who was still wearing a mask, waved his hand to disperse the surrounding dust. This sudden change made the entire bustling ghost market quiet down. The demons and ghosts who were originally sitting together and drinking wine tacitly formed a circle and surrounded the three uninvited guests. "Master, what should we do? Master, it's over, it's over. We're going to die." The two disciples were surrounded by so many powerful demons and ghosts that their faces were already pale from fear. Chapter 485. Only Dais Zhao Xing could barely maintain his composure. Jiang Li walked out from the group of demons and ghosts. During this period of time, he had been staying in Fengdu City and personally paid attention to the exploration of the netherworld illusion. Unfortunately, the netherworld illusion was not a complete netherworld. It was more like pieces of lost fragments. The ghost soldiers sent out would often encounter the edge of the illusion realm and be lost in some inexplicable place. The map drawn would also change every few days. The progress of the exploration had always been quite limited. At the same time, he was also actively expanding the influence of Fengdu City. Other than ghosts and demons, the legend of the Fengdu Ghost City also spread among a large number of rogue cultivators. He began to open the gate of hell at certain places regularly to welcome human cultivators into the realm. Of course, there were often people who caused trouble. causing a group of permanent residents to appear in the dungeons of Fengdu City. Fellow Taoist, I am Zai Crossing. I brought 2 disciples to pursue the zombie king. I've accidentally entered your precious land and disturbed everyone. I'm really sorry. I have some compensation here. I hope everyone will kindly accept it. Fellow Taoist, please understand. Taoist Zai Xing took a deep breath and poured out a pile of spirit stones and spiritual fruits from his storage bag and placed them on the ground. He then took out a large stack of paper effigies and distributed them to the group of ghosts that had been affected by his peachwood sword. The quality of the paper effigies was not low. It could allow ghosts to possess it and disguise it as a living person. It was similar to high-end fashion for humans. It was easier to find a partner after wearing it. It had always been a popular item in the eyes of ghosts. After apologizing, the surrounding demons and ghosts looked at the 3 of them much more gently. It was probably enough to beat them up and let them live. However, right at this moment, a fox covered in blood darted out from nowhere and ran to Jiang Li's side before squeaking. The expressions of the 3 Taoists changed at the same time. This fox demon actually had a backer. This was bad. Sure enough, after the fox demon finished speaking, Jiang Li's gaze under the mask became cold again. He raised his hand and pulled out the peachwood sword on their zombie king's chest. Then, he exerted strength in his hand and directly broke the wooden sword, throwing the broken sword at the feet of the 3 of them. In my territory, you injured my subordinate and broke my rules. You still want me to make things easier for you. Fellow Taoist, you speak too arrogantly. Take him down, Jiang Li ordered. There was no need for him to attack at all. The surrounding ghost kings swarmed forward and pressed Taoist Zai Xing to the ground. As for his 2 disciples, there was no need to mention them. They were only golden core cultivators. How could they cause any trouble? He poured out the demon core from the wine pot on the fat Taoist's waist and returned it to the injured fox demon. He even handed over a small knife and let the fox demon do it herself. She could dig out the fat Taoist's golden core to replenish itself. How could the fox demon who had its stomach cut open and its waist core taken out let go of this opportunity? It cut open the fat Taoist's clothes and aimed the sharp knife at his abdomen. Wait, don't hurt him. The merit talisman, I'm willing to offer my sect's merit talisman. Fellow Taoist, please spare my disciple's life. Taoist Zai Xing, who was pressed to the ground, could not save his disciple when he saw his tragic state. He suddenly recalled the Dugong book they had mentioned before. That thing was said to be able to grant a position in the netherworld. Although the era of its usefulness had long passed, he could only try everything he could in this situation. However, it was precisely this sentence that saved their lives. Jiang Li had originally turned around and was about to leave, but when he heard the words merit talisman, he still stopped. He raised his hand to stop the demons and ghosts. Taoist Zai Xing stood up in a sorry state, not daring to let Jiang Li make things easier for him. He could only reach into his pocket and take out a grey booklet. Name, Heavenly Jade Altar Merit Talisman. Jiang Li reached out to take it and opened it. There was not a single name inside. However, that did not mean that it was fake. This booklet vaguely gave Jiang Li a feeling that it was similar to the dragon imprisoning lock. In ancient times, this would probably be an immortal artifact. After putting away the merit talisman, Jiang Li stared at the Taoist in front of him for a long time before asking solemnly, "Are you Taoists from Moshan?" Chapter 486 Current Fengdu City, 1. How did you know? Taoist Zai Xing could not help but be surprised. After the cultivationless age, the inheritance of the Moshan lineage had finally escaped the status of scam artists. However, because there were many restrictions on cultivating the Moshan techniques, it had always been a small force. Up until now, there was no fixed mountain occupation. They were probably still rogue cultivators. Apart from the 3 of them, not many people knew the name Moshan, let alone its reputation. However, this person in front of him could directly expose his inheritance. Could it be that Moshan really had a deep relationship with the netherworld? Taoist Xing's surprised expression directly verified that Jiang Li's memory was correct. The three reckless uninvited guests in front of him were the famous Moshan Taoists in his previous life. The reason why he could recognize the other party was because there was an obvious difference between the Moshan orthodoxy and other sects. Apart from cultivating themselves, Moshan Taoists also cultivated affinity and human connections. To put it bluntly, it was to build connections. Under the efforts of generations of Moshan disciples, they finally succeeded in spreading their connections all over the world. There were allies everywhere. The three founders of Moshan were disciples of the Orthodox Supreme Clarity lineage. Their connections were extremely strong, which gave them a foundation. After that, Moshan established its own sect and happened to be in the golden age of cultivation. It had a long history and countless disciples had become immortals. After these Moshan immortals ascended, they did not like to gather together like other forces. They still liked to make friends and relied on their relationship with the various forces to send recommendation letters everywhere. They let the disciples who became immortals enter the official organization structure of the heavenly court to take up positions. As time passed, their network of connections grew larger and larger, becoming stronger and stronger. In the end, how many people in the world would not give them face? Moshan also relied on this network to develop a unique talisman imparting ceremony. After taking in an official disciple, his master would lead him to burn incense and offer sacrifices to his ancestors. He would light the sky lantern and report the name list to his ancestors. After helping him officially enter the Tao, his name would be recorded in the Moshan Tao talisman. The disciples were divided into 5 levels according to the heavenly jade altar tablet. They were collectively known as Supreme 3-5 Merit Talisman for short. It was called Merit Talisman. It was the booklet that Jiang Li had just obtained. The Supreme Righteous Alliance's Might Talisman, or in short, Alliance's Might Talisman, was a 4th or 5th tier title. The Supreme Clarity 3-5 Thunder Talisman, known as 5 Thunder Talisman, was a 3rd tier title. The Supreme Clarity 3 Caves Talisman, known as 3 Caves 5 Thunder Talisman, was a 2nd tier title. The Supreme Clarity Great Cave Talisman, known as the Supreme Clarity Talisman, was a 1st tier title. It was usually only given to Taoist masters and not outsiders. This so-called Tao record was equivalent to the title of the Divine General. After the Moshan Taoists obtained the talisman, they could become famous and possess the status of a heavenly official. They even had the authority to utilize a certain number of protective divine weapons. Think about it. This disciple had just entered the sect and the higher-ups had already decided on his position and arranged it clearly. Even if one's cultivation was insufficient and they could not become an immortal, they could still take the salary of the heavenly court in the netherworld after death. This reputation was really impressive. In the current cultivation world, because the higher-ups no longer existed, pure Taoists were no longer as popular as in ancient times. The current style was usually to practice whatever they had, like Jiang Li, who was good at drawing attention to himself. As a result, Jiang Li felt that their dressing was a little strange when he saw it just now. Later on, when he heard that it was a merit talisman, he felt that it was even more familiar. Now, he could be certain, the heavenly court had long collapsed back then, so this merit talisman was naturally useless. However, he was very interested in the people from Moshan. With his impression of Moshan in his previous life, these Taoists knew very well about the various sects in the netherworld. Jiang Li was having a headache over the progress of the netherworld illusion. Now, these 3 Moshan Taoists happened to bump into him. They were like lost travelers who had captured 3 experienced guides. How could they bear to let them leave so easily? This could be the power of the high-grade merit blessing that had specially sent him the people he needed. Taoists of Moshan, I've heard a lot about you. Jiang Li sized them up a few times before waving his hand and removing all the artifacts on them. Lock the 2 of them up. That zombie king, stay behind as a guard. If there are any prisoners who want to escape, suck their blood dry. The new Fengdu city lord had given them face but not completely. Fellow Taoist, my disciple was naughty and mischievous. He made a mistake, but his nature is not bad. fellow Taoist. Can you give him another chance? A ball of black ghost ears wrapped around the fat and thin disciples and disappeared from the ghost city. Taoist Zai Xing could not stop him and could only plead again. In his opinion, this city lord was also a human and was easier to talk to than demons and ghosts. However, Jiang Li ignored him and took out a bottle of medicinal pills to let the fox demon heal. Jiang Li still had an impression of this fox demon. It was the first small demon to come out and offer treasures when his first prosperous Jiang Hong Inn opened. Later on, he directly took her in as an official employee of the prosperous Jiang Hong Inn. He did not expect that she had already formed a demon core and had even climbed up the hierarchy of the inn. It seemed that her talent and comprehension were both excellent. Chapter 487 Current Fengdu City 2. If this bottle of medicinal pills could not heal it, Jiang Li would not be stingy with a 9 nether earth fruit. After the fox demon took the pill, she put away the small knife and left. Jiang Li arrived beside the zombie king that was hiding in the group of ghosts and monsters. He shot out a ball of yin qi and landed on its body. With the replenishment of pure yin qi and having just absorbed blood, the rotting flesh on the zombie king's body quickly healed. After letting him lie in the coffin for a few days, he would almost recover to his original state. Follow them well in the future. This zombie king had recovered some strength. It originally wanted to be arrogant, but after being patted on the shoulder by Jiang Li a few times, half of its body sank into the ground. It decisively became obedient. When it absorbed more yin burial spiritual qi, it would have even less room to resist. After doing this, the demons and ghosts returned to their seats to continue the banquet. Jiang Li turned around and walked towards the ghost city. Taoist Zai Xing, follow me. Taoist Zai Xing was given an order, but firstly, he could not defeat the other party. Secondly, his 2 disciples were still in the other party's hands, so he could only follow behind him. After passing through the banquet, he saw the name of the huge city and understood where he was. Fengdu. It seems that my disciples and I have accidentally entered the netherworld illusion. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the ghost city of the netherworld illusion to be occupied by a human cultivator. I admire you. However, fellow Taoist, being associated with demons and ghosts for a long time will probably affect your luck. I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to you in the long term. Also, that zombie king is vicious by nature. We cultivators should slay demons and devils, fellow Taoist. Are you really going to leave that scourge alive? Taoist Zai Xing still wanted to persuade Jiang Li to kill the demons and devils, but when he passed by a wooden bridge, he lowered his head and saw the million water ghosts floating in the moat below, so he swallowed his words. Taoist Master Zai Xing, it seems that you haven't cultivated the Moshanshi gazing technique. Jiang Li did not answer him and asked instead. The Moshanshi gazing technique requires talent. I'm ashamed that I didn't cultivate it successfully. Sure enough, if he knew how to observe qi, he would see that Jiang Li's body was surrounded by merit and providence. He, Jiang Li, had never been worried about something like luck. Taoist Master Zai Xing, you don't have to worry about me. The people and ghosts of Fengdu City coexist peacefully. The only vicious conflict that happened recently was your doing. Now, let's talk about Taoist Master Zai Xing and your 2 disciples. The ghost city was indeed more orderly. Search Noon 0vol0rg on Google. There were many human cultivators wearing masks. It was obvious that they had been here for a long time. The rules of their Moshan Dao sect were not qualified to be imposed on others. I can guarantee that the zombie king won't go out and harm anyone again. I can even return your few artifacts to you. However, nothing can be achieved without rules. If you attack the territory of Fengdu City and even attack my subordinates, you must pay the price. The 2 of them walked very quickly. Not long after, they arrived at the center of the city. There was a huge tree with its head down and feet down. Countless ghosts surrounded the huge tree and worshipped on the drooping roots. There were also countless demons and ghosts hanging. These ghosts seemed to have a symbiotic relationship with this huge tree. A large number of ghosts on the ground did not even have the chance to hang on the tree. Taoist Xing pondered for a moment before asking, "Fellow Taoist, what do you need me to do?" This city lord who wore a mask and did not show his true face suddenly changed his mind and did not kill them after discovering that they were Moshan Taoists. Clearly, he had a need for them. Now, it was here. Jiang Li raised his hand, and the branch of the huge tree automatically stretched over, landing a ripe spiritual fruit in his hand. "Eat this spiritual fruit and help me find the original underworld officials in this netherworld. If you succeed, the matter between you and your disciple will be written off." In ancient times, the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the nine netherwood, was captured by a mighty figure. After erasing its innate intelligence, it became the main body of reincarnation. As long as he found the original location of the netherworld, the nine netherwood would not be far. Seizing the authority of the nine netherwood was the best way to become an immortal for cultivators of the nine nether Tao scripture. No matter what, he would not give up. Letting the Moshan Taoist do this was considered hiring a professional. It was very suitable. Although Taoist Xing was not confident, he had no choice but to accept it. In any case, he had to let others work for him. As the host, Jiang Li could not starve his guests. After watching him eat a one-patterned nine nether fruit, he returned the golden sword, the Moshan seal, and a sleeve pocket to him. This Moshan was indeed rich. The foundation left behind was indeed not bad. Apart from the golden sword and the Moshan seal, the storage bag on him was also quite good. Ordinary storage artifacts could not be opened in the unstable netherworld illusion. Taoist Xing left worriedly. Jiang Li did not return to entertain his group of subordinates. Instead, he walked forward and directly entered the huge tree in front of him. A root pierced through the ground and stretched into the vast space below. Jiang Li walked out of the roots and had already returned to the Changlu underground palace. City Lord. When Jiang Li appeared, 4 rows of black-armored guards holding metal war beasts immediately knelt on one knee to welcome the City Lord. The majestic aura on their bodies was that of soul formation experts. After a few months of hard work, Fengdu City and the Great Mountain Alliance finally brewed enough Mengpo soup. Coupled with Ginxuman's ghost illusion technique, she had reconstructed the memories and personality and successfully turned all the disciples of the Beast Frenzy sect around. They were the human cultivators who lived in Fengdu Ghost City with masks. There were many things that ghosts and demons could not do. Later on, because there was a lot of Menpo soup, Jiang Li tried to give their metal war beasts some. In the end, he discovered that if he fed the Mengpo soup to those metal war beasts, he could erase their consciousness and make it easy to control. The time it took for the war beasts to fuse together would be greatly extended. After eating the upgraded version of the 9 nether earth fruit and fusing with the metal war beast, the 56 soul formation elders of the Beast Frenzy sect had barely reached the standard to change their class to the Changla Imperial Guards. Jiang Li found some Changla armor in the hidden storeroom of the Changla Palace and distributed them to them. After a period of training, this group of people had once held spears and wore heavy armor with the elders of the Beast Frenzy sect. For attacking, it could be done by heavy cavalry riding metal war beasts. For defending, it could also allow them to fuse with the war beast at any time and become peerless guards in close combat. Now, besides the 13 ghost kings of Fengdu City that Jiang Li had subdued, they were the strongest. City Lord, there have been 3 riots in the stone tomb. It has already calmed down. The strongest among them, Kong She, stood up to report the situation to Jiang Li. That was also the main reason why Jiang Li had sent them to guard with all their might. Nodding, Jiang Li passed through the group of Changla guards and headed towards a sealed barrier behind him. Behind them was a temporary hemispherical stone tomb. Jiang Li pushed open the stone door and walked in. A fluctuation swept past, instantly causing the spiritual chi in his body to go berserk, and a line of blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. In the center of the stone tomb, a shield floated there. On the shield, a nibble-like bead was spinning. What had injured him just now was this anti-cultivation spiritual bead. There was no way to adapt to the anti-cultivation domain. As long as he became stronger, the greater his reliance on spiritual chi, the greater the damage he would suffer. In this stone tomb, there was a layer of seal separating it. It was an ordinary-looking small house. Banishment Immortal Residence. Jiang Li had specially dug this out from under 5 Banishment City. The stone tomb outside had an anti-cultivation domain in the middle, and the Banishment Immortal Residence was used to restrain it inside. Jiang Li made such a big fuss because once the thing inside escaped, even he was not 100% confident in subduing it. Chapter 488 3,000 Mosquitoes. He first closed the stone door behind him. After confirming that there was no gap in the surroundings, he opened the door of the Banishment Immortal Residence in front of him. Immediately, 2 black mosquitoes, one large and one small, flew out from the Banishment Immortal Hall. More mosquitoes chased after the fewer mosquitoes and danced around. The larger insects swallowed the smaller ones several times, but some small insects would always escape and gather again. The mosquitoes on both sides were tiny black dots. From their appearance, there was no difference. However, from their flight trajectory, it could be seen that in the larger mosquito group, every mosquito's flight trajectory was more orderly. Sometimes, they formed a square formation, and sometimes, they separated and strangled. These mosquitoes were very small, each only the size of a pinhole. One had to have extremely good eyesight to see the exact shape of the mosquitoes. They were the broken-wing black mosquitoes that had almost caused Jiang Li to fail in 5 Banishment City. Jiang Li was afraid of the terror of this ancient ferocious beast and had always sealed them in the amber condensed from the 9 netherwood resin, not even daring to release one. It was not until he obtained the anti-cultivation spiritual bead that he could restrict the abnormal ability of the broken-wing black mosquito to a certain extent that he thought of using it for himself again. It just so happened that the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, which he had broken through to the nascent soul realm and advanced further, allowed him to have another parallel mind slot. However, the Taoist mosquito formed by the broken-wing black mosquito as a group consciousness. Was such an individual considered a soul? The way to transform it into an incarnation was another troublesome problem. Jiang Li had tried to put a large pile of amber together. However, the broken-wing black mosquito that had stimulated the group consciousness immediately erupted with powerful strength and began to try to absorb the amber to break out. Jiang Li seized the time to use the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra on the consciousness in his perception. However, he helplessly discovered that after the broken-wing black mosquito gathered the group consciousness, it actually had a terrifying siphon absorption ability in terms of soul. The new parallel mind was not a match at all. It was completely sucked dry in just 2 breaths. If not for Jiang Li's swift actions to withdraw the other parallel minds in time, his outcome would not have been as simple as a few days of headache. He quickly separated the pile of amber and dispersed the gathering consciousness, avoiding a calamity. Later on, he had tried to use 100 broken-wing black mosquitoes to form the smallest consciousness. He used the ghost lantern cold flame to burn away the will inside and then used the parallel mind to invade. However, because it did not absorb the soul inheritance of the original owner, the new parallel mind could not even control the mosquitoes to fly, let alone control a special devouring ability. This method was meaningless. This was also the reason why Jiang Li had never relied on the ghost lantern cold flame when he created his clone earlier. It was useless to possess a single black mosquito. As such, the parallel mind really only became a single broken-wing black mosquito and could not control a group of mosquitoes like the collective mind. The instinct of the broken-wing black mosquito was that when the group gathered, the individual consciousness would fall asleep and be controlled by the group consciousness. Even if it was a mosquito with a clone that split up after absorbing energy, Jiang Li's parallel mind would not split up at the same time. In the end, they would only sink into the group consciousness. Later on, he tried several other methods, but they all failed. This continued until Jiang Li targeted the eggs of the broken-wing black mosquito. After several long-term experiments, he discovered that if it was in a spiritual chi environment, after the broken wing black mosquito absorbed enough energy and blood, it would directly split into a new body. There was no process of reproducing. However, under the anti-cultivation domain, after the broken wing black mosquito that had its spiritual chi suppressed absorbed enough blood, it had to lay eggs first before it could reproduce. After discovering this, Jiang Li resisted the anti-cultivation domain and carefully fed the broken wing black mosquito blood. Then, he collected them one by one. They were as big as dust. After collecting more than 100 broken wing black mosquito eggs, Jiang Li finally stimulated their group consciousness in their egg state again. That kind of group consciousness was quiet and lazy. There was almost no resistance. Under such circumstances, Jiang Li used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra again. Only then did he successfully occupy the hazy consciousness of the insect eggs. After fusing into the group consciousness, the parallel mind seemed to have disappeared for some reason, maintaining a dormant state similar to deep sleep. It was not until Jiang Li blew a mouthful of spiritual chi that as the black mosquitoes broke out of the eggs one after another, Jiang Li, who was constantly observing the parallel mind status, had a very magical feeling. Jiang Li's parallel mind had once possessed insects, humans, spiritual root branches, chaotic azure world creatures, and even statues of artificial lives. Every time, it could bring him new insights. However, this time, the difference between the parallel minds was especially great. In the past, their bodies were real bodies, but their sensory organs and souls were different. However, this time, he felt that it was no longer organs that formed the body, but individual bodies. When they gathered together, it was as if they had formed a new creature. When these mosquitoes scattered, the parallel mind seemed to have completely dissipated silently. After adapting to this feeling for a while, Jiang Li used his blood to feed the mosquitoes, allowing them to slowly increase in number by 3 times. Only then did he begin to release the other broken wing black mosquitoes bit by bit and use his clone to occupy them. Unfortunately, this process was still not smooth. When occupying new broken wing black mosquitoes, there would often be a group of mosquitoes that would leave the group and develop their own consciousness before turning against the main body. This was still under the control of the anti-cultivation domain. Once these monsters were released, such a situation would happen in the outside world. It was truly unthinkable. After a few months of repeated practice, the 6th parallel mind had already swallowed hundreds of mosquitoes, and its mental strength had increased by more than 10 times. However, every time there were more than 3,000 mosquitoes, it was still very common for something to happen. Up until now, there had been no progress for 10 days. The group consciousness and soul were different after all. Jiang Li's parallel mind was not a true soul. If he wanted to completely reach the level of that Taoist mosquito, he was still quite far away. Under such circumstances, it would probably be very difficult to change anything before Jiang Li's main body broke through to the soul formation realm and his soul transformed into the essence soul. He raised his hand and released a large amount of 9 nether amber, freezing the resisting mosquitoes again. With a thought, the remaining 3,000 black mosquitoes immediately flew into his hand and landed on his index finger, covering the nails of his right index finger in black. As if he was applying nail polish, he covered it with a thin layer of resin. The 3,000 mosquitoes immediately fell asleep. At the very least, he did not dare to let this 6th clone act on his own outside. Once something happened, it would be a disaster. Chapter 489 Divine Art 1. On Jiang Li's side, his left hand controlled the cultivation of the Great Mountain Alliance, and his right hand led Fengdu City's ghost domain to compete for supremacy. In the Netherworld illusion, he used the 2 9 nether branches and the City Lord's stone monument of Fengdu City to quickly strengthen his faction. As time passed, he kept a low profile and was steady. The main areas of activity were places he controlled or areas that cultivators rarely stepped foot in. However, sending out ghost soldiers and small demons to collect ghosts on a large scale and opening the ghost market to attract some rogue cultivators could not be hidden. The news of the reappearance of Fengdu Ghost City was spread by word of mouth among the rogue cultivators. Soon, it was no longer a secret. Moreover, this time, if they wanted to enter Fengdu City, Zhu did not need to step foot in the Ghost King desolate ground. Instead, they used a special door called the Gate of Hell to connect the eastern region and the netherworld illusion. Several months after Jiang Li entered Fengdu City, he finally attracted the attention of the Divine Judgment Hall. On another full moon night, 200 miles west of one of the 8 main cities of the eastern region, Golden Cauldron City. Before the sky turned dark, there were already many merchants, disciples of large and small forces, and rogue cultivators who wanted to try their luck. The temptation of the netherworld illusions Fengdu City back then even drove a large number of cultivators to take the risk to cross the dangerous Ghost King desolate ground and explore it through luck. Now, as long as they crossed a door, they could directly enter. The safety factor had increased more than 100 times, causing a large number of cultivators to flock to it. Although there were rumors in Fengdu City that no one obtained the so-called heaven-rank medicinal pill in the end, be it the few medium-sized divine judgment forces that had ambushed Fengdu City back then or Jiang Li who already controlled Fengdu City, no one had seen them before. That was most likely just a rumor. However, this did not dampen their enthusiasm. After all, even if they only plucked 2 spider lilies and dug out a few carefree grass in the netherworld illusion, it was enough to make up for the price. Moreover, it was said that the current Fengdu City no longer needed 30 years of lifespan as the entrance fee like back then. Instead, it thoughtfully used the spirit stones that everyone had as common currency. Such a human-like change was too friendly to most cultivators. This was because the specialties of the netherworld Ghost City were all precious items in the cultivation world outside. As long as they sold them, they could obtain several times the profits. As long as they followed the rules, they could safely make a huge profit. Why not? However, this time, when the moonlight shone on the Gate of Hell, the many forces and rogue cultivators nearby maintained their restraint and did not move. Above them, a flying ship with a pale bottom and black words written all over was quietly floating there. This flying ship belonged to a high-grade divine judgment faction, Inkscar Academy. As one of the 12 strongest forces in the cultivation world of the eastern region under the 3 divine pillars, no one dared to touch them. A moment later, a bamboo slip as tall as a person flew out of the flying ship. After the bamboo slip opened in the air, 12 cultivators in green robes stood proudly on it with their hands behind their backs. Their feet did not touch an inch of soil as they stepped on the bamboo slip artifact and flew into the deep yin-chi of the Gate of Hell. After their figures disappeared, the other cultivators moved. Some cultivators could not wait to rush to the Gate of Hell first, as if they could obtain as many benefits as others. Most of the smarter cultivators chose to slow down and follow behind the cultivators who had entered the netherworld illusion. Because the world was so big, there were all kinds of strange things. Every new place might be filled with all kinds of dangers. Before absolute strength was acquired, information was still quite important. Sure enough, at the front of the crowd, a rogue cultivator who was clearly more experienced began to explain to the newcomers behind him, "You can't open storage artifacts in the netherworld illusion. Everyone, take out the spirit stones and artifacts you should take out in advance. Otherwise, if you make a wasted trip there, you'll have to wait until the night of the next full moon. After passing through the Gate of Hell later, remember to hold your breath. The smell of the spider lily pollen inside is not something that anyone can endure. There's a path behind the Gate of Hell. We just have to follow the lantern and keep walking. Don't walk around, don't ask questions, and don't fight anyone. There are absolute rules inside. Believe me, you don't want to see the Ghost King bring 1,000,000 ghost soldiers to capture you." Most of the surrounding cultivators had never seen a Ghost King before, so it was difficult to imagine how many ghost soldiers there were. However, that was definitely a force they could not deal with. Follow that path. After reaching the ghost market in front of the city gate, the spider lily pollen will no longer affect us. There are many good things inside. As long as you have spirit stones, you can buy anything inside. If the newbies don't have enough spirit stones, don't panic. When the time comes, I can bring you to a place. I guarantee that you can make a killing. On the surface, that sly rogue cultivator explained kindly and gave a lot of key information. This made many hot-headed people who did not know the method of the netherworld illusion and wanted to come over to try their luck realize something. However, from an angle that they could not see, this kind senior revealed a malicious smile. Chapter 490 Divine Art 2. Soon, some people began to enter the gate of hell. After passing through the door, he stood on the narrow path illuminated by lanterns. Thousands of cultivators lined up and held their breaths as they quietly walked towards Fengdu Ghost City. To cultivators who cultivated Qi all year round, even the lowest level Qi refinement realm or foundation establishment realm cultivators could easily hold their breath for an hour. Even if someone accidentally inhaled the spider lily pollen, their life would not be in danger. They, who were bewitched by the fragrance of flowers, could only spontaneously walk towards Fengdu City. After a while, they would automatically wake up. The only problem was that after losing consciousness, everything on their bodies would be taken away by their surrounding companions. Everything was as that senior had said. The current netherworld illusion was unexpectedly safe. Not long after, they saw the continuous ghost market and the magnificent ghost city. Some people were attracted by the ghost market by the city gate. Some people entered to search for more opportunities after paying the entrance fee. At the entrance of the ghost city, there were many cultivators who were as enthusiastic as scalpers. They stared at the new disciples and juniors who were inexperienced in the world or were short of money. They called each other brothers and brought these young people to the same place. This ghost city has become much larger than before. The group from Ink Scar Academy still looked at everything with arrogance. Clearly, they were not here for the ghost market. To them, the things in this ghost city could only be considered new, but that was all. They had come on behalf of the Divine Judgment Hall to investigate the danger of Fengdu Ghost City and evaluate if it needed to be eliminated. After winning the war on the front line, the cultivation world of the Eastern region also suffered considerable losses. However, half of the original Divine Judgment Hall's forces were dragged into the mud of war all year round. Now, this group of people was successfully liberated. Originally, the Divine Judgment Hall, which was free because of the lack of manpower, planned to gradually draw them into a safe territory. Fengdu Ghost City, which had recently appeared in their vision, was naturally among them. It was speculated that this ghost city had more than the strength of an ordinary medium-sized divine judgment. If the Alliance wanted to deal with them, they could only let the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces deal with them. Fengdu City was distributed to the Ink Scar Academy. There are the auras of more than 10 ghost kings and many great demons. Since when did ghosts ally with the demons? One of the scholars took out an ink stone that he had long prepared and dripped 2 drops of ink into it. Looking at the 2 drops of ink gathering and scattering, he had actually roughly investigated the power on the surface of Fengdu City. That's all. Let's enter the city. They still stepped on the bamboo slips and floated arrogantly through the city gate. Seeing the few ghost soldiers who were collecting the entrance fee, a young green-robed scholar casually threw out a few high-grade spirit stones and even called a few guides to lead the way. There was a place here that provided 1,000 times diluted soul dissolution liquor, drunken life restaurant. There was also a service to burn the carefree grass and produce fragrance that could let one forget their worries. After that, the fox demon's illusion technique could weave beautiful dreams. This was like an irresistible paradise. This place could increase one's cultivation level and extend one's lifespan. There were ghost babies and demon beast eggs that could satisfy almost all of one's needs. In just a few months, many rogue cultivators could no longer leave this place and chose to buy property in the ghost city to stay here. Among them, there was a gambling den that was very popular among cultivators. The rules here were clearly not much different from the casinos in other cities in the cultivation world, but it was several times more popular. There were even many events that the cultivators had waited a month for. Among them, one could see the kind senior who had introduced Fengdu City to the other newbies. Many rogue cultivators who did not have many spirit stones would always be pulled over to take a gamble. Losing the first time here was not terrifying. Winning on their first try was most terrifying. In this casino, other than spirit stones, there was also a magical coin that was the most popular currency on the table. This kind of coin came from a special exchange service provided by this casino. At the entrance of the casino, there was a broken bowl. As long as one used a wooden stick to knock on the wooden bowl, coins would appear in it. Every coin represented their 10 years of lifespan or 10 years of cultivation. The gambling den was such a place that was easy to lose oneself in. Just the rise and fall of wealth in spirit stones could make people fall deeper and deeper until they gambled their souls. Not to mention the rapid increase in lifespan and cultivation. As long as they won once, after using the magical effect of that coin, they would completely fall for it. After most of the rogue cultivators who entered here tried to quickly become stronger and increase their cultivation by 10 years in minutes, they could no longer endure slow cultivation. In the end, they did not hesitate to gamble his cultivation and lifespan here. This evil ghost artifact should have been an Earth rank artifact. Unfortunately, it's already damaged and can no longer be effective on cultivators above the Earth Immortal realm. Using such a shortcut to accumulate cultivation and lifespan is pointless. It's not beneficial to us at all. The 12 high-grade Divine Judgment envoys had sharp eyes and saw through the details of this broken bowl at a glance. However, they did not have the intention to remind those gamblers. To the group of cultivators who had fallen in the gambling den, this group of prideful geniuses from the Inkskar Academy did not fancy them at all. Talking to them would dirty their mouths. After looking at them with contempt, they continued walking into the city. In front of them, an elegant girl in a black dress was already waiting for them. Welcome to Fengdu Ghost City. I am the acting city lord of the Ghost City. May I know why you are here? Beside her stood 2 ghost kings. They did not lose in terms of aura. Acting city lord. Where is your city lord? These 12 people actually quietly raised the floating height of the bamboo slip so that they could look down at the other party. However, at this moment, the oldest scholar's eyes narrowed as he stared fixedly at Kinshuman, who was standing in the middle. This female ghost. He took off a brush stuck in his hair and carefully tore off a strand of hair and placed it in his palm. The hair immediately fluttered towards Kinshuman, who was standing not far ahead. It's actually, what's your name? When did you die? What's your parents' name? Where did you live when you were alive? Is this body yours? This bloodline aura can't be wrong. The old scholar seemed a little agitated. He no longer cared about the trivial matter of whether his feet were sticky or not. He landed on the ground and raised his pen to write the word absorb in the air. Immediately, a huge suction force appeared out of thin air and pulled the unprepared Kinshuman towards him. Although the other Inkskar Academy cultivators did not understand what the old man meant, they did not ask further. It was just a ghost. How could a scholar's action be called disrespectful? Seeing that the 2 ghost kings beside Kinshuman still wanted to attack, 2 more ink words flew out, 1 seal and 1 suppress. The 2 words pressed down on the Ghost King like 2 mountains, causing their speed to suddenly decrease. Before they could save Kinshuman, they watched as she flew towards the old man. The Inkskar Academy cultivated divine arts of the pen. They could write fire to produce fire, and water to produce water. They could also write words in sentences and arrange them into chapters. It could be said that the words written could become reality and were extremely useful. In a single exchange, Kinshuman and the 2 ghost kings suffered greatly. That old scholar even took out a body painting and wrote the word retrieve on it. He was about to put the approaching female ghost into the painting. It's said that inner beauty is obtained from knowledge in books. It turns out that this obtain means the use of force. I've witnessed the tyranny of the Inkskar Academy. A black light flashed past, and the ink word in the air and painting collapsed. The powerful suction force naturally disappeared. The masked figure pulled Kinshuman into his arms. Chapter 491 Internal Conflict 1. This high-grade divine judgment faction, Inkscar Academy, used to be the holy land of scholars of the Eastern region's Cultivation dynasty, the Imperial College. For some reason, after the collapse of that huge dynasty, the various departments evolved into the famous Cultivation faction. At that time, the main body of the Imperial College was reorganized into Inkscar Academy. This group of ferocious scholars relied on a pen to write about the world. They had always been famous in the cultivation world of the Eastern region. They usually focused on studying and did not care about the world. But in this day and age, having powerful strength but not actively harming others was already a very good virtue. Therefore, their reputation in the cultivation world had always been good. However, Jiang Li did not expect that the benevolence, courtesy, and wisdom of these scholars were actually just words. If they wanted to snatch a beautiful female ghost here, wouldn't they bully people every day outside? One had to know that Jiang Li had long prepared for the arrival of the Divine Judgment Hall's envoy. In order to prevent any treasures from tempting them, he had long transferred the 9 netherwood branch that was originally growing in the center of the city to the underground space. He was afraid that they would become greedy. The people of the current cultivation world probably did not know what the top 10 connate spiritual roots of heaven and earth were. However, this did not stop them from feeling the power of the 9 nether branch. Every spiritual fruit on it was not inferior to the Mufamily's longevity peach, and many were even better than the immortal peach spiritual fruit. Even the powerful high-grade divine judgment faction would definitely not mind bringing back a spiritual tree that could greatly strengthen the sect's foundation. Fengdu City was only a place where some ghosts gathered. If Jiang Li was in their shoes, he believed that they would most likely not hesitate to seize such a treasure. Therefore, although it was a little inconvenient, in order to prevent any conflicts, he still hid everything that they might fancy. He only prepared a few cups of tea and let Kinshuman receive them. He thought that he had already been careful, but he did not expect the greed of these scholars to catch him off guard. An old man who was thousands of years old actually did not even let go of a female ghost. Looking at Jiang Li's disdainful gaze under the mask, the old man was furious. "Kid, don't spout nonsense." The city lord of Fengdu City. When the other green-robed cultivators saw Jiang Li resist, they all took out their brushes and drew in the air, wanting to attack. The old scholar who jumped off the bamboo slip raised his hand to stop them. So the one ruling this ghost city is a human and not a ghost. No wonder this Fengdu City can allow humans and ghosts to coexist. However, young man, there's no point in keeping this place filled with filth. It should have been completely erased. Hand over that female ghost and tell me where you found her. If you do well, I might be able to let this ghost city off. It's not impossible to make an exception and let you join the Divine Judgment Hall. His words were filled with intimidation. This old man's strength was that of an earth immortal, and behind him stood the powerful Inkscar Academy. This threat was very effective. As long as he was willing, he could indeed do what he said. However, Jiang Li was the city lord of Fengdu City. How could he possibly betray his own people because of a single sentence? After letting the female ghost, Kinshuman, retreat, he had already secretly mobilized the power of Fengdu City and was prepared to attack the other party at any time. Although this Fengdu City had yet to recover its former strength, it was equivalent to a large-scale domain that could suppress all enemies inside. The effect was several times that of the Imperial Coffin, so it had a considerable restriction on Earth Immortals. With the help of this city, he might be able to fight this Earth Immortal of the Inkscar Academy. HMPH. What bullshit, City Lord? Grand Secretary Mengu gave you a chance, yet you still dare to be impudent. Since you don't know how to appreciate our kindness, well, break through this ghost city first and capture that female ghost. When they noticed that Jiang Li had begun to mobilize the power of the ghost city, the other 11 cultivators on the bamboo mat began to draw again. Break, kill, destroy, die, slaughter, killing intent and ink words appeared in the air. However, Just as Jiang Li mobilized the power of Fengdu City and touched their bodies, he sensed something strange. Jiang Li glanced at the 10 scholars who had been silent all this time with a strange gaze. "Sir, you said that my Fengdu City contains filth. It seems that not that much better yourself. The dignified Ink Scar Academy is on par with my Fengdu City." Jiang Li's words carried a ridicule. His hand did not stop moving, and his right index finger pointed out. His black nail touched the words "suppress" and "seal" on the 2 ghost kings. The 2 words that suppressed the ghost kings immediately dissipated. Only then did the 2 ghost kings regain their freedom. They condensed their signature ghost curses and prepared to teach those annoying scholars an unforgettable lesson. They, the dignified ghost kings, had actually been stunned by the ink words and could not escape for a long time. It was simply embarrassing. However, this could not be blamed on them. The Ink Scar Academy's ink word spell technique condensed a powerful and purulent faith. It was extremely difficult to break through with ordinary methods and was quite effective against ghosts. The reason why it could collapse at Jiang Li's finger was that he had relied on the 3,000 broken wing black mosquitoes attached to his nail. This ancient ferocious beast was indeed powerful. Be it willpower, faith, or spiritual chi, they were only food for the broken wing black mosquito. Chapter 492 Internal Conflict 2. These ink words were like the most precise array formation. As long as a small portion was damaged, it would collapse completely. If not for that, Jiang Li would have been in deep trouble when facing them. "Young man, you have some ability. But this is not a reason to slander the Ink Scar Academy." The Grand Secretary did not understand Jiang Li's meaning and was only angry at his rude words. He waved the pen, and the word punishment flew out again, transforming into a whip in the air that struck towards Jiang Li. This method of forming words was even harder to resist. Pew! 2 mouthfuls of blood splattered in the air. The injured person's body was sent flying. His eyes widened in disbelief. However, the blood was not Jiang Li's, but the arrogant young scholar who was originally standing at the front of the bamboo slip and Grand Secretary Meng Gu. The 10 scholars behind them attacked from behind for some reason. The killing intent that they had condensed earlier was not targeted at Jiang Li at all, but their companions. One of the words that suddenly erupted with killing intent had the power of an earth immortal, instantly sending the 2 flying. Due to his weak strength, the arrogant young scholar only received 2 ink words, but they had already made him fall to the ground. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. On the other hand, the old scholar who was the focus of attention had a book automatically fly out and block most of the damage for him. He stabilized his figure in the air and took a few steps forward before enduring it with a pale face. "You guys, what are you doing?" Grand Secretary Meng's figure instantly arrived beside the young man. He reached out to check his heart meridians and discovered that there was no longer any vitality. The old scholar's eyes could almost spit fire as he stared at the 10 students. "On the orders of the dean, we will expel Grand Secretary Meng Gu from the academy." The 10 people were clearly prepared. They ignored the old scholar's anger and continued to write in the air. Thera fighting, internal strife among the rich and powerful. What a melodramatic scene. Jiang Li was slightly surprised by the sudden internal conflict between the 12 enemies, but then he smiled. In any case, they were all his enemies. It had nothing to do with him if these guys beat their brains out. Moreover, he also understood that it seemed that this Grand Secretary did not know the problem with the 10 scholars. When Jiang Li used Fengdu City earlier, he had borrowed the magical power of this ghost city to vaguely sense that these 10 scholars were not alive, so he said those words. He originally thought that this academy used special methods to retain the souls of the dead to strengthen themselves, but it seemed that this was not the case. The Ink Scar Academy had been infiltrated by someone in secret. These 10 traitors were simply looking for an excuse to lead this important figure to a remote area and attack. This was big news, but it was best not to happen around him. Jiang Li immediately transformed into an invisible person. He waved his hand and retreated with Kinshuman and the surrounding ghost kings. When dogs were fighting, there was no need for him to get involved. If he was bitten, it would be a huge loss. On the other side, the 11 experts of the Ink Scar Academy had already fought. Unlike the 5 elements of ordinary cultivators, their battle was only black and white. Both sides threw their pens and ink. The scene changed as if they had entered a world of ink, beautiful and filled with killing intent. Ridiculous. When I became a Grand Secretary, Zhao Mingde was only a kid studying ink. What right does he have to expel me from the academy? The few of you actually dare to try and kill me and your fellow disciple like this. How unfilial. Words flew out and exploded. Several mountains formed from ink, sending the few soul formation cultivators hiding behind flying. No, the handwriting is wrong. Not my students. Who are you? Mirror of illumination. Reveal their true form. As expected of the Grand Secretary, he could still maintain his rationality under such circumstances. He discovered some clues from the ink words written by the 10 people. His pen waved in the air, creating 7 huge words. The 7 ink words transformed into a huge mirror that emitted a white light that landed on the 10 cultivators. 2 overlapping figures immediately appeared on the 10 scholars. As expected, they were not themselves, but someone had used a strange method to occupy their body. Fang Tichu, Denki Gang, Lang Ziming, Wen Honlin, Xixing. Aren't you all dead? What did you do to my students? Why did you occupy their bodies? Grand Secretary Menge realized that he actually knew these 10 shadows, and he could not hide the shock on his face. This was because these 10 people were all from their Ink Scar Academy. One of them was his favorite disciple back then. He had become a Grand Secretary of the same level as him at a young age. However, the 10 of them should have died in the war with the armor trolls. Why did they suddenly appear here? They even attacked him crazily. Grand Secretary Menggu, you have a good memory. We have all originally studied under you. We thought that the world had already forgotten about us. At the thought that teacher still missed us, we felt so touched that we cried profusely. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Please accept the worship of the students. They spoke words of respecting their master, but their attacks were each darker than the other. Every word was a fatal move. Heartless, disloyal, and unfilial. I've never taught you guys to become such people. Grand Secretary Menggu looked at the 10 people surrounding him and frowned. However, he was still outnumbered and fell into a disadvantage for a time. It is precisely because of your guidance that we have specially come to bring you to the true paradise. The attacks of the 10 people temporarily stopped. Dense ink words appeared in front of them. The 10 of them worked together and formed an order. They had to be ruthless to their former teacher. At this moment, a spatial force attacked. The surrounding scenery changed, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the city. Then, a fog blew over. The huge Fengdu ghost city seemed to have grown legs and was getting farther and farther away from them. Jiang Li did not want an Earth Immort level conflict to continue to erupt in his city. That would make his months of hard work go to waste. He seized an opportunity to kick these guys out of the city. In addition, the rules of the netherworld illusion and reality were surprising. The space here was not completely fixed to begin with. Even a huge city would change its location from time to time. Previously, before the Gate of Hell, every time he wanted to find this Fengdu ghost city, he needed the guidance of the Spider Lily. In these few months, Jiang Li captured more than 10 earth veins of various sizes and stuffed them into Fengdu city, although they had yet to form a dragon vein. However, with the power of the earth vein, he had already built Fengdu city into a city that could move freely in the netherworld illusion. Therefore, as soon as he moved these walking bombs out of Fengdu city, he immediately drove the city away. This was also the reason why he dared to open Fengdu city to the cultivation world. If there were really powerful enemies in the outside world who had ill intentions towards him, he only needed to close the Gate of Hell and move Fengdu city. Most of the places in the current netherworld illusion did not have the spider lily and carefree grass. Even if someone wanted to plot something, it was almost impossible to find a city that took the initiative to hide. Looking at the ghost city getting farther and farther away, it was about to disappear into the thick fog. Should we destroy the city? One of the 10 suggested slaughtering the ghost city to silence them. However, the Earth Immortal in the lead, Fang Tichu, shook his head. After today onwards, our Lord will appear again and ascend the throne. It's just a ghost city. How can it be more important than our respected Grand Secretary? Don't you agree, teacher? Grand Scholar Mengu waved his brush and ink, blocking the words of the 10 people. Hearing their words, his heart sank. It seemed that the faction that pulled these 10 students back from death had planned for a long time and had great ambitions. They were actually not afraid of the situation being exposed. In that case, the plan to kill him, the Grand Secretary, was very likely not an exception. More hidden claws would attack together on the same day. Who knew what kind of bloody waves would arise in the cultivation world of the Eastern region? Chapter 493 Forgive Me. 1. Grand Secretary Mengu was worried about their plot. He risked his injuries to break through the layers of seals. Then, he directly used some words, "Speak the truth," on one of the weaker soul formation cultivators. Then, he hurriedly asked, "Who are you working for? What's your plot?" The Earth Immortal, Fang Tichu, who was the leader of the 10, hurriedly resisted, but he still said a few words. Tragic Death City, Blood King, Rebuild, Dynasty. Grand Secretary Mengu knew more about history than anyone else and instantly understood the general situation. Blood King. He actually refuses to give up in Tragic Death City. He still wants to make a comeback. Why are you helping him? You even did such a thing. What did that guy do in Tragic Death City? Since Sir knows, why don't you give up resisting and join us? Don't scholars want rewards from the Emperor? What the Blood King promised us is eternal life. The two sides collided crazily again, causing the netherworld illusion to change color. The fragile space was continuously torn apart. In the distance, Jiang Li, who had quietly returned after moving Fengdu City away, also heard their conversation. He dug his ears, wondering if there was something wrong with his Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. The originally excited expression of watching a show collapsed after hearing their words. The Land of Blood. Tragic Death City. Blood King Crown. Myriad Slaughter Sect. Wu Fan. Jiang Li had a bad feeling. At the floating auction in Phoenix Sun City, it was clearly said that the Blood King Crown was greatly related to Tragic Death City. This matter was at least 90% related to the Blood King Crown that the Myriad Slaughter Sect had obtained previously. No wonder he had not been able to find the whereabouts of the Myriad Slaughter Sect recently. In fact, in the previous war, the people of the Myriad Slaughter Sect actually retreated from the front line, causing a war zone to collapse. More than 20 sects that were originally in the Myriad Slaughter Sect region were slaughtered. After the battle, the Myriad Slaughter Sect had even been kicked out of the Divine Judgment Hall. Jiang Li was waiting for him to accumulate enough strength before taking revenge on them. Unexpectedly, that guy really solved the secret of the Blood King Crown. Could it be that, after the crown recognized him as its master, he could really obtain the loyalty of Tragic Death City? That was the legendary Tragic Death City that was comparable to the 3 divine pillars. This was troublesome. Wait. That disciple of the other Shu Mountain branch, Jiang Bobo. He's the disciple of Senior Peizong who's in Tragic Death City. Damn it. Just as Grand Secretary Mengu had guessed, on the night of the full moon, more than half of the Divine Judgment Hall's forces were in chaos. Many disciples and elders who had died and had yet to die appeared one after another. Some of them occupied the bodies of living people, and ordinary methods were difficult to identify. Some revealed their true bodies and asked about the current situation of the sect while slaughtering their juniors. They knew the array formation arrangements of their sect, the terrain, secret passageways, defense weaknesses, and many close friends they were familiar with. Breaking through those powerful sect arrays was probably as simple as returning home to them. No one was more suitable to attack their former sect than them. At the same time, in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, a powerful voice spread throughout the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. Shu Mountain disciples, quickly wake up. Form the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Array. The calm night was broken by a voice. All the sword cultivators in the mountain immediately woke up from the sword meditation. They jumped out of their houses and flew into the air on their swords, looking in the direction of the voice. In the direction of the moonlight, 4 figures stood in the sky. "Report your name. Why have you disturbed Shu Mountain?" Under the moonlight, the 4 of them did not hide their faces or auras. Their extremely powerful auras caused the air to distort. Looking at them directly would make one dizzy. You are. A few soul formation sword cultivators above 1,000 years old trembled and recognized the 4 people. The previous sword head of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, the Cliffless Sword, Peizong, the previous Valley Master of the Scripture Storage Valley, Taoist 9 years, the previous Abbot of Benevolent Travel Temple, Master Du. There was also the previous Sect Master of the 100 Tempering Mountain, Situ Yukeng. These 4 people were the leaders of the 4 major sects of the Great Mountain region who had died in the Demon King's hands back then. "Brother Peizong, can Shu Mountain withstand the 4 of us coming here together, letting the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak endure this calamity alone?" Taoist 9 years at the side was rather worried. "It's fine. I've already sent my disciple, Jiang Bobo, out of Tragic Death City in advance. As long as he returns to the 5 Elements Peak, the sword light I left in his body will send a warning. This matter has been going on for months. I believe they are already prepared to welcome us. Although there's only 12 hours, the only thing that can stop the 4 of us is Shu Mountain's 5 Elements Sword Mountain Array." At this moment, the 5 sword peaks of Shu Mountain below emitted light at the same time. Threads of sharp light condensed, quickly forming a sword light storm that filled the sky. After the war ended, the Shu Mountain disciples at the front line had already retreated. Coupled with the establishment of the Great Mountain Alliance, the efficiency in recruiting new disciples had greatly increased. Coupled with the resonance of their sword hearts, the might of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peaks array increased. However, such a scene made the Cliffless Sword, Peizong, very dissatisfied. Chapter 494 Forgive me, 2, Where's Shinshan Jianyi? How can you be so relaxed? Without the sword head personally presiding over it, the 5 Elements Peak only had 1 soul formation sword cultivator presiding over each of them. The power of the 5 Elements Sword Mountains array was not even half of its peak. According to Peizong's plan, Shu Mountain, which had received the warning in advance, should have the experts of the 4 major sects gathered. Only then could they successfully defend against the combined efforts of the 4 of them. However, he did not expect that because of some accident, his disciple would be captured halfway and still stay in the coffin until now. The key was that the conditions to leave Tragic Death City were very harsh. After leaving Tragic Death City, his memories would still be tampered with. Jiang Bobo himself would not be able to leave behind much useful information. This was the only way to send a message through him. The information hidden in his body could only be stimulated after returning to the 5 Elements Peak. As a result, the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak and the Great Mountain Alliance had never obtained this information. You are Swordhead Peizong? A Shu Mountain Soul Formation elder looked at it for a long time and finally found the respected Cliffless Sword, Peizong, from his distant memories. He stepped on the flying sword and flew above the array, bowing to the previous sword head. He wanted to ask what was going on, but unfortunately, there was not enough time. Forget it. It's time. We have to attack. Shu Mountain Disciples circulates the 5 Elements Black Tortoise Array. As Peizong commanded the Shu Mountain Disciples to set up the array, he raised his hand and condensed 1,000 feet sword of light. Pay attention. This is the Cliffless Broken Sea. The sword of light landed, and the 5 Elements Array changed in time. The sword light vaguely formed the image of a black tortoise, and any attack that entered would be stirred into pieces. However, the 5 Elements Profound Martial Array that gathered the power of the Shu Mountain and combined the 5 mountain veins shattered with a bang under this sword. Sword lights scattered everywhere. The Shu Mountain disciples shook in unison. Many of them spat out blood and suffered injuries from the backlash. This previous sword head did not even have the flying sword that he was famous for. However, a flying sword condensed out of thin air could actually reach this level. This was because the previous sword head of the Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak was an Earth Immortal. Brother Pei Zong, him going to attack too. Quickly let the Shu Mountain disciples leave. Daoist 9 years sighed. His body had already moved on its own. With a shake of his hand, a huge seal flew out and quickly transformed into a mountain-like figure in the air that pressed down on the Five Elements Peak. This was the highest inheritance of the Scripture Storage Valley, the Square Heaven Seal. Back then, the square basin on the ruins of the Black Lotus Divine Sect was smashed out by this huge seal. In terms of attack power, this smash was even above the Earth Immortal Sword Light from before. Now, the Five Elements Sword Mountain's array had already been shattered by that sword, and less than 30% of the sword light was left. If one was hit by this Square Heaven Seal, one of the Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak would be broken at the waist. Five Elements Sword Formation. Block him. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Five Soul Formation Sword Cultivators joined forces and faced the attack head. The Shu Mountain Five Elements Sword Formation was their only chance to resist. However, at this moment, a Vajrahat and a Crimson Pill Furnace blocked in front of them. Amitabha, I have sinned greatly. Forgive me. This is the Earth Core Poison Fire. It can damage flying swords. You must avoid my flames. The two from Benevolent Travel Temple and 100 Tempering Mountain were definitely not ordinary. The might of their attacks made the expressions of the five Shu Mountain cultivators change. Situ King probably did not know that his sect had been destroyed already and was reminding them. Unfortunately, their methods could not be easily dealt with even after a few more reminders. The Soul Formation Realm 5 Sword Formation was stopped by these two. No one blocked the Square Heaven Seal, and the Shu Mountain disciples below felt their hearts turn cold. You can't block it. Spread out. The Five Soul Formation elders could only watch helplessly as the Square Heaven Seal smashed into the Fire Element Peak below. The disciples of the Fire Peak wanted to escape, but the Square Heaven Seal had a terrifying effect of locking down an area. Now that the entire Fire Peak was locked down, no one in the entire Shu Mountain could break through this seal. Everyone could only be trapped inside and welcomed this apocalyptic collision. With this seal, the Fire Element Peak would not recover for at least 100 years. The previous leaders of the four major sects looked at this scene guiltily. They had died for hundreds of years, thousands of years. It was not easy for them to return to take a look, but they had caused such heavy damage to their hometown. To them, this was even more painful than death. At this moment, a coffin flew over from the sky. After approaching, the coffin quickly enlarged. Runic patterns that were identical to the Square Heaven Seal appeared on the surface. And there were also the words left behind by Emperor Xuan Yuan. Boom! The Yin burial coffin collided with the Square Heaven Seal from the side. Its power was not inferior at all, and it even suppressed the true Square Heaven Seal. After all, the Yin burial coffin was a medium-grade Earth rank artifact. Although it was not an offensive artifact, with its size, it could be said to be successful in smashing people. Even the Square Heaven Seal would lose. The mountain-like Square Heaven Seal smashed to the side. The huge force shattered the ground, forming a square basin. If enough water was moved, it could also form a lake. The coffin shrunk again and automatically landed in Jiang Li's hand. Alliance leader Jiang. Senior brother Jiang Li. The Shu Mountain cultivators who were originally enveloped in despair immediately reignited their hope. When they saw the Square Heaven Seal being blasted flying by Jiang Li, the Five Soul Formation elders who stayed behind heaved a sigh of relief, and they shook off the two elders and flew back to Jiang Li's side. Everyone, late. Jiang Li cupped his hands towards them apologetically. Swordhead Shinshan had run to the Phoenix Sun City stronghold because of his persistence. The other Soul Formation cultivators had also stationed themselves at the headquarters of the Misty Mountain Range, causing Shu Mountain to be empty. As the Alliance leader, he could not escape this responsibility. If not for the fact that Jiang Li had set up the Gate of Hell in advance and could directly cross the distance to return to the Great Mountain region, the casualties would be unimaginable after this night. Then, He looked at the four people in the sky, especially at the previous Valley Master. He cupped his hands respectfully. Disciple of the Scripture Storage Valley's Demon Vanquishing Hall, Jiang Li, greets Valley Master 9 years. Hello, seniors. At first, Taoist 9 years was a little puzzled as to why the runes on the coffin were so similar to the square heaven seal. However, when he heard that Jiang Li was a disciple of the Scripture Storage Valley, his eyes immediately revealed intense surprise. A disciple of the Scripture Storage Valley, Demon Vanquishing Hall, are you the disciple of that kid, giant scholar? Good kid, be careful. When Taoist 9 years died, the current head elder he of the Demon Vanquishing Hall was still a newbie, and the giant scholar was elder he's master and Jiang Li's grandmaster. He was also a burly man with tattoos. They could not help but speak kindly to a junior. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Du, who was covered in golden light, had already stepped forward. Little benefactor, be careful. This is the great demon vanquishing palm. First, step on the 8 trigrams position, then attack the lock on my shoulder. These four were clearly different from the Inkscar Academy cultivators from before. They did not have much killing intent and had been guiding the juniors to deal with their attacks. However, Jiang Li did not accept the goodwill of Du. Instead, he raised his fist and collided with the great demon vanquishing palm. The pure collision of the physical body and the body swept out, directly forming an explosion. Even the 5 soul formation sword cultivators beside Jiang Li were blown flying. After they stabilized their figures, they immediately looked at Jiang Li worriedly. That was the #1 body cultivator in the Great Mountain region back then. If Jiang Li fought him, it was very likely that he would suffer a huge loss. However, to everyone's surprise, it was Master Du who was sent flying by the collision. Not only that, but his right wrist also exploded on the spot, and 2 golden jade-like bones pierced out. The collision just now directly crippled Master Du's great demon vanquishing palm. Master Du, please forgive me. The immortal slaying flying sword appeared, and Jiang Li rode the flying sword to instantly catch up to the master who was sent flying. He pointed out his right index finger, and his pitch-black nails slashed across the other party's chest. The indestructible Buddhist golden body was instantly torn apart by him. Then, countless black and green vines grew out of the wound, completely binding him and preventing him from moving. I'll leave the 5 elders to you. After throwing Master Du of the 4 experts away, they had already lost 1 member of their fighting force. Valley Master 9 years and 2 seniors, please forgive me. Chapter 495 The Unconscious Elder, 1. The 3 people in the sky had stunned expressions. This was too fast. Although they had been dead for many years, they were not blind to notice his age. This junior seemed to be ridiculously young. Although his cultivation far exceeded his peers, he should not have reached the same realm as them. But, what was going on? It was one thing for Master Du to lose, but he could actually deal with the previous abbot of Benevolent Traveled Temple at a speed that even they could not react to. Moreover, he was good at body cultivation. It was simply unbelievable. If it was just a collision of Tao bodies, even Sword Head Peizong would not be able to do it so easily. Could it be that they had died for too long and were completely outdated? This, Jiang Li, what's your cultivation level now? Also, they called you Alliance Leader just now? What does that mean? The 3 seniors could not help but ask. Not only was this person extremely powerful, but judging from the Shu Mountain Elder's appearance just now, he was quite respectful to him. This was not common on the 5 elders who were hundreds or thousands of years old. Before he could reply, the crimson pill furnace burning with the earth core poison flame smashed over again. However, this time, the 3 of them were no longer worried about Jiang Li's safety. Sure enough, Jiang Li stretched out his hand and pressed it against the edge of the pill furnace, and his feet did not move at all. A strange brownish poisonous fire surged out of the pill furnace and instantly invaded his entire body. They could clearly see that the poisonous fire was blocked by an extremely high-quality energy half an inch away from Jiang Li's body and was unable to touch him at all. His index fingernail tapped on the pill furnace, and the vigorous earth core poison fire immediately became dispirited, swaying as if it was about to be extinguished. However, in just a moment, Jiang Li moved his index finger away. If he let the mosquitoes absorb too much energy, it was easy to lose control of the reproduction rate. Instead, he grabbed the edge of the pill furnace and twisted his body to throw it. He used his brute force to shake the pill furnace and smash it towards the square heaven seal that was rising into the sky again. It sent the threatening square heaven seal flying again. As soon as this ended, the extremely condensed sword-light shot towards him again. The immortal slaying flying sword automatically flew out, and they were evenly matched. After colliding with these four people, Jiang Li understood in his heart. It seemed that the tragic death soul that did not possess a living person would be greatly restricted and could not unleash the strength when they were alive. Otherwise, the other three would not be so easy to deal with. Seniors, you might not know this, but the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region has already formed an alliance called the Great Mountain Alliance. I am the first alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance. Next, I want to end this quickly. Senior, please don't blame me for what happens next. Jiang Li sounded quite shameless when he said this to them. But no one questioned him at this moment. With a junior like you, the Great Mountain region will definitely be safe for 1,000 years. The four of us old fellows have caused trouble for the juniors. If you can stop us, come. Don't worry about our souls. In the air, the three of them surrounded Jiang Li. The square heaven seal smashed down from above, and the earth core fire rose from below. The cliffless sword soared from left to right, practically not leaving Jiang Li any room to move. At the center of the attack, Jiang Li pressed his palms together. Right before the attack, a strange fluctuation spread out, enveloping the three attacks and three dead people. In the next moment, the square heaven seal broke free from the gravity and floated up. The earth flame flowed down like a waterfall. Even the cliffless sword light stopped in the air and could not help but tremble, not knowing if it should move forward or backward. The actions of the three seniors became strange. They could not control their bodies freely. 9. Nether Divine Art. Inverted Domain. With this trump card, he could temporarily control the three of them. Jiang Li immediately seized the time to counter-attack. In the first breath, he took out the mouth spear of the broken wing black mosquito and instantly threw it at Situ Gang, sending him flying all the way into the mountain below. He was nailed to the ground. The spiritual chi in his body was quickly absorbed by the spear. Soon, the surface of his body cracked and fell off, revealing an interior that was like ashes. In the second breath, the immortal slaying flying sword broke through the spatial seal of the square heaven seal. Behind it, it dragged the dragon imprisoning lock, turning into a stream of light that could not be seen with the naked eye and binding Taoist 9 years. As the spiritual light on the dragon imprisoning lock circulated, the spiritual chi in Taoist 9 years body was suppressed to the limit and fell like a meteorite. After 2 breaths, only the strongest of the 4, Pei Zong, was left. Jiang Li's inverted domain had a limited effect on Earth immortal experts, and they could not be controlled for long. He had to seize this opportunity to defeat the enemy in one strike. Boom! A pitch-black halberd slapped out, ruthlessly sending the square heaven seal enveloping him flying. In order to deal with his opponent as much as possible, Jiang Li took out the strongest weapon in his hand, the human emperor's battle halberd. Stepping on the air, he rushed towards Pei Zong, who was gradually able to control his body. From his experience in fighting Gai Tanchu, if this halberd strike was not defended, even if it was offset, it would be very fatal. However, at this moment, a broken sword in the Shu Mountain sword tomb shook crazily. After 1,000 years of silence, it yearned to return to its master. Although its master was using his mind to try and stop the flying sword from finding him, he still lost to the flying sword's longing for its master. The broken sword, cliffless, actually left the Shu Mountain array and automatically flew out, drawing a shocking sword beam that instantly arrived. Chapter 496 The Unconscious Elder. 2. This broken sword was not affected by the inverted domain. Instead, it directly slashed open this domain and landed in sword head Peizong's hand. Peizong sighed and rubbed the broken sword in his hand. "Old friend, I didn't expect you to become like this. Come and guide the juniors of the Great Mountain region with me." The broken sword trembled in response to its master's expectations. "Jiang Li, you've already comprehended a domain divine art at such a young age. Impressive. It's rare for me to return to the Great Mountain region. I have to leave something for my descendants. I saw that you've also cultivated the Shu Mountain sword technique, so I'm teaching you a sword technique. You know that sword practitioners are pure. When we face a domain, you can do this. Sword breaking cliff." The previous sword head held the cliffless sword in his hand, and his aura almost doubled. Jiang Li's figure had just approached when he was already unable to brandish the halberd in his hand in time. He could only block in front of him. Then, as if an endless force collided with the halberd, the incoming sharpness cut hundreds of bloody wounds on his body. A resplendent sword light connected the heavens and the earth, carrying an aura that tore through everything as it pushed him back. He felt a pain in his head and his mind was damaged. The inverted domain that he had just used was directly torn apart by this sword. His domain had actually been broken in this way. The fact that Shu Mountain sword cultivators could compete with the Moshan Taoists in his previous life was not without reason. Apart from the fact that sword cultivators were more handsome when riding on their swords, with their sword heart talent, they could break all techniques with a single strike. No matter what he saw, he just had to draw his sword and slash. It could be said that this was a new move. He could even split open a domain, a divine art that had changed a portion of the rules to a certain extent. It was simply unreasonable. This was the first time he had seen his domain broken so easily. A vast amount of spiritual chi poured into the halberd in his hand and shattered the sword light in front of him with absolute strength. The injuries on his body that were slashed by the sword chi had already recovered. Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief and put away the human emperor's battle halberd. The halberd was powerful and could defeat the enemy in one strike, but he could not completely control it. Without the control of the inverted domain, his slow movements did not even have the chance to attack. Moreover, sword head Peizong clearly had the intention to give him guidance. The sword move that could break through domains was very powerful and practical. If he could learn it, it would definitely be endlessly beneficial. Although his inverted domain was strong, others were not weak either. He still remembered the embarrassment he felt when he encountered the poison domain. Even his cheat could not eliminate those poison statuses in time. If it dragged on, it was really possible to poison him to death. Now that he had the chance to learn such a divine technique, how could he let it go? The immortal slaying flying sword slowly moved out from between his brows and landed on Jiang Li's sword finger. As he waved his sword finger, the flying sword brandished at the same time. Although it did not have a sword hilt, it was more agile and convenient. Disciple seeks guidance. Sword lights crisscrossed as the two sides engaged in an intense battle again. If sword head Peizong was at his peak, with the speed and strength of an earth immortal sword cultivator, even if he used all his artifacts, he would probably only be able to barely hold on with his life. However, without a suitable body to possess, not only did sword head Peizong's combat strength decrease greatly, he was like a low-intelligence game boss who only knew how to stand still and attack. He only raised his hand and shot out sword lights rhythmically, allowing Jiang Li to see through his moves. With every strike, he would explain the secrets. Not to mention Jiang Li, even the other Shu Mountain sword cultivators watching the battle below had benefited greatly. Another two sword lights collided. The immortal slaying flying sword fell into a disadvantage and was sent flying. However, the immortal slaying flying sword that had been refined into the quintet chi essence copper was extremely hard and could no longer be destroyed by ordinary methods. Jiang Li no longer had to be as careful when controlling it as he was back then. He only had to pour a vast amount of spiritual chi into it and stimulate it with his sword heart to collide with it with all his might. Now, Jiang Li, who cultivated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, had extremely high comprehension and enlightenment. Coupled with the high-grade merit blessing, he could directly see through the mysteries of the world. Every time they collided, he could comprehend something from it. Under his guidance, he improved rapidly. As for Swordhead Peizong, although he could not control the others in his body, his sword heart that was related to his mental will could automatically adjust. He controlled his sword heart to a level slightly higher than Jiang Li every time, causing Jiang Li's sword heart to be tempered every time it collided. Time slowly passed. Shu Mountain's request for help was immediately sent back to the Great Mountain Alliance. A few hours later, the reinforcements from the Scripture Storage Valley and Benevolent Travel Temple arrived. However, they were clearly unable to participate in Jiang Li's battle. They could only greet the three leaders of the previous generation who had been defeated by Jiang Li respectfully. Master Laku waited by Master Du's side to listen to his teachings. After his death, Du, who had been meditating in Tragic Death City for hundreds of years, had comprehended a new Buddhist scripture and was seizing the time to teach it to his juniors. Daoist Wash stayed by Daoist 9 years' side and told him about the changes in the current Great Mountain region. Everything that they achieved could not be separated from Jiang Li, and it made the previous Valley Master smile from ear to ear and praise him endlessly. Only Situ King was surrounded by a group of masked hidden rock cultivators. However, when the leader took off his mask, his face looked 80% similar to Situ King. What outsiders did not know was that the 100 Tempering Mountain had not disappeared just like that. Chapter 497 The Unconscious Elder. 3. The core group had long secretly integrated into the Great Mountain Alliance and become the main branch of the Hidden Rock Army. As long as they spent some time, they would develop even more than before. After all, they were all seniors who had made huge contributions to the Great Mountain region. Jiang Li still did not want Situ King to hear the bad news of the sect's destruction. The collision continued, and Jiang Li's sword light became more and more visible to the naked eye. This day should have been cloudy, but under the collision of the two huge sword lights, it had long been torn apart by the aftershock. It was not until the sun rose in the sky that Jiang Li slashed out with his sword. Two almost identical sword lights collided, and they were in a stalemate for a long time before dissipating together. Jiang Li finally successfully grasped this sword move that split open the domain. Although he needed to borrow the power of the Earth-rank flying sword to resist Peizong, who had held back his sword heart. To be able to do this in a mere 12 hours meant that his comprehension was already beyond understanding. It's time to go. Jiang Li, you must be careful. The Blood King has a way to let the dead leave Tragic Death City and use this to rope in a large number of minions. When all the dead leave the Death City, they will be bound by a contract. They can't be trusted. Try not to fight them ahead. The Great Mountain region will rely on you in the future. After saying that, Peizong looked at the sun above his head. His figure gradually transformed into a white light and disappeared into the horizon. The other three former leaders below also turned into white light and disappeared, leaving only ashes that originally formed a body that scattered in the wind. Jiang Li had used 3 different methods to imprison those 3, but he was actually unable to capture them. However, Swordhead Peizong had left him with important information. The Blood King did not completely control Tragic Death City. He only grasped a passage to let the dead enter and leave Tragic Death City. He used it as a bargaining chip to rope in many wild experts who wanted to return to the world of the living. For example, the 10 people from Mink Scar Academy were in this situation. As for the 4 former leaders of the Great Mountain region, they had a contract set under the rules of Tragic Death City. They could only return to the main world for a period of time and had to act according to the contents of the contract. In this chaos, the other dead people who appeared in their true bodies were probably like this. In that case, since Tragic Death City was not united, did that mean that there were also dead people they could rope in? That night, Jiang Li reopened the Gate of Hell and returned to the Netherworld illusion from the Great Mountain region. This Gate of Hell was good in most situations. It was much faster to travel by himself. However, it could only be opened at night. In many emergencies, it was rendered useless. Fortunately, Fengdu City was not attacked again. When he left earlier, Jiang Li controlled the city and directly burned 3 earth veins. Using this as energy, he had been moving crazily in the territory illusion. Not to mention those 10 guys, even he might not be able to catch up to his city. Moreover, although that Grand Secretary was a scholar, every Earth Immortal was tough. They could not be beaten to death easily in a day and night. There was a high chance that no one would win. Those 10 guys probably did not have the time to find trouble with them. However, when Jiang Li entered the city, he discovered that the female ghost, Qin Shuman, was leading 13 ghost kings to surround an unconscious old man as if they were facing a great enemy. It was the Earth Immortal from Inkskar Academy, Grand Secretary Mengu. How did this guy find this place? Chapter 498 Royal Descendant 1. In the outside world, the cultivation world of the Eastern region experienced a crazy day. Most of the forces that came from the cultivation dynasty were attacked the most violently. Some sects relied on their own foundation to block the attacks of their ancestors. However, there were also some who were not so lucky. After the current leader died overnight, many of their authority was occupied by the dead again. At noon the next day, these dead people who had returned disappeared again. Even the sects they controlled disappeared from the cultivation world of the Eastern region. This group of terrifying attackers came quickly and left even faster, leaving behind only panic. Netherworld illusion. Fengdu City. Jiang Li poured a basin of ice water mixed with 1,000-year-old ice shards on Grand Secretary Mengu. It made the old man wake up. This made Jiang Li become even more vigilant towards him. To be able to rely on this kind of physical method to wake up meant that this person's injuries were not as serious as he had imagined. Young man, you should be gentler to old people. Grand Secretary Mengu habitually relied on his seniority. As a high-grade divine judgment expert, no matter where he went, he would grovel. He had never received such treatment. He wanted to get up, but he realized that he was wrapped in a black chain and 2 shackles. As long as he moved, the chains would glow with rune spiritual chi and suppress his strength. It's a damaged immortal artifact from ancient times. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible to repair. I also have 2 similar things in my collection. If you're interested, I can bear to part with them. As a knowledgeable Grand Secretary, he saw through the dragon imprisoning lock at a glance. However, at their level, such things were no longer air. Moreover, an Earth Immortal was still an Earth Immortal. In the past, the dragon imprisoning lock that could restrict soul formation cultivators from exerting any strength could only barely suppress about 70% of his strength. This was under the premise that the other party was heavily injured. If he was at his peak, it might not be able to trap the other party at all. As an old man, you are disrespectful. You want to take away my acting city lord immediately. Do you think my Fengdu city is weak and easy to bully? Senior, we didn't kill you while you were unconscious. You should thank me for my mercy. You'd better explain how you found Fengdu city. Jiang Li held the spear in his hand and pointed it at the other party's chest without hiding anything. As long as this lecherous old fellow had any intention of resisting, he would directly attack him ruthlessly. The broken-wing black mosquito's spear could pierce through his black scale armor. Even an Earth Immortal could not block it. If this thing stabbed his heart, even an Earth Immortal would not be able to withstand it for long. Cough cough, I see. City Lord, my young friend, and this young lady, you've misunderstood me. First of all, I was able to find this ghost city because of an artifact on my dead junior. After using it once, that artifact is already ruined. Everyone, don't worry. In addition, after seeing this lady, I got too agitated and lost my manners. I apologize to you first. However, that's not because of your beauty, but because you're the descendant of an old friend. May I ask if your surname is Qin? After this Grand Secretary was injured, his temper was clearly much better. He still had a portion of his strength left, but he did not directly resist. He moved his body a few times and found a comfortable rock nearby to lean on. He seemed to be a little indifferent towards Jiang Li and the 13 ghost kings surrounding him. He then said Kinshuman's surname in a nostalgic tone. Old fellow, fortune telling is not rare in the cultivation world. What's the use of knowing a surname? Jiang Li confirmed the other party's guess in another way. As expected, your surname is Qin. That's right, City Lord. Do you know what the brush in your sleeve is made of? Grand Secretary Mengu looked at Jiang Li's sleeve. When he was unconscious earlier, everything on his body had naturally been searched clean. He had seized it openly. What did it mean to hide it? However, Jiang Li did not answer the Grand Secretary. Instead, he calmly walked to the old man's side, raised his foot, and shattered the rock that the other party was leaning against. On the shattered rock, one could see that there was a half written in blood. Clearly, this Grand Secretary had silently written it with his hands behind his back. He was diverting Jiang Li's attention with his words, but he was doing this behind his back. After roughly piecing together the blood-stained rocks, it could be seen that it should be an unfinished word, unravel. The divine art of the Ink Scar Academy might not necessarily require a pen. If he used his blood essence to write it, the power would be higher. If this word was formed, he could escape the shackles on his body. At that time, it was hard to say if the injured Earth Immortal would still be as easygoing as he was now. Grand Secretary Mengu, I suggest you say what you want to say directly and forget these small tricks. In the future, you'll probably have to use your feet to write. Jiang Li tightened the dragon imprisoning lock and tied the old man's hands in front of him, preventing him from doing anything else. Chapter 499 Royal Descendant 2. Only then did he take out the brush. After washing away the ink on the tip, he discovered that the tip of the brush was still pitch black. Every hair was straight and tough, and the cut was neat and round. This seems to be human hair. Jiang Li studied this brush, and the old man whose thoughts had been exposed sighed before continuing to explain. That brush was made with the last gift Prince Ning gave to Ink Scar Academy back then. He asked us to take care of his descendants. The tip of the brush is made of that prince's hair. The old man sighed as if he was recalling something from the past. Prince Ning? What do you mean? That's right. He's a powerful prince from the Cultivation dynasty back then. Little friend, you should know by now that a storm of blood has stirred up in the Cultivation world. This calamity was caused by another prince of the Cultivation dynasty, the Blood Prince. However, Prince Ning liked peace more. He had always been on good terms with the former directorate of our Ink Scar Academy. The Grand Secretary tried to convince Jiang Li with a bunch of foreign terms. Unfortunately, Jiang Li had never heard of Prince Ning. He did not even care about the past kings of the Cultivation dynasty, let alone the few princes. The winner took all. He never thought that there was a need to study a group of old antiques who had been swept into the trash. It was just that the Blood King had used some method to make a comeback from tragic Death City and were even entangled with the Myriad Slaughter sect. It was really annoying. But what about Prince Ning? From what this old fellow said, the female ghost Kinshuman's background was probably quite extraordinary. Little friend, pluck a strand of hair from the brush and place it in your palm. See how it reacts. Grand Secretary Menga had done this before. Jiang Li did as he was told and tore off a few strands of hair, but he did not place them in his palm. Instead, he took out a wooden table and placed it on it. Sure enough, just like before, the hair immediately reacted. It was like a metal wire attracted by a magnet, flying towards Kinshuman who was standing not far away. This is the bloodline connection. This lady has the bloodline of Prince Ning. She's the legitimate descendant of the Cultivation dynasty back then. Now that the Blood King has appeared, the eastern region is in chaos. When he was still the Blood Prince, he had once caused a terrifying rebellion in the last generation of the dynasty. Now that he has reappeared in the world, he must want to restore the dynasty and enslave the entire Cultivation world. Once he opens the Apang Dragon vein and obtains the national treasure of the Qin dynasty, the entire eastern region will fall into chaos. The more Grand Secretary Mengu spoke, the more excited he became. His eyes revealed a strong light of mission, as if he was carrying the vast lives of the Cultivation world of the eastern region on his shoulders. That will be an unprecedented calamity. Miss Qin is the true descendant of Prince Ning, a genuine princess. She also has the qualifications to open the Epang Earth Palace. Only she can save the current cultivation world of the Eastern region. Although I'm old and don't have much lifespan left, please let me assist you in returning to the Epang Earth Palace to avoid this monstrous war. As Grand Secretary Mengu spoke, he even began to kowtow to the female ghost, Qin Shuman. If it was a young hero, they would definitely be infected by his bold and righteous words. They would only hurriedly remove the shackles on the other party and work together for a great cause for the rest of their lives. As expected of an old fart who had been a teacher for 1,000 years, he had a strong grasp of the human heart and was very good at telling stories. His eloquence could easily arouse the desires of others. On the one hand, it was the honor, mission, and responsibility of saving the people of the Eastern region. On the one hand, it was the Epang Dragon Vein, the national treasure of the Qin dynasty. According to his train of thought, as long as Jiang Li agreed, he could do a great deed of saving the world and even obtain the #1 treasure in the Eastern region. It was as if power, beauty, wealth, and authority were all within reach. However, Jiang Li curled his lips and sneered at this old fellow's words. Wasn't this just the cultivation world's version of a scam artist? How could there be such a good thing? Grand Secretary Mengu's words were most likely true. However, Jiang Li did not believe in this old fellow's character at all. At that time, when he attacked Qin Shuman, he did not know about the Blood King's invasion. The divine art words he used were not polite at all. How could he have any intention of taking care of his old friend's descendant? It was obvious that he wanted to control Qin Shuman and use her as the key to obtain the Dragon Vein and ruins of the Qin dynasty. What? Prince Ning entrusted his heir and descendants to their Inkscar Academy? It was more likely that they killed Prince Ning and made a brush out of his hair. Otherwise, why would the descendant of Prince Ning end up in the remote Great Mountain region? It was most likely to avoid these loyal powerful cultivators. Jiang Li held his head and carefully recalled the history of the cultivation dynasty he knew. He knew the level of the Dragon Vein. With the size of the cultivation dynasty at that time, it was most likely not a problem to nurture a Dragon Vein. However, there was no news of the so-called national treasure. Was this old man making things up? No, it was very likely true. When Jiang Li obtained the city god's ghost head saber back then, he had more or less understood that huge dynasty. One of the things was rather strange. Chapter 500 Royal Descendant 3. As the saying went, a country could not be without a ruler for a day. However, in the last 30 years of that cultivation dynasty, there was strangely no ruler. It was at that time that the Blood Prince rebelled. This was a little interesting. There was clearly no ruler, so as a prince, who could the Blood Prince rebel against? What caused the dynasty to be without a new ruler for 30 years and finally fall apart? Looking at the current situation in the cultivation world, it was actually very easy to obtain answers. Only by obtaining the coronation of the Epang Dragon Vein could one become the ruler. As for the national treasure, it was very likely that it could only be used by the ruler. However, at that time, the various cultivation forces that had already grown in the dynasty had been obstructing the new king's ascension because they were afraid of the power of that treasure. As a result, there was no new ruler in the last 30 years of the dynasty. Only then could they easily divide the huge dynasty. Through various methods, they finally divided and devoured the Qin dynasty. After scattering and reorganizing, only then did the current cultivation world of the Eastern region and the Divine Judgment Hall appear. As for the Blood King who was called a rebel, he probably really wanted to save the dynasty and become a proper ruler. However, the Blood King failed in the end. The winner became the king and the loser became the bandit. Of course, Jiang Li did not think that the Blood King was a good person. As the beneficiary of history, Jiang Li's opinion was naturally that the evil dynasty system had overly squeezed the interests of cultivators. Their overthrow was the inevitable process of history. It was the salvation of great cultivators. Cough cough. No matter how exaggerated Grand Secretary Mengu's words were, he had indeed piqued Jiang Li's interest. According to him, it was a treasure that could overturn everything. If the Blood King or one of the many kings had inherited the throne back then and grasped that treasure again, they could at least extend the dynasty's lifespan for another 1,000 years. Even if the Blood King obtained it now, it might really be able to overturn the current cultivation situation in the eastern region. Jiang Li could not eat or sleep in peace if such a treasure fell into the hands of others. It seemed that he really had to get involved in this mess. However, as time passed, things changed. Now, the only two known descendants of the royal family had all become ghosts. He did not know if ghosts could be crowned as kings. Human, do you still remember what happened when you were alive? Jiang Li only knew that this silly girl had been tricked by a scholar when she was alive. She yearned for love and secretly eloped behind her family's back. Then, that scholar brought her out of the house and sold her to the Seven Roads town. Then, she was molded into a clay statue and became the goddess of blessing. As for her past, he had never asked carefully. Now that he asked, Qin Shuman shook her head. She had died for too long and did not have any cultivation when she was alive. She could not remember much. He had known this would happen, so Jiang Li was not disappointed. He reached out and grabbed the tip of the brush. Under the shocked and pained expression of the Grand Secretary, he forcefully plucked off all the hair on it. This brush artifact was considered useless now. It was not big. After a rough count, there were a total of 999 hairs on it, including the few they had pulled away earlier. This was very little, but it was barely enough. He summoned a hidden rock cultivator, handed the fur in his hand to the other party and instructed. With the Seven Roads Ghost Town as the center, search all the human gathering places within 5,000 miles. With the surname Qin as the focus of the investigation, be it cultivation families or ordinary mortals, use this hair to test everything. Bring back those who show abnormal signs immediately. With just one sentence from above, the people below would work like horses. Even if it was purely finding a needle in a haystack, with a word from Jiang Li, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people would move because of this. Coupled with the fact that there were more small demons everywhere, it was not too difficult to spend some time investigating on such a large scale. After explaining these things, he looked at the old man on the ground. Grand Secretary Menggu, you have great knowledge. Can you tell me the story of the Ipang dragon vein? In the cultivation world of the eastern region, waves of trouble arose again. On the other side of the distant sea, the heroes of the expedition had already arrived at another brand new continent. The land occupied by the armored troll race was one of the 9 provinces, the prosperous Ox continent.